All right, looks like we are live. Welcome everybody to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie.
Oh, and I'm your co-host, Matt.
Awesome. I want to thank everybody for being here for tonight's epic event. Tonight we have Dr. Kent Hovind and Jackson Roe here, who will be debating the important question, is there evidence for human evolution? Jackson, Kent, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate.
And if you're not yet subscribed, I wanted to remind everybody, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, if you enjoy this type of content, don't forget to check out the official website at standingfortruthministries.com. You can find it in the description box below with endless content and material.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Matt, let's break the ice here. Just one second. I hear slight feedback. Oh, actually, Matt, I think it's coming from your end. Maybe just make sure that, it looked good there. Maybe echo cancellation. So yeah, let's kind of break the ice as we usually do. Get to know the debaters a little bit before we get into the opening statements. Again, Jackson, Kent, thanks for being here. Why don't we start with let's start with you, Jackson. It's been a little while since you've been on the channel. How you been? Tell the audience a little bit about you and a little bit about your channel.
All right, I'm good. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I've known about Kent for probably 14 years, so I'm excited to meet him. I'm kind of a fan in a weird way, but my channel's called the Jackson Roe Science Show. It just kind of rhymes. I haven't really been doing much on it lately, but after the debate, I'll make some kind of analysis of this debate, whether I win or lose, tie, whatever. I'm into science, nature, photography, stuff like that. I'm trying to start a conservation organization. I actually bought some land in Madagascar to help conserve some endangered lemurs. That's what I've been up to recently. So that's pretty much it about me.
All right, I appreciate that, Jackson. I appreciate that introduction. Again, thank you so much for being here. Kent, thank you as well. A little bit about yourself, who you are, and how's everything going on at Dow.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on again. My name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 47 years. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. We're building a Christian camp and science center in Lenox, Alabama, population 35. Straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down, visit. It's all free. We've had visitors from all over, 197 baptized in our lake. I believe the Bible is true, and evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous theory ever been come up with, ever. It's ridiculous to believe man came from a rock, and man's related to mosquitoes. I think that's dangerous to teach kids that. And so I've done a lot of debates on the topic of creation evolution. I just defend the Bible as being true, as it's written. God made everything in 6 days, right?
All right, I appreciate that intro. Kent, definitely excited for this debate. Again, to the audience, tonight's topic is there evidence for human evolution? And I'm going to go over the format real quick. So it's going to be a formal debate. We're going to be starting with 12-minute opening statements because Jackson is in the affirmative tonight. He will be starting. Then we're going to have up to 8-minute rebuttals, then an open discussion, 5-minute closing statements, and then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. Make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth. Me and Matt will both be gathering questions. And as usual, I'm sure we will have a solid audience Q&A. So that being said, let's get right into this debate. We're going to hand it over to Jackson. Jackson, you have roughly 12 minutes. And whatever time the debaters don't use during their openings and rebuttals, we'll just throw into the audience Q&A. So Jackson, just make sure you unmute yourself when you're good to go, and I'll start your timer.
All right. So intro, is there evidence for human evolution? I think, yes, there is, obviously. Just to get some stuff out of the way, I'm not going to talk about the past. We all have one. I'm not going to use that against anybody as some kind of low blow. I think religion and science can be compatible. Most Christians do accept evolution. I myself am an atheist, but I don't see any reason why you can't believe in both. Also, my points are pretty out of order. I just wrote them down as I found them or thought of them. so it's going to be kind of jumbled in the beginning. I'm going to focus on fossils, genetics, and anatomy primarily. I want to make it clear, first of all, that individuals don't evolve. Populations do. One individual isn't just going to give birth into something totally different. And evolution is not a linear process. It's not always clear what evolved into what. It's more of a web or a tree. I'm also going to talk a lot about Australopithecines because it's argued a lot by creationists that they were just an extinct species of ape, which they are apes, but they are in our lineage. It's argued that they were not bipeds. There's even a statue at the Creation Museum of one on all fours that looks just like a chimp. And also, Lucy is not the only one of those. There are many specimens, but that's the one that creationists tend to jump on. So first, fossil evidence. It starts with Sahelanthropus about 7 million years ago, and there's not much known about that one, but it's still probably in our lineage. Then Auroran about 6 to 7 million years ago, had femur structure suggesting that it walked upright, but its fossils are pretty scant. Then there's Ardipithecus, Ardipithecus cadava, and Ardipithecus ramidus. Ramidus being most complete. It had skeletal structures that indicated it walked upright at least some of the time, probably not all the time. And what I'm really going to focus on are the Australopithecines for the fossil evidence because, like I said, they focus on Australopithecines the most, creationists. They argue it's just an ape, not related to us, walked on all fours. And again, Lucy's not the only one. Probably the most famous one should be the Littlefoot fossil, which is an almost complete Australopithecus prometheus. But most people don't even know it exists. So some of the skeletal structures of the Australopithecines that indicate they did walk upright were the ankle. The ankle bones were square-shaped instead of trapezoid-shaped like a modern chimp, which is an adaptation for walking. The metatarsals indicate an arch and a stiff midfoot, unlike a modern chimpanzee or gorilla or orangutan, and more like a human. The spine was S-shaped instead of arch like a modern chimp. The rib cage was barrel-shaped, as evidenced by the big man fossil specimen of Affirmative, instead of cone-shaped like a chimp. Its pelvis was short and bowl-shaped rather than elongated like a modern great ape, non-human great ape. The femurs and knees also were angled in such a way to indicate bipedalism. However, its shoulders were robust. Its walking wrists like a modern chimp, and its skull was only about 100 cc bigger brain capacity than a chimp. So we'll go on to the earlier Homo genus. Like Homo habilis, there's some debate about whether it should be an Australopithecine or not. Most say it's in the Homo genus. It has just a slightly bigger brain capacity. And from there, Homo erectus goes up. Homo neanderthalensis, which is not our ancestor, it's more of our cousin, but it had a bigger brain capacity. Now, humans and apes share a few key traits. We have the same number of bones, muscles, same number of teeth, several blood type systems in common. Regions that code for protein in the DNA are 99% similar. They can be interpreted differently as being about 80% similar if they take the whole thing into account, as this channel is pointed out correctly. But yeah, closer than any other animal in the animal kingdom. Endogenous retroviruses. There are some, I've seen this channel in particular try to rationalize how these make sense, but endogenous retroviruses are when a virus infects like a sperm cell or an egg cell. It's grafted into the genome and passed on to offspring. We share 99.8% of those with chimps, which that really only makes sense if we share a common ancestor. Diseases, we share many diseases with great apes. HIV being the most obvious one, but there was also two populations recently found of chimps that have leprosy, likely passed from humans. And behavioral, I won't touch much on that, but intelligence, there have been several great apes that have learned sign language or learned to use a lexigram, to learn hundreds or even thousands of symbols to communicate. Neanderthals, I'll talk more about those later. Now, if the creation story were literally true, there are two genetic bottlenecks in our lineage, starting with Adam and Eve, and then again, 1,500, 1,000 years later, or 2,000 years later, with the Noah's flood, where there are only 3 pairs, Noah's sons and their wives. But genetics reveal only one major bottleneck in our history, and that's about 50 to 100,000 years ago, where the population got down to a few thousand individuals. And Francis Collins, the doctor of the Human Genome Project, who was a Christian himself, said, unfortunately, there's no evidence that we descended from Adam and Eve. Now, primate and human anatomy. Taxonomically, we are primates. We have flattened nails instead of claws. We have opposable thumbs, and our fingerprints we have fingerprints. We have binocular vision with depth perception. We have eye sockets with a cup of bone supporting the eye. We have well-developed collarbones with high shoulder mobility, and Meissner's corpuscles under the fingers, touch receptors, which is a trait we share exclusively with primates. And so that's just basically the opening statement. Is there evidence for human evolution? Yes, there is. So I'll pass it over to, I don't know how much time that was, but I'll pass it over to Ken.
I'm stuck behind stage. I can't move you over. Sorry.
Oh.
On you there?
Yeah, there. Start your slideshow, Doc.
Okay, let me get the right slide number here.
Here, sorry guys, I was on mute. Jackson, let me just jump in here. We still got 4 minutes that we can throw into the either the discussion or the audience Q&A. So I appreciate that, and we will hand it over to Dr. Hovind when you're ready. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Alt DV 965 enter. Mind showing? Oh, I got okay, good. Well, thank you, Jackson. I appreciate that. I think you are totally wrong on all those things. All those evidences you gave are evidences for creation, evidences for a really smart designer. So I look forward to getting you corrected and get over on the creationist side. We need help over here. Okay, I think all these so-called cavemen that they put out on screen and teach the kids in school is absolute baloney. None of this is science. There is no evidence that anybody has ever produced anything other than a human. No dogs produce anything but dogs. No cows produce anything but cows. For you to imagine that it happened long ago and far away is religion. It's not science. The Bible says, knowing this first, there shall come in the last days scoffers walking after their own lust and saying, where's the promise of his coming? Since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. For this they willingly are ignorant. They're willingly ignorant of how God made the heavens. They're ignorant of the creation. They're ignorant of the flood. The world was overflowed with water, and they're ignorant of the coming judgment. So in my ministry, in my seminar, we focus on those 3 things: the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment. The creation is very clear in the scriptures anyway. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. I don't know if Jackson believes that or not, but that's what it says. That's the first verse, and a whole lot of people believe that. Jesus said about that in John chapter 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Jesus is God Almighty in the flesh. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him. So the Bible clearly teaches that Jesus is God, and Jesus made everything. The Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. That would be Jesus Christ. So Colossians 1, by him, that's Jesus, were all things created. So Jesus is God Almighty in the flesh, and he's the creator of everything. And Jesus said in Matthew 19:4, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Talking about Adam and Eve. Jackson, do you believe that? Or was Jesus lying? Was he stupid? You say you tend to believe both. I don't think you realize what a conflict you have there. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Mark 10:6. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. So Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when God made Adam and Eve. Since he's the one who did it, he ought to know. He's the one who was there. He was there when it happened. The Bible clearly teaches in Romans chapter 5, by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Talking about Adam and Eve's sin. Why do we have death in the world? With your religion, Jackson, death brought man into the world. Death is actually the hero. Because if one species, if one ape or creature or whatever, ape-like creature, evolves a little better than the rest of them have to die. Evolution is a religion of death. The Bible says, by man came death. In Adam, all die. It could not be more clear, 1 Corinthians 15. So Adam's sin also affected the plants and the animals. It's clear from Genesis chapter 3. You can read all that on your own there. Okay. So Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when God made Adam and Eve. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned. Could not be more clear, okay? In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is. The question is not what does it say? The question is, do you believe what it says? This is Exodus 20. God wrote that on a rock with his finger. God told Moses, he wrote it on a rock with his finger, handed the rock to Moses. Moses came down the mountain, got mad at the people and broke them, had to go back up and get more. This time God said, Moses, you write it. So he gave him the rock and Moses etched it into the rock. But either way, it's the same words. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. Do you believe that, Jackson? Did he make everything in heaven and earth, stars, everything in 6 days? Well, then there's no time and no need for evolution. Exodus 31, he repeated it. It's a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. So if your theory is true, that man evolved from some kind of primate, then you're calling these verses a lie. Just so you're welcome to do that, but I want you to be real clear, and I want everybody else to see you are going directly against what God's word clearly teaches. Over and over in the Bible, it talks about the 6 days of creation. 6 days, God made everything. It could not be more clear. 1 Corinthians, the first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The Bible is clear that Adam was the first man. And Genesis 3, Eve was the mother of all living. That's what it says. Now, do you believe it or not? If you choose not to believe it, that's fine. This is America, the land of the free and the home of the slave, but you are welcome to believe whatever you want. However, I don't want you to make people think that you believe the Bible and you believe in human evolution. You cannot have both, Jackson. One of them's wrong, okay? Wrong. Eve was the mother of all living. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Was he lying? Bible says nothing died until man sinned. Is that true? Or do you believe that's wrong? Do we need you to interpret that book for us? Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. Do you believe that? I do. And I'm not ashamed of that. Let us make man in our image. So God made man in his own image. That's what it says. Is God a chimp or an ape? So what about all these so-called cavemen that they teach our kids about in school? Is this Grandpa? I got a huge collection of biology books right here. They teach that. Oh, yeah, we came from an ape-like ancestor. Is it possible for an ape-like creature to slowly turn to a human? Well, it happened with Bill Clinton, but okay. So textbooks teach billions of years ago there was a big bang where nothing exploded and became everything. Nothing. Then it cooled down and became a rock. Then those rocks, it got rained on and turned into soup, and the soup came alive and slowly evolved into something like a primate, and then slowly became man. So here we are, way back here, 4.6 billion years ago. Actually, Big Bang was 13.772, as they get a new number every week. But that's what they teach. And here we are up today, primates, man. I think people are welcome to believe this, but you need to clearly understand you are going directly against what God said in his word. If you choose not to believe it, that's fine for now. But someday every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father, coming soon to a city near you, okay? Since by man came death. So did man bring death into the world, or did death bring man into the world? Just because they can draw lines on paper connecting all these things does not mean anything, Jackson. Drawing lines on paper is not scientific evidence. Claiming that we have an ancestor that was single-celled and slowly became the chordatas and then eventually human, that's not science. All of the so-called cavemen that they talk about have been disproven. We could talk about the individual ones, but a much bigger picture I want people to see. Rather than take time talking about all these so-called cavemen, Australopithecus afarensis and Lucy and all this kind of stuff, The bigger picture is nobody ever sees any humans today produce babies that are other than human. Nobody ever sees monkeys produce babies that are other than monkeys. Nobody ever sees chimpanzees produce anything other than baby chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas. It goes on and on. It's not observable. So for you to claim that we have some kind of common ancestor because they find similarities in the skulls or similarities in the bone structure, the hip structure, the wrist structure, stop. Why doesn't it happen today? It's never observed. Science, the word science comes from the Latin word "scire," which means to know. What do we know? A more expanded definition is, what do we know based upon observation, experimentation, and testing? We know from a whole lot of observation that humans produce humans. That's a lot of observation as verified. That's been an experiment that's been verified many times. Okay, I verified it 3 times myself. I got 3 kids. They were all human. So you can do the experiment yourself, Jackson. If you and your wife have a baby, it'll be a human. I'd bet you $5 on that one. So, and if you get some pet chimpanzees, when they have babies, it'll be a chimpanzee. There is no evidence, none, of anything other than that ever happening. So for you to rely on some kind of fossils, that's secondary evidence, very low quality evidence. First of all, no fossils would count for anything in a court of law. If you brought a fossil in and said, Your Honor, see this bone right here? This is evidence that it became a human. Any freshman law student could say, Your Honor, he found a bone in the dirt. You don't know that's the daddy of anybody. They say this one, he's the daddy of us all. Come on now. That's silly. You don't know if it's the daddy of anybody. When you find bones in the dirt, really all you know is it died. You don't know it had any children. You sure don't know it had children that lived. And you really don't know it had children that were different. No animal today produces children that are different. Why do you think it can happen from a bone in the dirt? This is not science. Evolution, the belief in that it came from an ape-like ancestor, is not part of science. It's part of a religious belief, a worldview. You're welcome to have that. But stop calling it science, and certainly stop requiring all the kids to learn that. Smithsonian did an article. This is the mother of us all mammals. You don't know that's the mother of anybody, first of all. If you find a bone in the dirt, you know it died. End of story. Could you prove those bones had any children that lived? No. You don't know it had any kids. You don't know it had any kids that lived, that's for sure. You can't prove it had kids that lived and reproduced. You don't know that it produced kids that were different than itself. Why do evolutionists claim some bone in the dirt can do something that no animal today can do? Not one living species of anything can do what you guys are claiming. Produce something other than its kind. So they will quickly run, I'm sure Jackson will too, run behind, well, it takes millions of years. Oh, so in other words, so we don't observe it. Therefore, it's not science. We don't observe it. It's not observable scientific. And so believe that if you want. Every farmer in history will tell you that cows produce cows and corn produces corn. There are no exceptions, none, zero, zip, nada. It doesn't happen. Now, they want to talk about cavemen. It depends what you mean by a caveman. Many people today live in caves. Osama bin Laden, the world's most wanted caveman. There's a former caveman. They finally got him, I think. There's people today living in caves. That's not proof of anything. It's all over the world this way. Someone's trying to make a monkey out of you. National Pornographic or Geographic. This is all pure baloney. Humans should talk like chimps. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Why don't you all go to school? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, everybody think you're sharp, won't they? Yep. Society of London is looking for volunteers to talk chimp in their everyday work and home to test the theory.
1 minute.
Society of London. Are they going around talking like chimps? Do they poop in the street too? I mean, chimps will do that, you know. Come on, guys. One part of the survey recommends waving your arms, brandishing objects, and making yourself appear larger to assert authority over others. You got to be kidding. BBC News? 15 years ago, I doubt they outgrew it. Let's see. Hello, a simple hello when greeting friends should be replaced with an extended and throaty pant. All of these so-called none of them count, Jackson. None of you can go ahead and talk about all your similarities between these different cavemen. I'm telling you, from a much larger perspective, none of them count. They're bones in the dirt. You don't know they had any kids. Show it to show me where it's happening today. I want to see that. Now that would be science. Go ahead, Jackson.
All right. Perfect timing. I appreciate that opening statement, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate the opening statements from the both of you. We're now moving into the rebuttal round. We've got up to 8 minutes, but just like the opening statement, Jackson, whatever you don't use, we will just throw into either the discussion or the audience Q&A. Also, to the audience, thank you so much. Either tag myself or Matt. Matt is the one gathering all the questions right now. We've already got a ton of questions coming in, so this is definitely going to be a lot of fun. So, Jackson, I'm going to hand it over to you. I was going to mention there was a slight humming noise during your opening statement, but I'm not hearing it right now, so I think you might have dealt with it.
Yeah, I think it's the fan on the laptop.
Okay. I don't hear it anymore, so everything sounds good, Jackson. Whenever you're ready, you got up to 8 minutes.
All right. You mentioned a lot of things like dogs only give birth to dogs and humans only give birth to humans. And, well, of course they do. No one's arguing they don't. That's not what evolution is teaching. And I think you know that, surely. Talked about the flood. There's no real direct evidence of the global flood, recent flood. Adam and Eve. Jesus talked about Adam and Eve, and sure, he did, but he could have been speaking about the allegory about Adam and Eve, not necessarily the literal interpretation of Adam and Eve, so you can still believe in both. Now, you talked about Bible verses, all those Bible verses, I think they can be allegorical, and still evolution can be true, and there can still be a God and even a Jesus. Now, let me see. It's hard to read my handwriting. Ape-like creature into a human. Yeah, not in one generation. It doesn't just happen overnight or in one generation. Of course, a human is not going to give birth to something totally different. It takes millions of years. That's what evolution teaches. That's why there's such a long time frame. Slight changes over generations add up to big changes when you look down the line. One person speaking Latin didn't give birth to a person speaking Spanish, you know. I think you're doing a lot of oversimplifications. You're talking about the links, the lines on paper, except those lines on paper are linked by fossils and genetics, not just some guy drawing it. And you talked about disproven ape man, but you didn't really go into it. I'm assuming you're talking about like Nebraska man and Piltdown man, which were disproven by science themselves. Things like Lucy, the big man, Littlefoot, those fossil specimens, they haven't been disproven or discredited in any way. Again, it's hard for me to read my handwriting. Give me a second. You talked about fossils and bones in the court of law. Well, how do murder cases happen then? I mean, you find bones, you infer how those bones passed away by what you find on the bones. You can determine the sex of the victim. You can look at the DNA, sometimes, not often with fossils, but so in a court of law, of course, you use bones. I think you're deliberately misrepresenting what evolution teaches here. I don't think you're doing it to be a bad guy or anything. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. But basically, that was more of a theological point of view, and I don't have too much to say about that. So that's basically my rebuttal. Probably shorter than the time allotted, but anyway, that's about it.
No worries, Jackson. You take what you need to. That's why we give you a maximum time frame as compared to, you know, something that you have to utilize all of. That way we'll just, let me see how much you used. So we got about another 4 minutes that we can throw into either. What we'll do is we'll throw two minutes into the discussion, 2 minutes into the audience Q&A, because the audience Q&A is always a lot of fun. So that being said, we're going to hand it over to Dr. Hovind now. Dr. Hovind, you have 8 minutes, and whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I mentioned that dogs produce dogs, and you said, of course, dogs produce dogs. Do you believe at some time in the past, at some point, the dog came from something that was non-dog? I mean, the lines on paper show actually a single-celled ancestor turning into what eventually would be the, you know, those with the backbone, which will include the dog. So at some point in your religion, in your theory, you would have to say that a non-dog produced a dog. And you said it took millions of years. That's not science. It's not observable. That's my point. You guys can believe this all you want, but it's not science. You don't get it. It's part of a religion. So the secret of how life on Earth began. Today, life has conquered every square inch of Earth. But when the planet formed, it was a dead rock. How did life get started? Well, that's a fair question. Now, this debate tonight is just about the so-called common ancestors of humans. Did man evolve? And again, drawing lines on paper between all these creatures, claiming they're connected, is not science. You said something about the bones. They can tell when they find bones of a murder victim, whether it was male or female, and et cetera, about approximate age. Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, can you from the bones tell it had any children? And can you tell it had children that were different than itself? From the bones, could you tell this animal produced something that was different than what itself was, whether it be human or chimp or ape or something like that? So arranging bones on a shelf is not evidence either of anything, okay? It's just a matter of, good organization skills, arranging things. We've got copies of most of the replicas of the so-called ancestors here. I'm telling you, all of them are either fully ape or fully human. There is no such thing as anything in between. Let me get up to where I wanted to get. Hang on, right here. Nope. Right there. Neanderthal man, for an example. Okay. You said some had not been disproven. I didn't see 1031. Alt DV 1030. Okay. On my video number 2 of my seminar series, which is 18 hours, you can get for $50, and then you can return it and get your money back. I used to loan stuff out. I quickly learned Baptists don't steal, but they do borrow and never return. So buy it, and then you can get your money back when you return it. So they have all these so-called cavemen, Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, lined up on for textbook. This is the stuff we're teaching the kids in school. I resent that. It's not science. It's a religious belief. This stuff ought to go in a private school where you want to teach kids that monkeys, they say the brain was bigger. So I think it proved they lived longer. And we could take each one of the cavemen if you'd like. But the bigger point is, Jackson, none of the cavemen would count. None of the bones would count in an honest court of law to find out, could they produce children that were different than themselves? Could you tell from the bone whether it was male or female? Possibly. Certainly from the hip bone, you can tell that, but I don't know about the finger bone. Maybe you can. The so-called Neanderthals, they say they had a bigger brow ridge. What does that mean? Homo sapien came from Neanderthal. Well, let's see. Neanderthals. What does it mean to be human? I got a ton of stuff on that. Itchy eyes, sneezing, may blame the allergy on Neanderthals. And they draw these pictures like they have the bigger brow ridge. Well, the Bible says before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old, average 912. After the flood, it dropped off to 400 years and then down to 200. And today, hardly anybody makes it to 100. Well, the fact is, a simple anatomy course would tell you your brow ridge never stops growing. As you chew, the masseter muscle and the temporalis muscle and the frontalis muscle pull on the brow ridge just from the chewing action. So if you're chewing, any bodybuilder will tell you when you use a muscle a lot, it builds bigger bone. The muscle pulling on the bone stimulates bone growth. So chewing for a long time would stimulate bigger brow ridge. So if somebody's living to be 800 or 900, they get a bigger brow ridge. It has nothing to do with being Neanderthal or ape-like or anything else. They lived a long time. This guy sent me his picture. Said, Brother Hovind, look at me. I'm Neanderthal, and I love your videos. So here's a Christian Neanderthal man. He's still alive in Philadelphia, by the way. How about David Harbour? Is he Neanderthal with a big brow ridge? Is he half human, half ape, or is he fully human? 20 physical traits you might have inherited from Neanderthal. The hump on the back of the skull, the occipital bun. Well, that's when you bend over and pull yourself up, the muscles on the back of your neck, sternocleidomastoid, etc., they pull on your head, your skull. Of course, it's going to elongate after a while. These muscles are what's pulling your head back up when you bend over. So again, if you live to be 900, you'd have bigger brow ridge on the front and bigger occipital bun on the back. The bones senses these small changes and can grow dramatically. In the months after starting exercise, in order to reduce the risk of breaking near the joints, bones get bigger and more dense, where bone shafts tend to get bigger and thicker with little change in body density. The brow ridge never stops growing, so just finding one like this indicates it's probably a human living to be 200 or 300 or 500. That's all. Pronounced brow ridge is a common feature among Paleolithic humans. Early modern people, such as those from the finds of someplace here, had thick, large brow ridges, but they differ from those of archaic humans, like Neanderthals, have a suborbital foramen or notch, so forming a groove through the ridge of above each eye. So you can read all about this. It's not evidence of anything. Here's a soccer player, got a pretty good sized brow ridge. How about that guy? Does that prove he's half human, half ape? How about this guy? Or this guy? Raising eyebrows, how evolution gave us expressive faces. These guys are desperate. So I think, Jackson, I'd like you to try to see, first of all, the little bones that we find with slight differences from ours is not evidence that they're related to us at all. And there are no examples in recorded history of all the farmers in the world who crossbreed cows. They'll all tell you they get a cow. How many seeds have been planted over the last 4,000 years? Either by humans or by nature. I mean, just the grass produces billions of seeds. They blow around and they grow into grass. There are simply no examples of any plant or animal ever producing anything other than its kind. Now, if you wish to believe that, that's fine. But, Jackson, your position is directly against all the observed scientific evidence, and it is certainly against the clear teaching of Scripture. And for you to claim that Jesus saying Adam and Eve were just an allegory, that's your religious belief, but that's not what the Scripture clearly teaches. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Was it or wasn't it? Bible says nothing died till Adam sinned. Is that true? In your religion, a bunch of people have to die in order for this evolution to work. If one creature evolves a little better than the rest of them got to die, or else the new improved gene gets blended back into the population. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's wicked to teach kids evolution. I think you're wrong. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, gentlemen, that concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. Now we are moving into the open discussion. As always on this channel, we prefer to keep these discussions civil, professional, equally timed, and of course, discussing one topic at a time. Before I hand it to Jackson, since Kent just ended his rebuttal, Jackson, we'll let you start the discussion off. Maybe there's a couple points you wanted to make, followed up by a question. But before I hand it to you, logical, plausible, probable, John Maddox, he sent in a few super chats. I appreciate it, brother. He is having an after show. So as soon as this debate is over, everybody in the chat, head on over to John's channel. We've got about 300 people in the chat enjoying this epic debate. So that being said, Jackson, Kent, the floor is yours.
All right. So you mentioned the beginning of life, and that's not really what we're debating here. And it really doesn't have too much to do with evolution, really. Because God could have produced the first cell, and evolution could still have happened. Now, you said fully ape and fully human. That doesn't really make any sense from like a genetic or anatomy point of view. We're still fully ape. We just have a bit more advanced features than some of the other great apes. But
one topic at a time. Which one you supposed to talk about? You already gave your statement. Now, which one topic do you want to ask me about?
Oh, I'll just ask. I guess I'll just ask a question. What evidence would change your mind, do you think?
Oh, the truth. I'm open for the truth. The truth is, all we ever see is humans produce humans. So that would lead me to the conclusion that humans have always come from humans. Going forward, we know it'll always be humans. Going backward, I think it's logical to say it must have always been humans going backwards, which means there must have been a beginning human, Adam and Eve. So you don't have to I mean, what would change your mind about 2 + 2 = 4? What evidence could I give you that would change your mind about that?
About 2 + 2 = 4, nothing would change my mind. But if someone found...
I'm not changing mine either.
Okay, well, listen, if you found a fossil of a human in Cambrian era rock, that would change my mind pretty quick.
Well, do you believe and the chimpanzees are ape-like creatures that we came from had an ancestor before that? According to the textbooks, It'll say, if you just remember the word farm, F-A-R-M, fish became amphibians, became reptiles, became mammals. Fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal. Do you believe that theory?
Well, it's not that simple. I mean, it kind of is a branch. It's not a linear process, and it's not really. I mean, there are a lot of fossils that show the sea to land transition. There's Alpistostege, which was unveiled not long ago. There's Tiktaalik, of course, which is the major one that people know about. There's Acanthostega, Ichthyostega. I mean, there's a series of fossils for every line of major transitions that we know about.
So hang on now. Fossils show a series of transitions. That would only be because somebody arranged them in that order. The fossils don't talk. I think we'd agree with that. And the fossils don't reproduce. So you're going to have to put your interpretation on them. Arranging things in order does not prove relationship. Arranging a unicycle to a bicycle to a tricycle to a quad runner does not prove anything. Go from one wheel to two wheel to three wheel to four wheel. So each one is independently designed. So all of these, that's what I'm trying to get across. All of these fossils you're talking about would be thrown out of any honest court of law. You'd say, you don't know they had any children. We don't see anything today producing other than their kind. Why do you think these bones could do it?
Well, the bones obviously didn't reproduce at all, but they're arranged by where they were found in the strata, the age of the bones, of the fossils, not just by, well, this one looks like it's turning into this. It's not that simple. And there was a trial like this, the Dover trial, and creationism lost pretty badly.
I think if I recall, the Dover trial was simply to say, should creation be taught in public schools? And I think they demonstrated, no, creation is a religious belief. I would agree. Should evolution be taught in public schools? No, because evolution is also a religious belief. The bigger question is, should we even have public schools? Should every parent teach their own kids, or should churches have their own schools or something? But if we're going to have public schools, they shouldn't teach one religion over another, but that's what they're doing. They're teaching the evolution religion over everything else. I think that's wicked. I think that's wrong. I think it ought to be stopped. So you mentioned, let's see, the fossils were arranged by their age and the strata. All of the layers of the Earth are the same age. Every speck of dirt on the planet's the same age, unless it came from an asteroid or something, and there's very little of that on the planet. All of the layers, there's no such thing as a geologic column. The whole thing's a joke. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? If you shake a jar of dirt, it'll settle up into gravel, sand, clay every time. The shaking and sorting of the fossils might be arranged based upon their intelligence or based upon their habitat. You know, clams are found at the bottom because they're already at the bottom when the flood starts. Of course, they're buried first. Birds are found at the top because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. The fact that clams are here and birds are here does not prove clams turn to birds. It proves that birds can fly around till they run out of gas and then they get buried. Of course, they're on top of the clams. You guys just don't get it. You trust that stupid geologic column. It doesn't exist anywhere on the planet except in their imagination. It's not science. So to say they arrange these so-called missing links that you're talking about, putting things in some kind of order that you've already decided it must have happened, that's prejudice. It's not science. We never see any of these fossils that you're talking about. They're not alive today. We can't test it. We can't demonstrate it. You can't show them producing anything other than their kind. Why do you want to believe it happened? I guess I'd like to ask you a separate question. But why do you want to believe this, Jackson? Are you running from God's word for some reason, or?
Well, of course I'm not running from it. That's what the evidence seems to show. And you say the geologic column doesn't exist anywhere on Earth. Is that right?
That's correct. It's in the textbook. It's the only place it exists.
Well, from Precambrian to present, there's nowhere where it lines up like that anywhere?
There's no such thing as Precambrian. All of those names they give them, Jurassic, Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian, it doesn't exist. It's all baloney. They're layers of rock.
Right.
Somebody put their name on them, and somebody put a date on them. I don't think the rock cares what we call it or how old it is. This geologic column does not exist.
Right. Okay. You're saying it literally doesn't exist anywhere, or doesn't exist.
Oh, I'm not saying
As it
the
ages.
Earth does have lots of layers. No question. We got them right here in our gravel pit in Alabama.
Okay.
But I'm saying they're not different ages, and those names they put on them are meaningless. There's no such thing as a Jurassic period. All of those layers were formed in one big flood in the days of Noah, or nearly all of them. Some layers formed today, but I'd say, I'll give it a pick a number and say 95% of the layers of the Earth were made in Noah's flood in 1 year. By the tide coming up and down and rushing back and forth, up, down, back, forth. Noah was in the ark for 880 tidal changes. And if you get a liquid covered planet like during Noah's flood, the tide becomes harmonic. It'll go up and down 200 feet instead of going up and down 5 feet like the tide does today. So the water's got to rush in to fill that bump. Google experiments in stratification by Guy Berthold or something. It's a French name. He shows it happening. When the water's moving sideways, it'll make 6 or 8 or 10 layers at the same time. The layers form this way, not this way. I'm sorry you were taught that the layers form this way. That's just logical nonsense. If the layers are forming this way, where's this material coming from? Go ahead.
Well, there are several places on Earth where the complete geologic column are found. Like the Tunisian Basin, the Oman Interior Basin. There's a Gandamese Basin in Libya. There are about 20 more. But
no, wait a minute, now, Jackson. There are several places on Earth where the layers are in the same age that they put in the book that they claim is a geologic column. Again, you can't. The rocks in those layers aren't talking, and you cannot prove. And the layers are neatly stacked like pancakes. There's no erosion marks between them. All those layers formed in 1 year.
Well, it's just a strange coincidence. I know you guys don't give much credence to radiometric dating, but the bottom layers come out older, and it goes steadily younger as you go up. And there are multiple dating.
Who taught you that?
Well, I've seen it in many places that you don't give much credence to radiometric dating.
Well, I understand how it works pretty well, whether you want to talk carbon-14, carbon-13, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium. We can talk about any one you'd like. I'm pretty versed on those, but all of the radiometric dating methods are based on some real obvious assumptions. If you walked into a room and found a candle burning on the table and I asked you, when was it lit? How long's the candle been burning? All you really could tell me scientifically is the current height of the candle and the current rate of burn. Let's suppose it's 7 inches tall and it's burning 1 inch an hour. I got 2 scientific facts. It is 7 inches tall. It's burning 1 inch an hour. We could all agree on that. Now, when was it lit? Well, now we got to go into some assumptions. How tall was it? Has it always burned at the same rate? Has there been any draft in the room that changed this thing? Was the candle skinnier and burned faster? We don't know. So radiometric dating, we can find a rock, we can determine the amount of potassium or the amount of carbon-14 or rubidium or strontium, whichever element you want to use. Yes, they can determine that pretty accurately. I don't argue with that. And they can determine how fast it decays. I don't argue with that. There's your 2 facts about the candle. 7 inches tall, burning 1 inch an hour. After that, it's guesswork. Has this fossil ever been contaminated? How much carbon-14 was in the atmosphere when that plant was alive? You can't know that. So you're taking today's carbon-14 concentration, 0.00026% or whatever it is, and assuming that that's what it was back then. You can't possibly know that. Tell you what, take me to a court of law. Let's have an honest judge and the jury. You say, I think carbon dating is accurate. I'll show the obvious assumptions. And any honest judge would say, folks, we don't know the age of anything by any of these by radiometric dating methods. Nobody, you can't tell. There's too many assumptions involved. Throw it out.
Well, you can cross-reference with radiometric dating methods, and use several methods, and they all come out cross-referenced. They come out to around a few percent of the same age. So I think that's just an incredible coincidence.
Well, I disagree with that statement. They cross-reference the radiometric dating with what?
Other radiometric dating methods.
Here's a rock. How old is this rock?
You can't tell from just looking at it.
Bingo. Can't tell. You'd have to make some assumptions. If you take a fossil, take this clam, petrified, closed clam, to any university and say, how old is it? Their first question will be, where did you find it? What difference does it make where I found it? I want to know how old it is. They say, oh, we have to know where you found it so we can give it a geologic age based upon the geologic column. See, the layers of the Earth, this geologic column, which does not exist, those layers are dated by the fossils they contain. And the fossils are dated by the layer they're found in. Complete circular reasoning. Your Honor, throw it all out. Baloney. Honest judge? Yep, you're right. Can't use that evidence. Fossils are fossils. Petrified clams are found probably by the trillions, and they're closed. I think it indicates they were buried quickly, buried alive. Well, if my theory is correct and the flood formed all this, the water coming up from Noah's flood and rushing in to fill the bump would bring in a layer of mud 50 feet thick in 10 seconds and would bury the clam beds alive. Why are petrified closed clams found on top of Mount Everest and on top of many of the mountains around the world? I can answer that. The Bible's true. The flood did it. So there's no such thing as a geologic column. There's no other way to corroborate the age of the rocks or fossils. Radiometric dating has real obvious assumptions. You'd have to throw that out. So even if the bones you found were X number 1,000 or million years old, you still don't know they had any children that lived or that were different than themselves. No farmer's ever seen this, Jackson. Nobody. It's not observable. It's not science. Science, what we can observe, study, test, demonstrate. Evolution is not science in any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I can answer why there are clams on the top of the Mount Everest. It's plate tectonics. It's not necessarily a global flood. So there are two explanations for that that work just fine depending on the way you look at it, I guess. But
that's not an explanation. That's a possible explanation. I agree the mountains are lifting up. I agree the plate tectonics, the Earth's crust is moving. I agree. I've never said, and I won't say, that the water was over Mount Everest during Noah's flood. Mount Everest was not there. Psalm 104 says at the end of the flood, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, the water rushed off. So at the end of the flood, the liquid-covered planet got rearranged by crustal movement, and the crust of the Earth is still moving around. I taught her science 15 years. There's major fault lines everywhere. San Andreas Fault, Hayward Fault, New Madrid Fault. None of them are my fault, but I've studied them, been there, looked at them. No question. But that doesn't prove it's been going on for millions of years. Rapid plate tectonics can happen where the crust, a section of the Earth the size of Texas, can tilt half a mile. The water's going to run off and make an ocean here and mountain range here. I think all the mountain ranges in the world follow the coastlines. Might not be just a coincidence. Maybe there was a flood. So I think you're finding these fossils. The argument tonight, the debate tonight, is about human evolution. My position is there is no evidence of any animal ever producing anything that was more human than itself. Dogs produce dogs. Cows produce cows. If any evidence of anything other than that, these fossils you're finding, or at least you're arranging in some kind of order, would not count as evidence at all anywhere. Not in honest court of law, anyway. Go ahead.
Well, kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, we can take questions.
What were you saying again?
I'm saying there is no evidence of any animal or plant producing anything other than its kind. So for you to say these fossils they found could do that is a religious belief on your part. We don't observe cows today produce non-cows or even 2% better cows. I mean, it's cow all the way, 100%. So you're arranging these fossils is not part of science. It's part of a religious prejudice.
Of course, nothing ever gave birth to something else, but each generation does have slightly different genetics. I mean, there's variation in the genome. There's, you have slight changes over one generation. Look down, a million generations, and what do you think it's going to look like?
All right. We have watched hundreds of generations of humans. People have observed it, and they're always human. We have been able in the laboratory to watch probably millions of generations of bacteria because they have a generation time of 20 minutes. They get born, grow up, get married, and have kids in 20 minutes. So you can watch bacteria over certainly hundreds of thousands of generations, and they always produce bacteria. Nothing else ever than a bacteria. Where are the 2-celled, 3-celled, 4-celled organisms And where is the evidence of any creature, bacteria to whale, producing something other than its kind? For you to say, oh, it happens slowly over generations, that's a religious belief, Jackson. You don't see that. That's not science. Sorry.
Well, I forget what the actual experiment's called, but the experiments with E. coli, and there are 6 cultures, I believe. I may be wrong about that. They are raising up and have been watching for thousands of generations. They think that one may be a different species now. They're not 100% sure on that, but one of them metabolizes some enzyme that the other ones can't. I forget what it is exactly, the details, but yeah, they're not the same as when they began.
So somebody's calling it a different species. Well, a dog and a wolf are a different species, but they're the same kind of animal. Okay. The Bible uses the word kind 20 times in the first 7 chapters, 10 times in the first chapter. So God said they'll bring forth after their kind. Is this creature you're talking about still this? Would a 4th grader or 4-year-old still call it the same kind? The fact that it's now able to metabolize some enzyme. So I don't like onions. My wife does. What does that prove? Nothing. Both still human. So I think the changes, you guys are desperately looking for any kind of evidence to support your theory that you already chose. You want to believe this. You want to believe that Jesus was lying when he said Adam was the first man. You really want to call him a liar. That's my guess. Go ahead.
Well, I don't feel any way about Jesus as a person. I think he had some good teachings. I'm not looking to make him a liar. I just think what's in the Bible is not literally true.
But that's my point. You don't want the Bible to be literally true for whatever reason. And so you've chosen to believe, capital B, believe, this evolution story that they're telling. Well, that's fine. But I wish you guys would admit it's a religious belief and a choice on your part instead of calling it science when it's not.
Well, when multiple religions accept evolution, how do you have 2 religions? I mean, that doesn't really make any sense. You can't be, I mean, Catholics accept evolution. How are you a Catholic and an evolutionist if evolution is religion?
A religion is something people believe in without scientific evidence to support it, would be a rough general definition. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow, but you believe a cow came from a bacteria. What the charts show, I can show you again if you like. They show this. All of us came from a single-celled creature. I say that's not science. 8998, Alt-DV. Do you believe this chart from the textbook? I forgot to put which textbook it came from. Do you believe this is accurate, that a single-celled ancestor is the ancestor of everything alive today? Starfish, grasshoppers, worms, mollusks. Do you believe that chart represents scientific evidence, or is that a religious belief?
Well, the chart is kind of an oversimplification, but yes, we did come from a single-celled organism.
Okay. Where is the evidence of any single-celled organism producing anything other than a single-celled organism? We've watched bacteria for tens of thousands of generations. It didn't work. They're still bacteria.
They recently found a fossil of Bicellum braceri, I think it's called, which is the first multicellular organism ever found in the fossil record, about 1 billion years old. Has 2 types of differentiated cells, the first step up from what would be called a single-celled organism. So,
hold it. If you found a fossil, you don't know that it's related to the single-celled organism. You don't know that it produced anything other than its kind. Let's do this in the laboratory. Get a bunch of single-celled organisms. You can use amoeba, paramecium, bacteria, whatever you want to use, and turn it to something else. They've even tried with all kinds of things to turn it to something else, and it won't do it. So it's not science. That's all.
Well, creationists didn't used to accept speciation until we proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt. But
wait, I'm trying to hear that part. You proved what beyond the shadow of a doubt?
Speciation.
Well, I would not use the word species. I'd use the word kind. Like I said, a dog and a wolf are different species. They're the same kind of animal. Show me something. It's just because some scientist decided oh, this is far enough different than the original, we're going to call it a new species. They can no longer interbreed, like the sparrows around the north polar region. The sparrows in Russia cannot interbreed with the sparrows in Alaska, or they normally don't interbreed. They probably could if if they got desperate, but they're still sparrow. That's the ring species. They say at the extension of the ring species, they cannot interbreed. So it's still the same kind. Darwin saw 14 varieties of finches on the Galapagos Islands. There's still a finch, Charlie, a bird. That's not evidence for any evolution. But you guys are so desperate for evidence, you'll jump on anything like that. So the fact that somebody decided to call it a new species, I don't care. It's still the same kind. Show me something. This chart shows single-celled ancestor turning into everything today. Wow. Well, where's the science? Do that in a laboratory. I don't want to see a fossil. That doesn't mean anything. Where's it happening today?
Well, where do we draw the line at kind? Is it a family, genus? Where is it?
King Philip came over for Girl Scouts. Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Go ahead.
Right, but where do we draw the line?
Oh, I don't know.
At where kind is?
I don't think anybody knows. There's not a good definition of species that's airtight either. What
That's
exactly
true.
do you mean by species? Dog and a wolf are different species, but they're interfertile. So they can't use that. Dog, wolf, coyote, hyena might have all had a common ancestor. Still look like a dog. That's not proof that dogs are related to bananas.
Let me jump in here real quick, gentlemen. We've got about 1 minute left on the discussion portion, plus hundreds of questions. But Jackson, I don't want to cut you off. So Jackson, make I guess your final point there, and we'll kind of go from there. We'll start winding it down, move into the closings in just a minute. Go ahead, Jackson.
Honestly, I forgot what I was going to say. You can go ahead.
Okay. Great discussion, gentlemen. Time's flying by. We've got a great audience, over 300 people with a ton of great questions, all pertaining to the topic. But just so we can wrap up our thoughts, wrap up final points, address anything that we feel might be left hanging, let's do 5-minute closing statements. Jackson, since you were the affirmative and you started us off in this debate, let's hand it to you. You've got 5 minutes for a closing statement, and then we'll hand it to Kent for his 5-minute closing statement.
All right. I feel like this debate kind of went on a tangent a few times. We've been talking a lot about theology and about unrelated stuff, but just basically, I feel it went pretty well. I mean, I'm not going to call myself a winner. I'm not going to call Kent Hovind a winner. I'm biased. I don't know who won. It's for the audience to decide. But I'm just going to say, go back over some of what Kent said. I think it's possible to believe in evolution and be a Christian. We're still apes. I mean, there's not a half ape or a half man. A lot of what Kent spoke of were oversimplifications or misrepresentations. There's no such thing as a fully human or a fully ape. Neanderthals he mentioned that, and I didn't really get to respond. We differ by them by 202 mitochondrial base pairs. So we are not the same species. He was talking about Neanderthal brow ridges indicating their old age. But even young Neanderthals had highly pronounced brow ridges. And we can tell they were young because they're either very small or they had very low amount of wear on their teeth. But that's pretty much all I want to address. I think the debate went pretty well. I had fun, regardless of the outcome. So I'll hand it over to Ken.
All right. Thank you, Jackson, for that closing statement. Just looking at the questions that we've got saved, we're going to have an awesome audience Q&A. So Kent, we're going to hand it over to you. Brother, you've got 5 minutes for a closing statement whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. His statement that I used oversimplifications and misrepresentation, let me translate that for the average audience. That means he's claiming I lied. Okay, he's claiming the same thing about Jesus, that Jesus lied. God said in the beginning, he created the heaven and the earth. Jackson thinks he lied about that. That God didn't do it. In the beginning was the Word. Jesus was the Word. Jesus created all things. We talked about that. Jesus answered and said unto them, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Was that a misrepresentation? Was God lying? Would he oversimplify it? No, it's the truth. My position is very clear. The Bible is scientifically accurate. It is the correct way of how we got here. There's no logical explanation for how the world got here to begin with, how life got started, and how all these different varieties came about. God created them. And they've been, ever since he made them, they've been producing after their kind. They've been making a lot of variations. There's now, several different colors of humans, but they're still human. Some have curly hair, some have straight hair. They're still hair. No, none are growing feathers. So I think the evidence shows clearly that, like Jesus said, from the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. He didn't. That's not a misrepresentation. That's how it happened. So my position is just like I started. I think the Bible is true. God made the world in 6 days. It was destroyed by a flood. And the scoffers in the last day, let's see slide number 971 here. The scoffers in the last days are ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. I would be very concerned for Jackson or anyone who takes his position when you die and have to stand before God. And he's going to say, look, I wrote it in a book and millions of people died over the centuries so you could have a copy of that book in your hand. Why didn't you believe it? It's very simple. God created the heaven and the earth. And God made life. God breathed into the dust and made Adam come alive. I think God can take dirt and make a human. I don't think dirt can make a human out of it by itself. I think man can take metal out of the ground and make a car. I don't think metal in the ground can make a car by itself. So my position is the same. Jesus made everything. And I accepted him as my Savior 53 years ago, and I'm going to heaven. Not that I deserve it, but I'm going because I'm forgiven. I'd like you all to watch it to get forgiven and go to heaven with me. Go ahead, brother. That's it.
All right, brother. Thank you for that concluding statement and final words. Fantastic debate. Time really flies by. We've got a great audience. Jackson as well. Thank you so much for your concluding statement. Matt as well, you're a blessing, brother, because I know that chat was wild and you did a great job saving these hundreds of questions. So we'll get through as many as we can. So I apologize ahead of time if we don't get to your question. Now, what we do on this channel is whoever the question is for, okay, they obviously get to respond first, but then we're going to give the other debater a chance to respond and add their thoughts. In order to move along smoothly, what we'll do is we'll give the whoever got the question, they get the last word. So that being said, Matt, since you saved the questions, we can take turns kind of asking them, but I'll let you pick the first question.
Okay. I will be doing all the super chats. I think there was about 9 or 10 of them there. So I just kind of went in order as much as I could, with the first one being from Logical, Probable, Possible. And it is for both of you. If dogs always produce dogs and cats always produce cats, why do some human theists manage to produce atheists? Is this proof of evolution, perhaps? Question for Kent, I guess, first, or Jackson, whoever wants to take it, really.
I'll be glad to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, some human Christians produce atheist children. I think anybody with a brain would categorize their body as still human. They may have devolved in their brain to where they believe they came from a rock a little bit, but their body is still 100% human.
All right, Jackson. Actually, Jackson, you might be muted.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, any demographic can produce any other demographic of people. I mean, a Muslim can give birth to an atheist. Well, not everyone's born an atheist, technically. They become an atheist later in life. Or, an atheist family can have a child that becomes a Muslim, It's just how it goes. It just depends on what that individual sees as true. I guess it's really up to them.
All right. SFT, did you want to ask the next one? I'll just erase it from mine if you wanted to just choose one. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, let me I'm just picking questions at random since we've got a ton here. So this one comes in from Dwayne Burke. I appreciate the super chat, Dwayne Burke. He says, so I guess, again, it's a question for both. He says fossils are not evidence of transitioning animals because the fossils could be a pre-existing kind of animal, or B, an undiscovered kind of animal. It seems like it's kind of more directed at you, Jackson. So let's start with you on that one.
All right. Well, again, we're back to kinds and what that means. But there are some transitions that are so obvious between a couple of different lineages, but it seems that there's really no other explanation. Like Myocetus in the whale, in the land to sea transition for whales. There are so many features. Its head is basically that of a basilosaurus, but its body is that of a basically fully land animal. There just aren't really a lot of explanations for animals like that.
All right, go ahead, Kent.
Well, I think the question was well worded, if I understand what he said. But yes, if you find a fossil that looks to be halfway between one and another, like Jackson said, halfway between a whale and something else. Okay, we find a fossil that's halfway between, by somebody's definition. It could be an animal that's gone extinct that never was that wasn't changing anything else. Is a bicycle halfway between a unicycle and a tricycle? No, it's a bicycle. It's designed to be a bicycle. It has two wheels. So if there were a fossil found that somebody wants to say, oh, this is halfway transition from this to this, that's all happening in their imagination because they lined them up to change from one to another. We never see any animal change to another kind of animal. Whales have baby whales every time, no exception. Whales came from whale mom and dad. I bet their grandparents were whales too. I bet you can go way back as far as you want. It's a whale. Now, if you wish to imagine that it was something else, you're outside of science at that point. So I think you're right. If you found a fossil that looked to be exactly 50% halfway between two different creatures, you could not prove it wasn't just an extinct animal just recently now discovered by this fossil. Good question.
All right, I appreciate that answer, Jackson and Kent. Since I guess it was kind of directed at both of you, why don't we hand it to Matt? Matt, go ahead and pick the next question.
All right. It will be just a random statement because it was a super chat. It will be from Logical Probable Possible again. He said the after show will be on his channel. There will be a link in the description box. And a question from George Bond for Jackson. How does a caterpillar without sexual organs create a butterfly in small incremental steps?
Well, it's one individual metamorphosing into something else. It's not really evolution or creation. So I don't really understand what the point they're making is.
Okay, we could just move on to another one.
Unless, Kent, if you wanted to add anything.
I think the butterfly is designed and is amazing. I praise God for the butterfly and the moth, and the fact that they can come from a caterpillar, I think is just, God did that kind of stuff just so someday he can get the evolutionists up in front and say, guys, you should have listened. The evidence for intelligent designer is everywhere. For a caterpillar to turn to a butterfly is amazing. I mean, stunning. I don't have a problem giving God the glory. I don't have to look for some stupid explanation for how it came from a rock. I just say, God made butterflies, did a good job.
Jackson, unless you wanted a final word since it was your question, and then we can, we'll have Matt pick the next one.
Well, I think it's amazing too. I just, have a different view on what it means, I guess.
Okay, go ahead, Matt. Next question, brother.
All right. Super chat for Kent then. From Cedric Saunders. It is, I would like to have a debate with you on the veracity of the Inca stones depicting non-avian dinosaurs cohabited with man. If you're game, I'll send you my contact info.
If I understood what you're saying, he wants to have a debate on the Ica stones. Is that what he said?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I have they're in Pensacola now, 8 of the Ica stones. Thousands have been found. Ica Peru is what they're talking about, ICA. Many books have been written on the topic, and many of these stones seem to clearly depict dinosaurs and humans together. But we don't need those stones. If the Bible is correct that man brought death into the world, nothing died till Adam sinned. Dinosaurs had to live with Adam and Eve. God said he made everything in 6 days. Everything. Dinosaurs had to live with Adam and Eve. Nothing died before man sinned. So reptiles never stopped growing, never. And it's very clear from the Bible, at least, that before the flood came, people lived to be 900 years old. I mean, that's what the book says. You can read Genesis chapter 5. So if you take an animal like a reptile that never stops growing and let him live to be 900 years old, it's going to be a dinosaur. Slide number 1062. Hang on. Alt DV 1062. I like PowerPoint. Okay. So this is from the Bible. Adam will live to be 930. Everybody before the flood's living 900 years. So the Christian perspective is dinosaurs lived from Adam up until the flood. Noah would have taken dinosaurs on the ark, probably babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. And after the flood, when lifespans dropped off, this was problematic for the creatures that they can't live as long now. Some probably went extinct because they couldn't even live long enough to reach maturity. And so probably the big ones, died off within the couple hundred years, right away after the flood. So to find dinosaurs carved on rocks and stories of people living with dragons, I covered that for 2 hours on my video number 3, all about dinosaurs that lived with man. So my position is dinosaurs lived with Adam and Eve. Whether Ica stones are accurate or not, I think they are, but it really wouldn't matter because there's so much other evidence. There might even be some dinosaurs alive today. There have been thousands of sightings of creatures like Mokele Mbembe in the Congo swamp. That certainly the natives, you show the natives over there a dinosaur who've never been to school to study evolution and say, what is this? They'll say, oh, Mokele Mbembe. Don't get close. He's not friendly. Just watch my video number 3. I cover all that. So I do believe the Ica stones are correct and accurate. Some probably have been fakes and frauds. I mean, there's fake $100 bills too. Doesn't prove they're, well, I guess those are all fake, but never mind. That's a different story. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kent. Jackson, if you wanted a quick response or add anything, go ahead.
All right. Well, the man who discovered the Inca stones, or some of the Inca stones anyway, admitted that some of them at least were frauds. And even Answers in Genesis doesn't use those anymore. And talking about Mokele and Mbembe, I saw a video of some pygmies in the area shown a picture of a rhino, and they said that's Mokele and Mbembe. So I don't think they really know what Mokele and Mbembe is. I think if they see an elephant, they'll say that's Mokele and Mbembe. They see a rhino, they'll say that's Mokele and Mbembe. I mean, I don't think it necessarily means it's a brachiosaurus.
Thank you, Jackson. Kent, question was for you. You get the last word.
Yeah, I don't work for AIG. Probably a good thing. They'd fire me, but I do believe that Ica stones are legitimate. And I think, but again, it's irrelevant to the discussion. The Bible says clearly, God made everything in 6 days. If dinosaurs lived before man, millions of years before man, then clearly that's calling the Bible a lie. And Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. So they're calling Jesus a liar. So you can't have both. You can't say, oh, I believe the Bible and I believe dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. The dinosaurs lived with man. They just called them different names. The word dinosaur wasn't made up till 1841 by Richard Owen, meaning terrible lizard, terrible reptile.
All right. Thank you, Kent. Matt, go ahead. Pick the next question.
Super chat for you, Standing for Truth. Can you bring on Dr. Stephen Meyer?
Stephen Meyer, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll reach out. That'd be a ton of fun. Go ahead.
Another one for you. Does Matt Powell have any upcoming debates?
We are working on a couple. Nothing official yet. So I recommend his debate with Dr. Kenny Rhodes, which I think was about a month ago, if anyone's interested.
Okay. Another question, I guess it'll be for both of you, but it's directed at Jackson. Are you willing to admit that you put your faith strictly in evolutionary professors and reject those PhDs who disagree with them in favor of young Earth creation?
Well, there are very few PhDs who disagree with them, but I mean, yeah, I don't really put faith in anyone. I look at the evidence myself, and it looks legitimate. I'll say it looks legitimate. If it doesn't, I'll admit it and say this looks kind of silly. So that's basically my answer to that. I'm not following people like they're priests or something. So.
Okay. And that would be really hard for Kent to answer. So I think I should go on to the next one.
Well, no, I got one comment on that.
Okay.
The nation of China has about 4 times as many people as we do. Okay, it's huge. And they teach communism in their school system exclusively. Communism is good. That's the only system they teach. I think all of the doctors and PhDs and even postdoctoral students and professors in China would teach communism's good. Therefore, does that make communism good because the majority believe it, or because all the peer-reviewed articles in China glorify communism and say capitalism is bad? The fact that many PhDs in America accept evolution is immaterial, doesn't matter. The fact that all the PhDs in Muslim countries teach Islam is wonderful, that doesn't make it true. It just proves they got control of the system, that's all. So the fact that the atheists and evolutionists have current control of our education system doesn't make it true, just means they got majority opinion, that's all.
Okay. Another super chat then. This one was from a person who challenged you to a debate. Kent, this is why are you interrupting Jackson? Your debates are supposed to be on one topic at a time without interruptions. Are you violating your own rules?
Well, I'm going to jump in there real quick. I don't think there was any interruptions. Let's be careful to not ask. It seemed, because we have such a big audience, there's a lot of questions that'll come in that are just not relevant to it. I thought the discussion went cordial. Of course, Kent, if he's coming at you, feel free to respond. But Matt, let's make sure we get to questions that are kind of related to the topic, the most important ones.
These were timed. This isn't a time back and forth. This is a debate. I just thought that was funny. He's angry. But okay, next.
Well, go ahead. Let Kent respond if he wants. But yeah, let's do our best to get to the important questions.
Well, I think the one that asked the question is scratching the bottom of the barrel. They're desperate to find something to pin on me because they certainly can't argue with the logic. Dogs produce dogs, without exception. Fossils don't count at all. You can't argue with that. So let's say he interrupted. Okay, well, move on.
It sounds like he's just triggered or angry for
exactly right.
Okay, Matt, let's choose a good question pertaining to the topic. I know we got 100 there, so
yeah, we got a lot more. Stacy Flores, another super chat. They didn't say who this was for, but I believe it was for Jackson. Since evolution is always seemingly improving organisms, like their chart shows, what are humans going to evolve into? Are we improving, and what is the evidence?
It's not necessarily improving, but yeah, it's just descent with modification. We are still evolving. I mean, anything that continues to have offspring is going to evolve. But what we're evolving into is, impossible to say. I mean, you really can't look into the future,
Right. Ken, do you have anything to say on that one?
I think that's ludicrous what he said, and anything with offspring is going to evolve. This shows his incredible faith and his brainwashing program that he swallowed hook, line, and sinker. Nothing that produces offspring is going to evolve. Grass produces grass, cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. It doesn't happen, Jackson. You're dreaming. Sorry they brainwashed you.
All right. Now we're going to drop into no more super chats. Now we just have a whole list to go through. Jackson, you got a ton. So we're going to go back and forth for a little while, and then I just run out of questions for Kent, and Jackson, you've got the floor after that. So first one for Jackson from Fred Smith. Considering all the necessary parts for a living cell to exist at the same time, how did evolution ever get its start?
Well, cells used to be much more simple. Like cyanobacteria, they're much more simple than, say, E. coli bacteria. And the fossil record shows organisms like cyanobacteria were first. Yeah, a cell is complex, but the organelles, for example, mitochondria and chloroplasts, evidently were not always part of our cells. They formed a symbiotic relationship with our cells hundreds of millions of years ago to form what our cells are today. So, I mean, you can laugh at that, but that's what the evidence shows. So that's really all I have to say.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Ken.
A single cell is more complicated than the space shuttle. There is no such thing as a simple life form. If it's alive, it's complicated. If it's able to reproduce, it's really complicated. So this is what he demonstrated was clearly a religious belief that he holds to and an example of the brainwashing he succumbed to. And there is no such thing as a simple life form. There is no evidence of any single cell, multi-cell, plant, animal, anything ever producing other than its kind. Exactly what God said would happen.
All right.
Jackson, that was your question. You get the last word. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's a borderline ad hominem to say I'm brainwashed or I'm, something like along those lines. I think it's gone a little bit too far, but whatever. I mean, yeah, that's really all I have to say.
Okay. Question for Kent. Why can't God create creatures that evolve?
Oh, I'm sure he could. He didn't, though.
Good one. All right. Jackson, anything to comment?
Not really. It's kind of a funny comment.
Yeah, that was a good one. All right. Question for you then, Jackson. Can mitochondrial Eve be traced to apes?
Well, considering we're still an ape, yes. I guess is my answer.
Okay. Kent?
I guess similar short answer.
Well, for him to say we are still an ape, I guess he can speak for himself. I am not, never have been. I'm human.
All right. Question for, wait, who was that one for? Okay, that was for Jackson. So Dr. Dino, question for Dr. Dino by Saved by Grace. Kind of off the topic of human evolution, but it says gas giants, planets like Jupiter and Saturn, radiate more energy than the planets receive from the sun. Is this powerful evidence for a recent origin?
There are thousands of lines of evidence that would lead us to believe the universe cannot possibly be billions of years old. If I told you this ink pen was 4,000 years old, I think you could quickly prove I was wrong because the ballpoint mechanism wasn't developed until 50 years ago. Oh, good idea. Okay. I think you could quickly prove my 4,000-year age for this ink pen is wrong. I think I could quickly prove the age of the Earth that they're claiming, 4.6 billion years, is wrong. The gas giants that are radiating heat. Pluto still has warm. I mean, that's way out there, 39 astronomical units away. If you want to call it a planet, I still do. The moon is getting further from the Earth. The sun is burning up its fuel. It's burning up 5 million tons a second. You just can't keep doing that forever. You're going to burn up your fuel source. So I cover on my video number 1 quite a few different scientific ways to show this universe cannot possibly be billions of years old. They might need billions of years for them to believe their theory. Okay. You can't have it. It's not available. The gas giants, the guys people are talking about, is one of hundreds of examples that this universe cannot be billions of years old. Can't be.
Okay. Jackson, you want to counter that?
Yeah. As for the gas giants, they're not taking into account radioactive decay in the core and the pressure and the heat they're retaining. So, and for Pluto is tidally locked with its moon Charon, and they kind of basically circle each other. Charon is so large, and that produces a large amount of tidal heating. So that's why Pluto still has some heat to it. And the sun still has a couple billion years of life before it starts running out of hydrogen and starts expanding. So that's all I really have to say.
Well,
Go ahead.
My
Final word.
quick response. were these gas giants, including all the other planets, including all the stars, were they all in a dot smaller than a period on a page? That's what evolution teaches.
That's not what evolution teaches. That's more cosmology. But no, that's not.
Okay.
Hydrogen was the first element to come about. So to say Jupiter was in that dot, it doesn't really make any sense. It was really
I
just
agree, it
energy
doesn't
at
make any
first.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, it doesn't make any
the way
sense. But do
it's
you believe Jupiter was in that dot that rapidly expanded?
I believe the energy that would someday make Jupiter was in that dot.
So that little dot, smaller than a proton, contained all the matter and all the energy to make Jupiter. Is that your position?
It contained more energy than matter at that point. Matter kind of came about, hydrogen first, then helium, then produced stars, and those formed the heavier elements. That's what is actually taught.
I know that's what's taught. I'm saying that's dumb. But go ahead.
All right.
Well, it's not what you said it was taught.
I appreciate the back and forth. Matt, a couple super chats just came in, so let me put it up on screen, brother.
Sure.
And then we'll get to the next question. So this one comes in from Stacy Flores. I appreciate it. $5 super chat. Questions for you, Jackson. So Stacy says, Jackson, what do you think about evolution and survival of the fittest? And how does this apply to humans? Would this be an invitation to eugenics? Survival of the fittest, that is. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, the term survival of the fittest wasn't really even coined by anyone of significance in the evolutionary theory, but it kind of caught on anyway. But it just means an animal adapted to its environment. It doesn't mean better than the other animals. It means, or one human's better than another human because it has some feature. So no, I don't think it's has anything to do with eugenics.
All right. I appreciate that, Jackson. Dr. Hovind, if you wanted to add anything to that or make any points, go ahead.
Real quickly, in my video number 5 called The Dangers of Evolution, this is exactly what I teach, and I believe that evolution theory does indeed lead straight to eugenics. The Dangers of Evolution, that's the one they put me in prison 9 years for making that DVD. So yes, if the survival of the fittest is true, well, then those that are less fit deserve to die. And that leads straight to Adolf Hitler. You just decide who's the strongest and best, and let's kill the rest of them. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegian and German are the best, according to Hitler. So everybody else ought to die. Yes, evolution is the foundation philosophy behind communism, socialism, Marxism, eugenics, abortion, lots of what I would call serious evils in this world. It's a philosophy that underlies all of those. It's evil. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Jackson, super chat was for you. You can have a quick final word, and then we'll throw it back to Matt. Matt, you can ask the next question.
Well, Hitler says many times he gives credit to God, and then so I could just easily say he did it because of God, but that would be dishonest. I don't think that at all. But that's really all I have to say.
All right. We have a question now for who started that? Was that question for Jackson, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so this one will be from Call Me Emo for Kent. If fossils can't be used to show how organisms have changed, why do you use fossils to show how organisms were, for an example, larger in the past? That one was for Kent. So I can reword it if you like.
They're saying that was for me?
Yes. Yeah.
Fossils can't be used to prove anything other than something died. I think the very existence of fossils is evidence of a flood. How many animals died today in the world? Millions. How many are going to fossilize? None. Fossilization requires very special conditions, rapid burial, and oftentimes fossils are found completely articulated. All the bones are still in position. I mean, when an animal dies today, the buzzards and the coyotes and the ants haul it all over the place. You don't find it all fully assembled. So the existence of fully articulated fossil skeletons is a clear indication rapid burial, and the fossils are found by the billions. I think there was a flood, made nearly all of them. No fossils are forming today in any significant numbers, if at all. So yeah, fossils are great evidence of the flood, not for evolution.
All right, let me get to this next question, actually, that came in from Sam Jenkins. Sam, I appreciate it. Sam's associated with the creation research team of John Mackay, the creation guy, and Joseph Hubbard. So I appreciate your support and question, Sam. So this question's for you, Jackson. He asked, what is your answer to the fact that real human footprints, in brackets he puts, proved using imaging analysis, have been found in Cretaceous limestone? And just make sure you unmute yourself, Jackson.
All right. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I would doubt that seriously if they've been found in Cretaceous limestone. But so I'm not sure what he's referring to. So I can't really speak much on that. I wouldn't say I doubt it.
Kent, did you want to add anything?
Well, I think there's no such thing as Cretaceous limestone. I think human footprints are found in multiple layers all over the world, sometimes some really big ones. I mean, really big human footprints indicating what the Bible teaches. Man was living to be nearly 1,000 years old and probably was much bigger than we are today. Evolution theory has man starting off small like a chimpanzee and slowly getting bigger, better, stronger, smarter. Bible has man starting off with Adam and Eve, perfect, yes, getting worse and dumber and believing we came from a rock. So yeah, I think that there's no such thing as Cretaceous, and I think human footprints are found in multiple layers. If somebody chooses to call it Cretaceous, they can, but human footprints are found in limestone. That's because there was a flood. They were running all over trying to get away from the thing, and finally ended up couldn't swim long enough.
All right, I appreciate that, Kent. Jackson, question was for you. Go ahead, final word.
Well, I think if they've been made in a flood, wouldn't the flood have just washed the footprints away immediately? I mean, to make these kind of footprints in the limestone, you need soft ground. You need to make the footprint. It needs to dry out. So I don't see how a flood like that could have produced it.
Matt, I just put the next question. We're going to start winding it down with the last couple questions. We are coming up at the hour and 45-minute mark. Great questions from the audience. This has been a ton of fun. I appreciate the super stickers, super chats flying in. Matt, go ahead.
Okay. Question for Jackson from Redefined Living. What is the empirical methodology for establishing ancestral relations with mineralized fossils in the geologic column?
Well, it's pretty complicated. You can't just say, and they've reclassified things many times in human evolution because it's not always clear what's leading to what. I was reading something today. They've grouped a couple of species into the same species. I forget what they called it, but yeah, it's a tangled web. And it's I'm not going to sit here and say it's very clear, but it is apparent that it did happen.
Ken, did you want to say anything on that one?
No comment.
Okay. Since most of the questions are going to be for Jackson, I'm sorry, can't no more pop in for you, but you can still answer. So this one came from Hugh Gadam. Question for does Jackson think that Aboriginal Australians are closer to apes?
No, I don't. That's just a racist idea that people had in the early 20th century, mid 20th century. And no, that's not what anyone thinks today. If you're not a total racist, anyway.
Okay. Kent?
I think historically it's quite obvious that the evolutionists did use that theory to say the Aborigines were inferior and killed off thousands of them. Yes, well, it's not true, they're not inferior, but that's what the theory of evolution leads to. Eugenics, to mass murder. It's a philosophy that motivated Hitler and Stalin and all these, yes, it's an evil theory. It's a philosophy that only the strongest have a right to survive.
All right. SFT, did you want to
Sure. Yeah, we'll wind it down with this last question. So we've got a ton of questions to choose from, guys. I want to thank you again for tagging us and sending in your questions. This has been a great debate, but we got to end it somewhere. And I want to respect Kent and Jackson's time. Great endurance from the both of you. So here is the final question that we will get to. This one comes in from Den Tietjen. Hope I said that right. Question for Jackson. Jackson, Den asks you, how can scrambling existing DNA information create a new biochemical pathway or nanomachines with many components in order to make evolution possible?
Well, again, it takes many small steps to make a big change. It's not all at once. So that's what I've been saying this whole debate. That's basically all I have to say. It's just many small steps.
All right, I appreciate the answer. Dr. Hovind, if you wanted to add anything or make any final points.
Yeah, I think once again, he demonstrated his faith in a religion that many small steps can do something that nobody's ever observed. Evolution is religion, it's not science. And I've been working hard all day and I'm tired and I've been drinking water for 2 hours. I'm ready to quit. Go potty.
All right, I appreciate it. Jackson, Kent, again, thanks you for your time. And Matt, thank you for being here to gather all of these questions, because I think I would have been lost moderating and gathering the questions too. So final words, final thoughts. Actually, Kent, we'll let you get going. And Jackson, again, thank you so much. Matt, thank you as well. Last thing I'll say before we shut it down, Logical, Plausible, Probable has an open mic after show that is going to take place as soon as this debate ends. All right, looks like we are live. Everybody, welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here tonight for this important and epic debate. This is the round 2 between Dr. Kent Hovind and Jackson Roe. The topic for tonight is Noah's Ark and Noah's Flood, fact or fiction. Kent, Jackson, thank you for being here tonight, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right, I appreciate it. I'm excited for this, and the audience is as well. We've already got a good chat, and we will be having an audience Q&A, everybody. So please tag me with your questions at Standing for Truth. Also, if you're not yet subscribed, but you love debates, interviews, discussions, and more on all sorts of topics, make sure to hit that subscribe button. So before I go over the format and we get into the opening statements, I do want to kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit. Again, Kent and Jackson, thanks for being here. Why don't we start with you, Jackson? Jackson, a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your channel. And yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
All right. Well, I'm just into science. I've been my whole life. I have a channel under my name. Haven't been too active on it the last week or so. I've been sick, but I did do a video with Aaron Raw, actually, about transitional fossils. So you guys should check that out if you want to see some pretty compelling evidence, I think. But yeah, it's pretty much all I've been up to lately. So hand it over to Kent for his intro.
Thank you, Jackson. Kent, over to you. How you been? What's going on over at Dow, and a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm doing great. We're building a Christian campground in Dinosaur Adventureland, it's called, in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles, population 35. Little bitty town. We're having a blast out here. We got 140 acres, 16 lakes for fishing and swimming, and a science center. It's about 12,000 square feet of cool science experiments, and it's all free. Come on down. Help us build the place. And we believe the Bible is true. Evolution is stupid, dangerous, actually. And we do a lot of debates and discussion on that. We have our materials on quite a few channels. We've got my DVD series in 42 languages, and they go all over the world. You can get those, covering a variety of topics. We're on all kinds of different platforms now, besides YouTube, but Rumble and TikTok. Well, I don't even know what half of these are, but Matt's getting us on all of them. So go to drdino.com, DRDINO, and you can see all the stuff, information about us on there. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Hovind. Thanks for the introductions. Kent and Jackson, thanks to Brother Matt Powell for all the hard work he's doing, getting you on all those different platforms. So that's awesome. Let's go over the format, though, before we get into the opening statements. For the audience sake, we are going to be having a formal, semi-formal, informal debate. We're going to be having roughly 12-minute opening statements, 6-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, about a 25 or 30-minute open discussion where the debaters are going to ask each other questions pertaining to the topic for tonight, then a 5-minute closing statement, and then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have a short audience Q&A. So again, make sure you're tagging me with your questions, and that way I won't miss them. So again, the topic for tonight is Noah's Ark and Noah's Flood, fact or fiction, and we are going to hand it over to Jackson. Jackson, you are going to kick us off tonight with your opening statement. And you have up to 12 minutes. Whatever you don't use, Jackson, no worries. We'll throw into the discussion or audience Q&A portion.
All right. Got pretty much the same notes from the Queen debate I did, so it should take probably, I might not have enough time, but we'll see. All right. Let's get started then.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, Jackson, the floor is, if you go a minute over, that's completely fine, because what we'll do anyways is give Kent equal time. So,
all right. So I think the Ark and the flood story are not literal, but I don't think that disproves a God, even the God of the Bible. That's not what I'm here arguing against. Now, the structure of the Ark for wood gets a little bit difficult, especially over 300 feet. And the Ark was at least 450 feet, some say 500 feet, depending on what a cubit is. And 80 feet wide, 50 feet tall. For comparison, the Wyoming was 350 feet and had to avoid rough seas because of its structure. And I think we can agree that a global flood would have been very rough seas. But even in calm waters, it leaked and had to have a mechanical pump to expel water. The Wyoming also had 90 iron cross braces to keep it steady, but even then it still flexed. It eventually did sink in a storm after years at sea, but the Ark would have simply broken apart, would have had no metal support structure, it would have had no pump, and it was much larger. Answers in Genesis Ark encounter even had to use 95 tons of steel plates and bolts. And another large ship from history, the Pretoria, was 330 feet long. It had to use steel keelson plates and arches, a steel support structure, and you had to use a pump as well. And it was in one of the Great Lakes, I forget which one. Wood decay. Pressure-treated telephone poles, for example, last for about 40 years. Answers in Genesis estimates it took 55 to 75 years for the Ark to be constructed. This would mean the Ark would have been rotting out as it was being built. So by the time it was completed, the frame would have been collapsing, basically. Get my other notebook. Now, rapid plate tectonics, that's what most creationists seem to believe, that all the continents were joined at the start of the flood and rapidly moved apart. The energy for that would have been ridiculous. It would have just evaporated the oceans. So I don't think that's a very good working hypothesis. Geology, evaporite deposits can't be formed all in one flood event. And these are found through all strata. The same goes for volcanic ash layers and lava flows. Same goes for limestone. Shale is formed in calm waters. And aeolian deposits are formed on land, which obviously can't be formed in water. Now, zoology. Most creationists will say that either the family or the genus level, most say family, I think, would have been on the Ark to keep numbers down. And I'll go into why I think it would have been species here in a minute. But inbreeding would have been a huge problem. And genetic diversity of animals today shows the opposite of what we would expect. For example, orcas have a very low genetic diversity, which doesn't make sense, as they should have had a fairly large population living in the ocean, where forest elephants have an unexpectedly high genetic diversity. So the opposite of what we would expect. Cheetahs have a very low genetic diversity, showing they were once down to maybe just a few individuals. But if that's the case, why would every mammal, every vertebrate, not show signs of similar inbreeding? Now, animals that do poorly in captivity, like the pangolin is a good example. The pink fairy armadillo is another one. They have specialized diets. They stress out. The pink fairy armadillo, for example, usually doesn't even survive capture, but after that, it dies after days. Dietary requirements, things like koalas would have had to have eaten eucalyptus. They can eat other leaves, but it's rare. But in any case, you have to have a year's worth of fresh leaves for the koalas. And let's see. Humidity on the ark would have been a huge problem. For species like tent and geometric tortoises, for example, the high humidity would have simply given them respiratory infections and killed them within a matter of weeks. And bringing two of every gender doesn't make a lot of sense for some animals, like parthenogenic and hermaphrodite animals. Whiptail lizards are all parthenogenic, all female. So are brominy blind snakes. Animals like snails, they're hermaphrodites. So you bring two of those or just one. Invertebrates would drown. Some creationists say they wouldn't have had to have been on the ark, but logically they really would have. Most of them have short lifespans. Monarch butterflies, for example, live for 6 weeks. So you would have had to breed them and care for their eggs and larvae. So the longest living butterfly species lived for 13 months, but they would have had nothing to have eaten outside of the ark, so they would have died anyway. So some form of butterfly would have had to have been on the ark. Plants being submerged for a year would have killed most plant species, except your more salt-tolerant ones like mangroves, coconuts, things like that. So those should be the dominant plants on Earth right now. Parasitaxis usta, a species of pine in New Caledonia, is a parasite of only one other tree species, also endemic to New Caledonia. How did their seeds find each other after the ark, assuming the seeds didn't drown? And then only on one island. Same for the Rafflesia flower, the largest flower. It's a parasite of the tetrastigma vine. How did they find each other after the flood? Species distribution for an ark that landed in Turkey makes no sense. Marsupials mostly in Australia and South America, lemurs in Madagascar, giant tortoises in the Galapagos, etc. Even at sea, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sea turtles like the Kemp's Ridley should be distributed globally from the global ocean, but they live in the Gulf of Mexico and on the East Coast. And the flatback sea turtle lives in around northern Australia. And right whales live only in the Atlantic. Gray whales live only in the Pacific. The pygmy goby fish has a lifespan of 8 weeks. It breeds in coral reefs, which would have been destroyed by either being too deep or catastrophic plate tectonics, or a combination of those. So they would have had nowhere to breed. So they should be extinct today, but they still exist. Same problem for the octopus. Some species of those have a 6-month lifespan. So nowhere to breed during this time, probably due to turbidity. Land animals, terrestrial animals. The giant Sunda rat lives for 6 months, so you have to breed those on the ark. Labord's chameleons live for 5 months, so you have to breed and incubate those on the ark, which would be very hard. It's hard to incubate eggs even today. Containing some animals on a wooden surface would have caused some health problems. Elephants, for example, in confined spaces and on wood would have developed foot problems or even infections. Walruses, sea lions, other semi-aquatic mammals with sensitive skin would have developed some issues from the wood. Chimps or escape artists, they would have gotten out and run amok on the ship. They actually have to weld screws into place on metal bars in zoos so they don't get out. Now, once the animals are off the ark, their problems are just beginning. They would have had nothing to eat. The plants would have had to have grown back, and some ecosystems take decades to regenerate. The carnivores would have immediately eaten the herbivores, though, so that problem would have been cut short. Now, why I think species and not family would have had to have been on the ark, or genus. I use this example with David McQueen, but there are 130 species of Boliviglosa salamanders. They take 10 years to reach sexual maturity, and all tortoise species are in the same family, and there are about 50 species of those. Spider tortoises, for example, have an incredibly slow reproductive rate. They lay maybe 1 or 2 eggs a year, and they take the better part of a year or even longer to hatch. And their population was at their heyday in the millions. Now, given the number of species and population sizes, it's impossible for just 2 of these to have been on the ark. But let's grant the family level. Interest in Genesis says about 7,000 animals would have had to have been on the ark at that level. The Fort Worth Zoo has about that number with 75 animal keepers. So a 40-hour work week adds up to 3,000 man-hours a week, or 600 in a day, or an impossible 75 hours of work in a day per person for each of the 8 people on the ark, which is obviously impossible. Some of the food requirements: elephants would have needed 200,000 pounds, 730 pounds for koalas of fresh leaves, 100,000 pounds for hippos, 86,000 for rhinos, 1,400 pounds of meat for a pair of wolves, 25 million ants for an aardvark pair, a similar number for a penguin. And you can't feed penguins anything else. They'll get digestive problems and die. Ark lighting would have been a problem. Ventilation, an even bigger problem. Just one window is described in the Bible. There would have been high humidity and probably high temperature, which is a recipe for respiratory infections for all the animals and the humans on board. Now, bristlecone pines, there are 3 of which are known to have been older than the flood. The Prometheus tree, when it was cut down, was found to be 5,000 years old. The Methuselah pine was found to be 4,850 years old. And in 2012, that was surpassed by a nearby tree that was found to be 5,060 years old. The fact that these trees weren't swept away by the flood is evidence against the timetable at least. The oceans would warm during the flood from the energy of the continents moving. And if you don't subscribe to that model, the oceans would have become more uniform in temperature. This would be catastrophic for populations of krill. Populations of Antarctic krill would have warmed. Equatorial krill would have cooled, depending on which model you subscribe to. Blue whales eat 16 tons of krill a day. So over this long period, krill populations would have plummeted, and blue whales likely would have gone extinct. Shallow ecosystems wouldn't have fared much better. Seagrass in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, for example. This would mean the dugong, manatee-like creature, would have nothing to eat, so they would have all starved to death. How am I doing on time?
You're doing good. You got about 50 seconds.
Okay. I'm not going to get through it all. We'll see. The argument that animal speed or environment explains the order of strata makes no sense. Animals like trilobites and modern sea urchins should be found in Cambrian rock, but they are not. Permian mammal-like reptiles and small modern mammals should be found together. Dinosaurs can be much slower than modern mammals, or much faster, but nowhere are they found together. And for now, I'll just stop there since we're running low on time.
All right. I appreciate that opening statement, Jackson. That was about 13 minutes. So we gave you a little bit more time there just to kind of get through it. So we will give Dr. Hovind equal time. Kent, so when you are ready, the floor is yours, and you've got 15 minutes.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We have a little sound problem here. I couldn't hear all he was saying. I was taking notes frantically, but I think I got most of it. I do believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. God said in Genesis chapter 6, I will destroy man whom I've created from off the face of the earth. It repenteth me that I made him, because the earth was filled with violence. Everybody was wicked, and God said, I'm going to kill them all. The earth is filled with violence. So people ask, well, why a flood? Why did God use a flood? Why not just kill all the people? I think a flood left evidence where a miracle would not. Jackson, there is evidence all over this planet that the world was flooded. We have trees laying in seams that are turned into coal seams, consecutive coal seams, layered on top of each other. It'll be coal and then gravel or rock and then coal. I think the flood, with just the tide going back and forth, would make all the coal seams we have in 1 year. The kids in school are taught that all the different layers of the earth are different ages, which is absolute pure baloney. They say that the geologic column, it doesn't exist anywhere in the world. There is no geologic column. They say the top layer is younger. I say, really? Where did it come from? Outer space? Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age, unless it came in from a meteor or something, which is minimal compared to the size of the earth. So I think the flood left plenty of evidence. Just the very existence of fossils at all. The evolutionists love to rely on fossils as evidence for evolution. Emma, the lady from England, said her best evidence of evolution is fossils, the fossil record. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, trillions of them. We have hundreds of petrified clams here in our museum. Closed petrified clams had to be buried alive. Well, during Noah's flood, the tide would be going up and down with no interruptions, no continents to hit. So it'd become harmonic. And the tide would go up and down 200 feet. A harmonic tide on the earth, uninterrupted, would be a 200-foot tidal change. So the water's rushing in and out of that bump at the same speed the earth is turning. And it would bring in a layer of mud 50 feet thick in 10 seconds and bury the clam beds. Petrified clams are found on top of Mount Everest, closed petrified clams. I think the evidence for a flood is overwhelming. The Bible says the scoffers in the last days will be willingly ignorant. In the Hebrew, that means dumb on purpose. They're willingly ignorant of the flood. The effects are here today to remind us of God's judgment on sin. If your electricity is being produced for your lights from a coal-burning plant in your area, you can think about all the critters and plants that died to make that coal. So I think the evidence is overwhelming. When you see the giant canyons like Grand Canyon with a little tiny creek at the bottom, that river didn't make Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon probably made 100 years after the flood when a lake drained. We cover that on our video series. You can get a whole seminar series, 18 hours for $50 if you want to watch the whole thing. God gave them warning time to repent. They had 100 years. God sent Noah to preach while Noah's building that ark. I don't know where you got the idea it took 75 years to build the boat. It might have, but Noah was 600 when he went on the boat. So he had plenty of time to build it, not a problem. And as far as no iron, you better read your Bible, Jackson. The Bible says Tubal-Cain, before the flood, was an artificer in brass and iron. They knew how to make iron way before the flood came. Noah's ark might have been reinforced with iron. I don't know. It wouldn't have to be. It could be built out of wood. The ship you mentioned, the sailing ship, had 6 masts that was longer than Noah, as big as Noah's ark, that it couldn't sail on the open sea because the rough waves, destroyed the ship. Well, Noah's ark didn't have any sails. Noah's ark wasn't designed to go anywhere. It was designed to float. It had 2 jobs: float, land. That's it. Didn't have to go anywhere. And if Noah's ark had a moon pool or several moon pools, what they do in a big boat like that, you put holes in the floor with a column built up inside, a tube. Then every time you hit a wave, the water goes up and down in those tubes, and it's pumping fresh air in and out all the time. You mentioned the ark only had 1 window. You better read that carefully, Jackson, if you're going to argue against the Bible. It says it was one window finished in a cubit. It gives 1 dimension. It was an 18-inch or 20-inch window all the way around the boat. It wasn't just a little square window like that. It was all the way around. And the Bible says, you mentioned about some of the animals being carnivores, not before the flood. The Bible says before the flood came, everything was vegetarian. Read Genesis chapter 1 and 2. God told Adam and Eve, he told the animals to eat vegetables and plants. And Adam and Eve only ate fruit and vegetables before the flood came. After the flood, when Noah got off the ark, God said, Noah, now you can eat meat. You don't have to, but you can if you'd like to. And that's when some animals became carnivorous. This would not be a problem at all on the ark. Jackson, I don't know who's teaching you all this stuff, probably Mr. Nelson, who calls himself the sun god. He's got a whole list of reasons why it wouldn't work, and I'll be glad to take them one at a time. You gave way too many for me to handle all of them here. But let's see. You mentioned about the kangaroos getting to Australia, or the diet of the koalas. That's their diet today. Do you know that was their diet 4,600 years ago? Animals can adapt to various things. Some animals learned. They had a lion during World War II named Little Tyke in the London Zoo. They couldn't get meat for it. All the soldiers are getting the meat, so they gave it plant food, vegetation. Didn't like it at first, but it got used to it, and it lived just fine. A lion on plants. So I think you need to study this a little further, Jackson. Somebody's trying to destroy your faith in God's word, which is not going to go well for you Judgment Day. But the Bible has never been proven wrong. The flood story says God brought the animals to Noah. God said, Noah, 2 of each kind will come unto you. Noah didn't have to go get any of them. Let me get to slide number 420, something else you brought up here. I'll try to cover as much as I can. How did the kangaroos and other animals get to Australia? The Bible says in Psalm 104, at the end of the flood, the mountains arose and the valleys sank down. The crust of the earth was broken up. And where's my globe? Is it up here, guys? Where's my globe? See if somebody can find that. Anyway, the crust of the earth is certainly broken up into plates. It still is today. Those plates are flexing up and down. No question. Still happens today. Okay. The flexing of those plates up and down would cause the water to run down into the low place, and the mountain ranges would be exposed. The mountains rose up and the water rushed into the low places. But I believe right after the flood, when Noah got off the ark, the oceans were smaller, much smaller, because the ice caps were bigger. There were obviously ginormous ice caps on this planet, clear down to Kansas City, Missouri. The evidence is overwhelming from lateral moraines and terminal moraines and isostatic rebound and all that stuff. There's no question there was an ice age. And there's no question it came down to Kansas City. But if you stop and think about it, if there's ice caps on the poles that are huge, that means the oceans have to be smaller. If you froze that much water and stuck it on the poles, it would drop the oceans down a couple of 100 feet. Oceans have 2 parts to them. They have a continental shelf, the yellow part here, or the light green part on this picture here. Then they have the deep part called the abyss. The oceans average about 12,000 feet deep, a little over 2 miles. Well, there's all around there, though, there's a continental shelf. In England, or Ireland, you got to walk out a couple 100 miles before it gets 100 feet deep. You can see it on a satellite view here. Between Ireland and England there, you can see the continental shelf. You can see the bottom from the satellite. Between Alaska and Russia, that water averages about 60 feet deep. 60 feet, the length of this building I'm in. So it's not that, all you have to do is lower the oceans by freezing the water, sticking it on the poles, and everything is connected. How did the kangaroos get to Australia? They hopped. That's how they get everywhere they go. So everything would have been connected for a few hundred years after the flood of Noah. Here is what the world would look like if the water came up just a little bit. Much of the eastern, thank you, ma'am, right up here if you would. Much of the eastern United States would be underwater. Chicago is only about 700 feet above sea level. Chicago, right there, brother, that's fine. And I'll get to it when I need it now. If you lowered the oceans a little bit, Florida and Cuba would almost be connected. I think it's a matter of misunderstanding that the flood, the Bible says the scoffers would be willingly ignorant of the flood. The effects of that flood would have caused everything we can see today in geology. All the strata of the earth formed in one flood. Nearly all the fossils formed in that one flood. Fossils don't form today. Animals die by the millions every day. None of them turn to fossils. It's not that fossils are hard to find. It's that they don't fit the modern, we don't see them happening. So a flood is a great explanation. I think after the flood, the oceans were getting fuller because the ice caps were melting back. I think the Atlantic Ocean finally got full enough to spill over between Cuba and Florida and carve out that canyon and filled in the Gulf of Mexico 50 years after the flood. Pensacola Bay, Mobile Bay are 7 feet deep. Sometimes they have hurricanes where the wind is blowing out to sea, if it's on the right side way it swirls, and it sucks it dry. You can walk out in the bottom of Pensacola Bay. Between Alaska and Vietnam, that water averages about 30 feet deep. All you'd have to do is lower the oceans by 100 feet, and everything's connected. So I believe animals that are less aggressive, like koalas and wombats and kangaroos, they're not going to try to stand up to a lion. They're less aggressive. So they would simply give up their territory when the lions move in. As the population of lions expanded from the ark, the less aggressive animals just give up their territory and move on. Better run than fight for their, that's what we're thinking. And they finally ended up in Australia as the water came up from the ice melt and protected them there. And now they have safe habitat where it's not complicated. But see, all of this, these questions you're asking, Jackson, are so minor compared to what you guys believe. You don't believe Noah could fit those animals on the ark and they could spread out around the world. Yet you do believe all the animals came from a rock, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. Hello? Stop and think what you believe. So I think the continental shelf that we have today is a result of ice melting back, taking a few hundred years probably, and that's why we have a continental shelf. The world is the world today that we're on. Here's my globe here. The crust of the earth is about the same thickness as the paper covering this globe. One sheet of paper. On an 8,000-mile earth, 10-mile crust is not much. So I think the earth, and if the earth was this size right here, you couldn't find Mount Everest. You couldn't feel it. A 5-mile bump on an 8,000-mile earth is minuscule. It's a piece of sand on a beach ball. So the flood is, I think, the only explanation for the geology that we see. Noah's Ark was fine. It could have survived just fine. God told Noah how to build it. I mean, if God can make the world in 1 second, I think he could tell Noah how to build a boat that'll survive the flood. But you evolutionists and atheists and those against the Bible don't seem to understand. The flood, the ark that Noah built was designed to simply carry the animals, float, and land. Didn't have to go anywhere. So you get these examples of the ship that sinks from being twisted from having the six master, the 6 sails. And because that one, the sails twisted at different angles and twisted the boat, finally leaked. Yeah, I believe that. And going over a wave, a big boat would bend. Well, not if it has moon pools. That way, as you goes over the wave, the water goes up in this hole and might be a good way to get fresh air, fresh water too. I mean, if I'm only 68 years old, 69 here in a couple of days, if I was building the boat, I'd build it where every time I hit a wave, the water comes up and automatically fills my watering troughs for me. Don't have to do any work at all. Figure out, but you're a plumber, you can figure that out real quick. As the water comes up, flow out into water all the animals on board the ark. Noah didn't have to feed them any special diet. Throw a bunch of food out, let them pick what they want. We go up and feed our animals here at Dinosaur Adventureland. You throw out certain kinds of food, they'll sniff it for a minute. No, I don't want that. They go over and pick the one they want. You'd have to bring pressed leaves for the koalas. Anyway, I feel bad, Jackson, that you have abandoned the Bible and I assume accepted the evolution idea that we all came from a rock. I think that's a really bad trade. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. I appreciate that 13-minute opening statement there, Dr. Hovind. That concludes the opening statements. And we're now moving into the uninterrupted rebuttals. Guys, let's take 6 minutes, between 6 and 7 minutes, I guess, since we kind of took an extra minute there. Jackson, just make sure you unmute yourself. And on your first word, I'll start the timer.
All right. Well, I don't believe everything came from a rock. I think that's an oversimplification. I think God could have created life, but if he did, I think he used more naturalistic processes. So I don't think life came from a rock. But anyway, even if God did create it, it still evolves, in my opinion. So you mentioned coal seams. Why are all coal seams almost exclusively found in the Carboniferous strata, dated to the Carboniferous? You said the geologic column doesn't exist. There are over 20 known places in the world where the complete geologic column can be found from Precambrian to present, like the Williston Basin in either North or South Dakota, I forget which. The Oman Interior Basin, those are just a couple. Clams on Mount Everest, that's because most of the world has been covered in water at one time or another. Now, plate tectonics has pushed Everest up. It didn't always used to be a mountain. Now, you said sails were on the Wyoming, which is true, but that's not really relevant. And the Pretoria is a barge. So it sank just the same. Now, as for everything was vegetarian before the flood, I thought it was after the fall everything became the way it is now. But anyway, wolves, for example, don't have a digestive tract that can handle large amounts of cellulose. Neither do many carnivores.
Actually, Jackson, if I could just stop you there real quick, just because a few people in the chat, can you speak up just a little bit louder? Just because it's slightly hard to make out some of your points. I just want to make sure that everybody, including Dr. Hovind, is hearing your points loud and clear. If you could,
all right, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
You say all the marsupials hopped from like Asia to Australia. So where is the evidence of that? There are no kangaroo or wombat or koala bones or fossils found in Malaysia or Indonesia. Fossils forming today, you say they don't form today. Well, of course they do. Mudslides happen today. Floods, localized floods happen today. Pyroclastic flows of ash happen today. All these things can form fossils. Falling to the bottom of a peat bog can start to form a fossil. So special diets, you said nothing would require a special diet. Well, as I said, pangolins certainly would. They, if you feed them anything else but invertebrates, they pretty rapidly get digestive blockage and die. So those are my the notes I took down. There's probably a little bit more, but you can hand it back to Kent Hovind.
All right, let me take you off full screen there. And Jackson, let me just double check how much time you took, just so I know how much time we'll. Okay, so we've got a few minutes to spare, which is fine. We'll throw that into both the discussion and the audience Q&A portion. So we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have roughly 6 minutes as well, whenever you're ready.
Okay, Jackson, you mentioned coal should be found in the Carboniferous era, strata. This is the whole problem. There is no such thing as a geologic column. There are layers to the Earth, and people have decided to give them names. But all of the layers are the same age. All of them formed at the same time in one big flood. We do a demonstration here at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, where we take a jar that has sand, gravel, rocks, and clay in it, and we shake it up. And water, you shake it up and set it down. In less than 1 minute, it settles into layers. The gravel goes to the bottom, then the sand, then the clay slowly settles out over the next hour. So the strata that we see on the Earth are all the same age, just purely logical. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Where did it come from to be younger? If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No, they're all the same age. And when we shuffle our jar and it ends up with gravel, sand, clay, I asked the people, is the clay layer younger? Well, no, it was all in the jar at the same time. It settled out last, but it's all the same age. So the fact that they find these layers in a few places of the world in the order that the book shows, Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archaeozoic, it's just logical that if you look in enough places, you may find them in that order. I bet I could reach in my pocket once in a while and pull out my change, and sometimes I'd have 37 cents. Just may happen that way. Okay, so what? So the fact that they find these layers in some order that they made up back in 1830, made up the geologic column, and it doesn't exist anywhere. Sure, they made up a fictitious chart showing 12 layers. Okay, and you may accidentally find them in that order once in a while. I bet you could shuffle up a deck of cards, and once in a while you'd find 3 of the hearts all together. So you're completely missing the point. The geologic column does not exist in reality. All the layers are the same age. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all these layers. I show lots of pictures on our website, drdino.com, and in my video series number 4, Lies in the Textbook. There simply is, I think I've got it right here, Alt-DV, the geologic column. Yeah, okay. I've got almost 5,000 slides just in this presentation. But I show lots of pictures. I think I should document it. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up. So I'd like to ask you the question, Jackson, if you think the layers are different ages, how long does a dead tree stand around in your neighborhood before it falls down? I think it's logical to say, wow, these layers must be the same age, or within a few weeks or months of each other. The Bible says the scoffers in the last days would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. And I fear for guys like you, Jackson. I think planet Earth has got a short lifespan ahead of it. It's about done. And you better get ready for that judgment day. I got pictures of here we go. Petrified trees standing up. Watch my video number 4. I don't want to run out of time, but here's our jar. Slide number 662. Alt DV, 662. Here's the so-called geologic column. And I ask them, guys, if you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? If you shake up a jar with sand, gravel, clay, and it settles out into layers again, and it will, is the top layer younger? No, they're all in the jar at the same time. How can the top layer be younger? Think about it. It can't be. All the material, whether every speck of dirt on the planet is 6,000 years old or 6 trillion years old, the fact is, they're the same age. And I just don't know how to get you guys to get it. And you said no kangaroo fossils were found on the way between Noah's Ark and Australia. I don't think fossils formed after the flood. I don't think fossils are forming today, except in localized floods. It'd be a rare occasion. But of course they're not. Wolves can't digest cellulose. Maybe they can't today. Could they 4,000 years ago? Maybe changing from a plant-eating wolf to a meat-eating wolf is a minor change compared to changing from a rock to a wolf or an amoeba to a wolf. I think it's a minor problem you're pointing out and rejecting a perfectly good Bible to accept a perfectly stupid theory of evolution. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for that 6-minute rebuttal, Dr. Hovind. That concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. We are now moving into the open discussion. As always on Standing for Truth, we like to do our best to keep this equally timed, focusing on one topic at a time. Lots of good points and arguments brought up in the openings and the rebuttals. So we got lots to discuss. Before I hand it to you, gentlemen, though, I want to remind everybody in the chat, we got a ton of questions coming in. Just make sure you are tagging me at Standing for Truth. That way I don't miss your questions. So Dr. Hovind just ended with his rebuttal. Jackson, why don't we hand it over to you to start us off here in this discussion? Maybe you had a question you wanted to ask or a couple points you wanted to address. Go ahead. Oh, Jackson, just make sure you unmute yourself.
Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, I have a question. Why are no therapsids from the Permian period found with, mammoths from several thousand years ago?
I'm not hearing or understanding his question. Can you repeat that, Donnie? Did you get it?
Yeah, Jackson, because you are using your computer mic, when you're asking your questions, you're going to have to come closer to it so we can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry. Can you hear me, Dr. Oben?
Yeah, why are minerals? Is that your third word?
Why are animals like therapsids from the Permian period, why are they found only there and nowhere else? Why are they not found higher in the strata?
I'm sorry, that's
Certain
still...
animals in the Permian period are only found in the Permian and not higher up.
Why are clams only found in the Permian? Certain animals only found in the Permian. Well, if you name the layer by the types of animals that are found in it, duh, of course. See, the layers are named by if you find a layer of rock, call a geologist and say, how old is this layer? They will say, what types of fossils do you find in it? And if you find giraffe fossils, they'll name it, named after the era when giraffes came along in their thinking. So the layers are named by the fossils, and the fossils are named or dated by the layers. It's complete circular reasoning how they do this. I'll stand by my guns. There is no such thing. This textbook admitted it. Earth science textbook, right back there in the back. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. It doesn't exist in the world. It's made up. Does the geologic column exist? No, there's a good article about it on creation.com. No, it doesn't exist anywhere. So and the fact that certain animals are generally found in the same layer Well, there's a number of things that would cause that. Same body density. I bet most of the clams, I think clams are probably going to be found at the bottom because clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts. That's where they live. So they're the first ones buried. I think you're going to find birds at the top because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. And they got hollow feathers and hollow bones, and they float when they do die. So of course they end up on top. It's not that clams evolved into birds because of the layer they're deposited in. Birds are automatically going to be on top in one big flood because they have hollow bones, hollow feathers, and they can fly till they run out of gas. Clams get buried right away. So I think the animals might be sorted a little bit based upon their habitat, where they live. They might be sorted based upon their mobility. Clams can't run very fast, okay? They might be sorted based upon their body density. Clams are heavier than birds. They might be sorted based upon their intelligence. Clams don't seem to be too smart, okay? So there's a lot of other factors besides trying to assign them an age by the geologic column. So I still stick by my guns. Geologic column does not exist. It's one of the biggest lies ever taught to students in the world. Go ahead.
Well, they do occasionally, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. They do occasionally date fossils with other fossils, index fossils, but usually they do go for absolute methods like radiometric dating. Now, there are several types of radiometric dating to use to cross-reference each other.
Huh?
So, yeah.
Well, radiometric dating is based on the obvious assumption that you know what the initial content was. I use the illustration in my seminar. I say, if you walked into a room and you found a candle burning on a table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? How long's that candle been burning? You say, I don't know, it was burning when I got here. This is a good illustration for a fossil. You dig up a fossil and you check how much carbon-14 it has, or how much potassium changing to argon, or rubidium changing to strontium, or lead-208 to lead-206, whichever you're going to use. It's a decay rate, just like the candle is burning. I'll find my pictures here that'll help. So if you find, indeed, a candle burning on a table and I ask you, when was it lit? You say, I don't know. Well, let's do some science. We could measure how fast the candle burns. We could get a micrometer and get an Olympic stopwatch and measure it to the nearest bazillionth of a second. Okay, let's say we find out after intensive study and lots of government grant money that the candle is burning an inch an hour. When was it lit? We don't know. You still don't know because you got to make a couple of assumptions. How tall was it? We don't know. Has it always burned at the same rate? We don't know. Has there been any change in the air in the room? I mean, could there have been a draft make it burn faster? There's just way too many things when it comes to carbon dating to try to even call it legitimate, because you dig up a fossil, you find out how much C14 is in the fossil now. You look at how much is in the world today, or in the atmosphere because it's formed by sunlight, and say, wow, I think it's 47,000 years old based upon the C14 to C12 ratio. That's obviously based on the assumption that there's been no contamination. Here's my candle illustration. Slide number 522. Okay. There. Okay. You walk in, you find a candle. When was it lit? Well, empirical science, you can measure the height of the candle. Let's say it's 7 inches tall. You can measure the rate of burn. It's burning an inch an hour. There's my two facts. And we just ran out of facts at that point. Now we got to go to assumptions. Well, let's see. Has it always burned at the same rate? How tall was it when it started? We can't know those things. And you can't know those things about carbon dating or potassium argon dating or any of them. Radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the geologic column had not been erected first. So if you find a fossil, they will date it by the layer, and then they'll pick a technique to carbon date it or potassium argon date it or rubidium strontium. And if that date they select doesn't match the geologic column, they'll say, oh, it must have got contaminated, let's try it again. They may have to date the thing 10 times till they get the right number they're looking for to begin with. So why'd you waste your time dating it? You already decided how old you want it to be. The whole thing's made up in the 19th century. This guy said fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they appear. From New Scientist, this is a peer-reviewed journal, okay? I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. So the whole thing is baloney with all the dating methods are based on real. In a court of law, everyone would be thrown out as, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you can't prove there's been no contamination. You can't prove the rate of decay has never changed. You can't prove you know what it was when it started. I mean, an honest judge or a freshman law student would figure out how to get that thrown out of court. That's not evidence for anything. I'm sorry, go ahead. I took too long.
Well, they
Go
can
ahead, Jackson.
cross with multiple dating methods. Now, that means is iridium, strontium, uranium, lead, potassium, argon, and they all come out within percentages, a small percentage of the same answer. But you said, quote there that they've never been used to date fossils. That's not entirely true, but it's true in a sense. They typically don't date fossils. They date igneous layers the fossil is found between. So that might be what that quote's talking about, but they are used for fossils. So go ahead.
Well, they've known for some time, for 35 years now, that radiocarbon is forming faster than it's decaying in the atmosphere right now. It's formed because of the sunlight, striking the atmosphere and causing it turning nitrogen into carbon-14, and then it decays. Well, if it's decaying faster than it's forming, or forming faster than it's decaying, you can't possibly know what it was. You'd have to guess when it lived so that you could then turn around and figure out when it lived. That's exactly what they're doing. It's pure guesswork. And I cover all the other dating methods if you like to make. I thought this was on Noah's Ark and the flood, but I think that it's not possible to date anything but date the layers or the fossils without some automatic assumptions that a freshman law student would have the whole thing thrown out of court. But see, this doesn't have to be taught logically. You got to get a bunch of seventh graders to believe it. That's all you got to do. That's why you guys are winning the war for the minds of the seventh graders, because you teach them stuff and they sit there in a daze. Okay, teacher. Yes, teacher. Write it on the test. And they don't catch it. But there's no logical, rational sense behind any of the dating methods at all. Go ahead.
Thank you for that response, Dr. Hovind. And Kent, you did read my mind. Why don't we, Jackson, let's see if you have a question specifically on Noah's Ark, an objection that maybe you brought up in your opening rebuttal, and we'll try and stick to that topic as well as the flood, of course. So go ahead, Jackson, ask your next question.
Back to a flood subject. Now you said density of the bones of different organisms, or say they flew out of the way of the flood. So why are pterodactyls and birds not found at the highest levels? Why are pterodactyls not found in what we would call present day strata, or near present day strata?
Well, first, why are pterodactyls? I'm thinking your question, if I can hear it right. Why are pterodactyls not found in the top layers, et cetera?
Yeah.
We don't know that they're not. If you found one, pterodactyl, in the top layer, they would that article you wrote about it be published? No peer-reviewed journal would publish that, because it goes against the establishment of science, which is now the current religion science is sucking after, is evolution. So things that don't match the accepted theory will simply not be published. If you found a pterodactyl alive today and went to put it in the zoo, somebody would go kill it and hide it and bury it because they don't want it. If they found a living dinosaur and put it in the Brooklyn Zoo, they would put a sign on it saying, wow, one of them survived for 70 million years. They will not give up on their religion. The evidence doesn't matter to the atheist and evolutionist. They like the religion that says there's no God, there's no such thing as right and wrong, there are no rules, there are no 10 commandments. Do what feels good. So I think why pterodactyls, or if they were found in the top, I don't know that they're not. They may have been and simply not been reported, or the report was not published. That's because there's certainly a prejudice against. How many articles against communism get published every day in China? None. How many articles against Islam or Muhammad get published in Iran today? None. How many articles against against evolution get published in America? In peer-reviewed journals, nearly none, maybe even none. Okay, so I don't know about the pterodactyls. Interesting. I think dinosaurs did live with man all through history. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies, and I think that people have killed most of them, but there are lots of legends. You need to watch my video number 3, all about dinosaurs in the past, and by dinosaurs in the Bible, and dinosaurs that may still be alive today. I'll send it to you if you promise to watch it, Jackson. Send your address to Donnie. We'll send you one.
I would watch it. Yeah. But there are fossils of like animals locked in combat. There's a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor. There's a Tyrannosaur.
Jackson, if you can just speak up a little, because even I'm having trouble on this one.
Okay.
Here.
Sorry, I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a fossil of a Triceratops and a Tyrannosaur locked in battle. There's a fossil of a Protoceratops and Velociraptor locked in battle. Why is there not a sheep and a Velociraptor fossil? I mean, for the same reason, it's a conspiracy.
Oh, I don't know why they're not. Maybe they have been, but if during a flood, I think especially if let's say it took a few months for the flood to come up and kill everything, that would mean the high ground is shrinking smaller and smaller as the floodwater comes up, and the animals are fighting over that high ground. Maybe they're not fighting over territory at all to get a mate or for food or for just being vicious. Maybe they're just trying to knock the guy off into the water so they get the high ground. So I don't know. We'll have to watch the video when I get to heaven about what happened. Mike?
You're still going.
Okay. So the animals locked in battle may have been over territory that was shrinking as the floodwater came up. But the fact that we have fossils at all is an indication of rapid burial. The fact that we have billions of fossils in fully articulated positions, all the bones are still connected. That indicates they were buried whole. Animals die today and they get scattered all over by the coyotes and the buzzards. You hardly ever find two bones together, but there are millions, if not even hundreds of millions or billions of fossils that are still intact. They had to be buried quickly. I think the evidence for the flood is screaming at you, Jackson. There was a flood, but you don't want to hear it. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Jackson. I've got you unmuted now.
So most fossils are actually not found articulated. Just very few of them. Most fossils are not found articulated.
Fossils are not found articulated?
Most of them.
Oh, well, in a flood scenario, you would have some buried right away and some float around for a while and rot for a few weeks and then get buried. They may get a whole variety of things, a whole variety of positions. But I think if you'd Google how many fossils have been found where all the bones are still connected, you would find it's up millions of them. Fossil insects, which would decay very quickly and normally, they have to be buried rapidly. 27-inch dragonfly fossils. The wings of a dragonfly are really delicate, but the wings are perfectly preserved. They find fossils that are so well preserved, you can still see the blood vessels in them. It was a rapid burial before they had any time to decay. So I cover video number 6 a lot more about the flood, but I think the burden of proof is on you. God said, he told Noah to build an ark. Noah built the ark, and 2 of each kind came on the ark and survived a flood. What evidence do you have that that's not true?
Go ahead, Jackson, if you want to answer his question.
Well, there's only one real account that of the global flood, the way it's as described in the Bible. There are flood legends all over the world, but I think the burden of proof is more on you to prove that there was the thing you're arguing for, not there wasn't for me. I think that's how that works.
All right. I am not asking for my theory about the Bible to be taught in public schools and all the taxpayers to pay for it. The evolutionists are demanding that everybody pay for their religion to be taught. Burden of proof is on them. If you think you're related to a mosquito, I think the burden of proof is on you to prove that before you force me to pay for it with tax dollars to support the public school. I don't think they should teach any theories about origins in the public school. The bigger question is, should we even have public schools? But that's a different question. If we're going to have them, they certainly should just teach science. Science is what we know. We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. You can see it happen. We do not know that dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. You do not know that. You can't possibly know such a thing. So that's part of what they believe, which is fine. But keep your beliefs to yourself. Teach the science. Dogs produce dogs. End of story. So The Bible account, I think, is where God preserved his word flawlessly, but there are hundreds of other biblical accounts about a flood. Matt, do you know the name of that website that deals with all the flood legends? It's got them all on one spot.
Creation.com.
Creation.com has them?
It has some.
I think after the flood, Noah's family would be spreading out around the world. I bet they would tell their grandkids about the flood. Hey, kid, I was on the boat when the flood came. So I think that there would be lots of flood legends, probably get twisted and details left out as the story spreads, like any story does when you tell what's a telephone game or telegraph game. But the fact that there are lots of these flood legends is a good indication that there was a flood. Anyway, I've chosen to believe it, and I think it's my option to believe that if I'd like, and I think it's logical, and I think there's enough water on the planet to cover the Earth. That's for sure. 8,800 feet deep if you smooth out the Earth. There's plenty of water here. There's no water on other planets that we know of to speak of. So anyway, I think they found Noah's Ark. I knew Ron Wyatt pretty well. I think he actually found it in Turkey on Mount Ararat, right where the Bible says it landed. Is that my laptop dying, battery dying? Okay, I think I may be out of juice on my laptop here. No? Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Well,
Jackson.
first of all, there is water known on other bodies in the solar system, even like Europa, Titan, Ganymede, and Celtus. They all have subterranean water. So, but back to the Ark. Every ship over 300 feet is made of wood has pretty much sunk throughout history. Why would a 500-foot one be fine in the roughest seas on?
Getting half of that. Something, I heard the word wood. You're saying Noah's Ark was made of wood. I would agree. Might have been iron too, but your argument is therefore it would have rotted. Was that your question?
Donnie, did you hear me at all?
Not really, because the chat's crazy and I'm saving questions as well. If you want to try and repeat it a little bit, a little more. Go ahead, Jackson.
All right. Why does every ship over 300 feet in modern time seem to sink? But the 500-foot ship in the roughest seas ever known, it did fine for a year.
So is your question that every modern ship today built and designed is incapable of surviving the types of waters that would have been present during the flood?
A wooden ship over 300 feet, yes.
Okay.
I think he's laboring under the delusion that the flood was rough water everywhere all the time. I think right now there's probably storms going on in the world that's not affecting other parts of the world. You can have a hurricane in Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico over in Texas is perfectly calm. So I think Noah's Ark might have been in spots where it was calm the whole time. Maybe God oversaw that. I don't know. It's just one theory. But your assumption is that it had to handle rough seas all the time, and I think you couldn't possibly prove that. And the fact that he was in the ark for a year does not mean the earth was covered with water for a year. Noah was in the ark for a year, that's true, but some parts of the earth might have only been covered for a short time. It would only take a few days to kill everybody. I mean, if flood came up a couple hundred feet in your city, I bet everybody would be dead in one day. So, plus the last part of the flood, Noah's sitting in the ark after it hit bottom, waiting for the ground to dry out and the plants to sprout again. So there's nothing to eat outside. That's all.
Go ahead, Jackson.
Back to a diet issue. Pangolins, for example, have to eat ants or invertebrates, or they develop digestive issues and they quickly die. Now, how would Noah have fed such an animal?
And what animal was that, Jackson, that you said?
Pangolin.
Penguins have, if I understand your question, penguins have a special diet.
Pangolin.
Pangolin?
Pangolin.
Well, the pendulin had to have a special diet. It does today, has a special diet, and therefore this is a problem for Noah. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, what was their diet 4,500 years ago?
That's not a very long time.
Well, I'm asking the question. What was their diet 4,500 years ago? Do you know what pangolins ate back then?
Well, they haven't changed significantly in that amount of time based on fossils, so it probably would have still been the same.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him or understand him there. Donnie, can you repeat it? Or
Yeah. And okay, Jackson. So the animal you're referring to, the pangolin, is a type of anteater. And
Right.
and what's their diet today? Jackson, what's their diet today?
It's ants.
Okay, so ants.
and birds.
And what was their diet 4,500 years ago? The same is what you're saying? Probably the same was your answer?
Yeah, it's not a significant amount of time period for their diet to change radically.
And your question is, how could Noah have fed an animal such as this?
Yes.
well, it's God told him to bring food on there for the animals. I don't know. Noah was 600 years old. Maybe he was smart enough to figure out what each animal needed and stock up on it. Now, he was not commanded to bring insects onto the ark. He said, I want you to bring onto the ark all those on land in whose nostrils is the breath of life. He didn't have to bring fish on the ark. They had plenty of water outside. He didn't have to bring insects. They don't have nostrils. They breathe through spiracles in their skin. However, I would assume when you're gathering a food supply like that to last you while the animals are on board for a year, even though he wasn't moving for the last 4 months, sitting in the mud, I think that some insects might have gotten in there. I'm sure there were a lot of insects. We have bales of hay up on our field, and I'm sure they're loaded with ants and insects that the cows just eat them. They don't care. Eat the bugs too. More protein for their diet, that's all. So I guess if you're going to abandon the Bible story over that question, what did the pangolins eat? And then turn around and accept the idea that the pangolins and the mosquitoes have a common ancestor, which was an amoeba, you have strained at a gnat and swallowed a camel.
Well,
Go ahead, Jackson.
There's a fossil history for pretty much every animal on Earth that shows animals sharing common ancestors. Genetics show that, so it's really not that much of a stretch to say that organisms on Earth came from a common ancestor.
Well, we can see similarities in all the animals on Earth and look at their DNA code, which is incredibly complex, and see some similarities. If you'd like, you probably could find some similarities between all the different animals. That could be answered 2 different ways. 1, they've got a common ancestor. 2, they got a common designer. I bet you could look at all the books in my library and find out they all have the same 26 letters because they're all written in English. Okay, what does that prove? Nothing. They're all. That's the language that you work with. Those are the 26 letters. So the CATG code in the DNA is replicated, and God, the same designer, designed all the animals. If there weren't similarities in the different animals, we could only eat each other. But God made it so the brown cow can give the white milk, and I can drink it and get the blonde hair. That's the pretty smart design, I think.
Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, it's not just homology. You could make that argument, but with genetics, it would be a little bit harder. But sure, all your books are written in English, but English and Spanish share a common ancestor with Latin.
Do you think English and Spanish evolved by themselves, or were there people actually using them, trying to name things? Is there intelligent input in making these languages? Or did they just assemble themselves on the paper? Did the ink just fall onto the paper, or did somebody write that on the paper with somebody with a brain trying to portray a thought? I think the intelligence between even writing is pretty incredible, just writing things down.
Now, evolution isn't necessarily that much of an unguided process. It's just adaptations, mutations that build up, and changes occur, and branches off, and so it's beneficial mutations are selected for by natural selection. Negative mutations are selected out. So it's, in that sense, it's not unguided, but there could be a God guiding the process on further than that.
Well, I would defy you to show me one beneficial mutation. It would take trillions of changes to turn an amoeba into a whale. Quadrillions of changes. It would take, all these changes along the way have to be beneficial. The animal has to keep living while he's making these changes. I mean, if there was a mutation where your children were born with no mouth, I think they'd have a hard time eating, and probably that generation would die off. So I think all you'll be able to point to is mutations that are harmful or fatal or neutral. They do nothing. And if for some chance you can come up with one beneficial mutation, you really got to find two at the same time of the opposite sex in the same place. And they got to find each other and be interested. What if one evolved a beneficial mutation 2,000 miles away from the other one and 20 years earlier? I mean, the odds of this happening are zero, no chance at all. But yet you believe in it, because the only other alternative is there's a creator. Now, if I'm walking through the gravel pile and I find an arrowhead, what would I conclude? Somebody made it. Maybe some Indians, the Choctaw Indians, whoever lived here, 200 years ago. I don't know. But there's obvious evidence of design. It's a rock like every little rocks around it. I mean, it's still a rock, but it's been designed. And your body is not just a bunch of chemicals. They've been designed and arranged in a very specific order. There's 100 trillion atoms in one cell of your body and 100 trillion cells in your body. I think you'd be an idiot to not believe there was a designer behind that. The fact that we can sit here and talk and think and move is amazing. And especially when you think you are a copy of your parents' DNA, which was a copy of their parents and a copy of their parents. So all of us are a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy, probably the 200th or 300th generation copy from Adam. The fact that we can still sit up and talk is just stunning and amazing, that the copy process is so good and fun. That's a different story. But so God made all this, and it's amazing the way it works. I can't see, I like to look at the complexity of nature and say, wow, God, you're smart. And you guys can't do that. Who do you, when you're grateful, who do you thank?
And Jackson, actually, before you respond, Jackson, I've got enough time on the clock just for a quick response and one final question, Jackson, if you can hopefully make it a Noah's Ark specific question, and then we're going to have to go into closing statements. 30 minutes has flown by for sure. So, Jackson, go ahead. Quick final response. One last question. We'll let Dr. Hovind respond, and then we'll go into closings.
Well, for a beneficial mutation, the mutation that allowed humans to consume lactose is a beneficial mutation. And sure, our DNA is copied, but it's not copied without errors. It's copied without 100 or more mutations per generation. Most of those are neutral. A couple of them are harmful. Some of them can be beneficial. But let's see, a Noah's Ark question. Let's see. Now, how did all of the races come to be from 3 pairs in 4,000 years?
Okay, good question. I would say there's only one race called the human race. There's still only one race called the human race. Now, they're different skin colors. That's a different question. But they're still the same race. Where they have dark skin or white skin or Chinese or Japanese, they're all still human. Now, on my DVD number 7, where do the races come from, is a question in here. Let's see. Races come from. Okay. My hyperlinks are broken, so I have to find it here. But I cover this in great detail on video number 7. Probably after the flood, the Bible says the sons of Noah, 3 sons of Noah, their children spread out around the world, and that's where everybody came from. There's several times in the Bible where it says Egypt is the land of Ham. So apparently Noah's son Ham traveled south from the ark, and he and his wife and kids and grandkids and great-grandkids took over really the whole country of Africa. So probably the darker skinned people are descendants of Ham. It could be they moved there because they had dark skin already and they're more comfortable with the sunlight. Light-skinned people get sunburned easily, and most of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegians went up north to Norway because they don't tolerate the desert heat as well. So, but I cover the races. It take me a while to find it now with contradictions in the Bible. So I think that the obviously black. I've never met a black man. Never met a white man. dark brown and light brown are still interfertile. Got a couple here. Are they here? Where are they? Yeah, brother, you're much lighter skinned than your wife. Is that correct? Okay, yeah. And I think everything fits just fine, and you're working out just good, and been married 6 months, and okay, so not a problem. So I don't think there's any. I think there's only one race called the human race, and I'll find it by the time we get done here tonight. But go ahead. Oh, you wanted to do Q&A from the super chat or something?
Yeah, I appreciate that response, Dr. Hovind and Jackson. That is time for the discussion. That was 30 minutes. So lots of good questions, lots of good points and discussion. So let's move into a 5-minute concluding statement, just so you gentlemen can kind of wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points, and address anything that you feel may have been left hanging. So Jackson, you did start us off with your opening statement, and therefore let's hand it over to you. You have up to 5 minutes for a concluding statement. Go ahead.
All right. I probably won't take 5 minutes. I'll just say I just don't think it's a literal story, and most Christians don't either, for that matter. But as for the debate, I just like doing debates regardless of how it turns out. I think, we both made some solid points. So with that, I don't really have much more to say. I'll just turn it over to Kent.
All right, Jackson, I appreciate your final points, final thoughts. And in terms of future debates, what I'd recommend, and I'll send you a couple options, Jackson, is an external mic. They're really helpful in kind of, removing any echo or background noise. So, but I appreciate it, Jackson. We're going to hand it over to Kent now. Kent, you have 5 minutes for a concluding statement.
Well, thank you. I did find my racist thing. There's only one race called the human race. There's different skin colors. Are these cows different races? No, they all look the same in the meat locker and all taste the same on the hamburger. So there's only one race. Adam and Eve, probably medium brown, and they produced all the skin colors in their own children. It might have been Noah and his family might have been some kind of medium brown. Here's a dark-skinned couple, had 2 light-skinned babies. Yeah, you'd probably get 2 brown cows to make a white baby too. I don't know. You ever see that, Debbie? Probably could. Okay. Yeah, the second theory about where they came from, the Bible says God set a mark upon Cain. Doesn't say what it was. I think it was so that nobody would kill him. I don't believe that theory at all, but some people believe Cain became the first dark-skinned person. I don't buy that. And this is what the whole Mormon church is based on. The whole Mormon doctrine is insane, that black-skinned people are inferior and not allowed to have the priesthood, or they should be executed. Better, worse yet, some of them say, Brigham Young. I did that on purpose. Okay, so we cover more on that from all the verses from the book of Moron. If you want to read about that, let's see, about the Mormon church. Third theory says Noah put a curse on Canaan. It says Canaan shall be a servant of servants. So, and Canaan shall be a servant in Genesis chapter 9. So I don't buy that theory either, but somebody because of their skin color should be servants. I don't believe that at all, even though I live in Alabama. I think the right side won that war over that issue. Okay, let's see. Tower of Babel is probably the best explanation. The Bible says after the flood, Genesis 9, they got off the ark and God divided them after their tongue, after their families, in their nations. So if the small group of people take off because they all speak the same language, now they're intermarrying people who speak their language. Normally, you marry somebody who you can talk to and speak their language. So they would be, unusual traits would begin to develop, like the Habsburg family in Europe. You had to marry royalty. Well, pretty soon they start looking kind of strange, okay? Because sometimes the only royalty to marry is your sister or your aunt or your niece, okay? The ostrich people in Africa are required to marry in the family. They've only got 2 toes. They've had some mutations, all right, but they're not helpful. Well, they can climb trees really good. But so just Google the ostrich. Here's a family intermarrying. You get a mutation. Okay, sure, they happen. But I think after the flood, unusual traits could become entrenched in a population where they're all dark-skinned, or maybe there became some religious taboo. Don't marry anybody with blonde hair or green eyes or something like that. I don't know. But I think I take the Bible story to be true. I know you don't, Jackson. You will one day, when every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father, coming soon to a city near you. But I believe the story is true. I think God, if he's going to be the judge one day, he's obligated to tell us what the rules are. He's obligated to write a book and to preserve that book. Your city, if they pass a law that says the speed limit's going to be 40, they're required to publish the law. They can't pass a secret law and start giving out tickets for a law you couldn't know about. Then they're required to post it someplace, put up a sign, and then they preserve it. Somebody knocks the sign down, they put another one up. God is going to be the judge one day. I think he published his word. I think he posted it clearly, and I think he's preserved it. I've come to the very studied conclusion. It's preserved flawlessly without contradiction in the King James Bible. That's my stand. Thank you so much for having us on here, Donnie. Any other questions now?
Yes, I appreciate that. The Book of Moron. I'm still laughing over that, Dr. Hovind. So yeah, great concluding statements from the both of you. I appreciate it. Tons of fun. This debate has been great, and I've got some questions from the audience again. And as always, we have questions that we could spend all night on. So I'm going to put a timer on the Q&A, and we'll just get through as many of these as we can. So again, thank you, Jackson and Kent. So first question that came in all the way at the beginning from Big Bad Mama. So thank you for the question, Big Bad Mama. Question for Kent. The Egyptian civilization prospered right through the so-called global flood. How do you explain this?
The Egyptians are very well known for exaggerating their greatness. They built big pyramids to show how great their King George was and everything like that. I think if somebody's going to follow the Egyptian calendar and trust in it, they need some serious help. I think people who study Egyptology and study the Egyptian history will tell you this is greatly exaggerated. Sometimes you also have overlapping reigns. You know, the dad is still king and he's alive, but he's 90 years old, and he still counts that as his time for king, but the son took over 30 years ago. So you might have an overlapping ring, but they put them end to end. So the Egyptian calendar is greatly exaggerated. I wouldn't trust it at all, and I don't think anybody else does either that knows their topic, Big Bad Mama. I think you would say, wow, the Egyptian chronology is not trustworthy and is greatly exaggerated. There could be overlapping reigns. There could be a time when you had a split kingdom like we had the North and the South. Should we put President Lincoln and the presidents in the Southern Confederacy end to end in a timeline or parallel? There are times where they put them all end to end. All of them were king. But yet they were having a divided civil war in the kingdom. So there's lots of answers to the question of why the Egyptian chronology should not be trusted. That's an easy one to Google. I wouldn't trust it at all. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the answer, Dr. Hovind. Jackson, was there anything you wanted to add to that question at all?
Yeah, the Yazidi calendar goes back 7,000 years, which is not only older than the flood, but older than the universe.
I didn't hear any of that.
What calendar was that, Jackson?
Yazidi calendar.
The Yazidi?
Hmm.
I still don't understand. Who's an Abidi calendar?
The Yazidi calendar goes back 7,000 years.
Who's Abidi? What's it?
I don't know.
Spell it for me. Abidi?
Yazidi. Yazidi.
Spell it again.
How do you spell it? I don't know.
I don't know how to spell. I don't know. I can't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what calendar that is either, but that's fine. Let's move right to the next question. This one came in from C Science Film Labs. I put it up on screen here. He asked, do they think that the depressions from ancient super lakes and the Great Lakes themselves are evidence of a worldwide flood that covered the highest elevation? I guess we can start with you, Ken, if you want.
Well, I think we find fossils all over the world, including the tops of the mountains. But again, if you start with the right model, that the crust of the earth is, even today, right this minute, the crust of the earth is broken up like an eggshell. There are fault lines all over the place. San Andreas Fault, the Hayward Fault, the New Madrid Fault, none of them are my fault, but the earth has fault lines all over, and some are still moving. And that's why we have volcanoes and earthquakes and stuff like that. I think during the flood, that the cause of the flood was the water under the crust coming to the surface, cracking the crust up. The water used to be, that's now in the oceans, used to be in the crust of the earth. There's enough water out here right now to cover the earth 1.5 miles deep. I mean, the earth is 70% underwater still. So all you'd have to do is flex the crust up and down a little bit right now today, and you could resubmerge everything. Right here in Lenox, I'm only about 150 feet above sea level, I think. 150 feet from here to my house, above the ocean. So the earth is smoother than people realize, and at the end of the flood, the crust of the earth would still be flexing up and down even worse, freshly cracked. Now they've kind of locked together, so there's less movement probably than there was during and after the flood. But if a plate of the crust of the earth the size of Texas was covered in water and it tilted, comes up 1 mile, and this part goes down 1 mile, over maybe 1,000 miles wide, well, the water's going to run off. How fast it tilts determines how fast the water runs off. You may get some places that tilt real slowly, and Chicago comes up 700 feet, and the Mississippi River kind of slowly winds its way down and ends up in the Gulf of Mexico. Other places may come up fast, and the water runs off fast, and you get straighter rivers, canyons. It's interesting, if you look at a globe, nearly all the mountain ranges in the world follow the coastlines. Rocky Mountains follow the South Pacific. Andes Mountains follow the South Pacific. Appalachian Mountains follow the North Atlantic. I think the oceans and the mountains formed at the same time because of the same thing, crust of the earth shifting around and the water running off. So it's not that there's not enough water to cover the earth. There's plenty. It's just the way the earth is arranged. And some fossils are on top of Mount Everest. There's clam fossils, closed clam fossils right now.
I appreciate it. Kent. Jackson, over to you. Let me unmute you and go ahead.
I don't really think I have anything to add to that one.
Okay. All right. Well, next question here comes in from Jason Bates, and this one is for you, Dr. Hovind. So he asks, question for Kent: how would new species arise without evolution? Does God create new species over time?
There's been no creation since the beginning, since the first week. God created in 6 days, rested the seventh day. Nothing new has been created. Now, you got to define the word species, though. Is a Chihuahua and a Great Dane a different species? No, they're still dog. I think man has created most of the varieties. Two things are creating the variations that we see. One is nature. If you dropped all the dogs in the world loose in Alaska, just the climate up there would kill off 80% of them the first winter and another 10% the next winter. And after a few generations, the only thing that survives is the ones that look like wolves or animals that are huskies. Whereas if you dropped all the dogs in the world loose in the desert, none of those would survive because they got thick fur and they can't handle the heat very well. So I think natural selection works just fine. Nature selects which ones are going to live. It's not creating anything, it's just selecting. It's selecting from an already existing gene code. That process of selecting the smaller dogs or the bigger dog, nature will select within certain limits. Man has selected. People have spent hours and hours to develop completely useless animals like a Chihuahua. Why would they do that to the dog? I don't understand. The dog can't possibly like that, but they did it. And now he's stuck. They kept breeding the smaller ones and the smaller ones to get the dumbest animal on the planet. Run around, bark at the cars when they go by. So this is not helpful. So I think man has selected, but they're still a dog. They're still the same, and they're still interfertile. Great Dane and Chihuahua are interfertile. One of them had to bow down or something, but they could figure that out. But so I think that all we see is variations within the same kind, either caused by man or by nature. But it's not a new species. It's just the same kind of animal. There are now 1,100 varieties of apples available. People have selected, oh, this apple grows better in my climate for my soil or my sun, how many daylight hours you got, your latitude, your altitude. Farmers have spent thousands of years selecting the best crop for their area, but it's still an apple. So there's been no new species created at all, just variations of existing, and I'm going to use the word kinds instead, variations of the same kind. Because at some point, you might get a variety far enough apart that somebody might decide, oh, let's call that a new species. Okay, I don't care what some scientist calls it. Is it still the same kind? Is a dog and a wolf a different species? Yeah. Are they the same kind of animal? Yeah, a 4-year-old will tell you that. That's the same kind of animal, dog and a wolf. So the fact that we decide to call a different species is meaningless to the biblical argument here. God said they'll always bring forth after their kind. There have been no exceptions to that.
Thank you for that thorough answer, Kent. Jackson, is there anything you wanted to add? Any points you wanted to make pertaining to that question?
Yeah, I just want to add that natural selection is selecting from mutations. And that's a big sticking point with young Earth creationists, that there can be no new information, but there are known mutations that produce new information in the genome.
Are you saying that? Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I just so Kent, are you saying that mutations are the source for genetic variation that natural selection acts upon?
Yes.
Kent, it was your question. You can have a final word if you wanted to.
Well,
add anything.
I'd like to see an example of a mutation that created new information. All the mutations I'm aware of have been harmful or fatal or neutral. They do nothing. And you're still stuck with the problem of who is it going to marry? There's no proof that this works. There's a theory. Wow, if this happened, then this might happen. Okay, that's not science. Science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We observe dogs produce dogs. We observe people are able to get smaller dogs down to the Chihuahua, okay? Do you think they'll ever get a dog as small as a flea? There are animals as small as a flea, like a flea. So I think there are limits to how far even man can go with his selection. There's certainly limits to how far nature can go. They can get dogs that can withstand 20 below zero. Do you think they'll ever get a dog withstand 300 below zero? No. They've got dogs that can handle 120-degree desert, the dingo, okay? Do you think they'll ever get dogs can withstand 4,000 degrees? No, there are limits. So sure, nature selects within limits and man selects within limits, but it's always the same kind. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. I don't know why you guys can't just say, well, maybe that's true. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Jackson, was there something you wanted to ask about a beneficial mutation?
Yeah. The ability to metabolize lactose was a beneficial mutation in humans.
Lactose tolerance?
Yes, the ability to metabolize lactose.
Okay, I guess, Kent, what are your thoughts on lactose tolerance?
There's a very long answer to that on Institute for Creation Research, ICR.org. I'd have to study up. It's been years since anybody used that one on me. I'd have to go back and review. I don't normally lactose intolerance or lactose tolerance, either one. It's still a human being. Some humans are lactose intolerant, okay? They're still people. They're still human. That's not going to change them into a cow or anything else. It's still a human. So even that variation is minor on the big scale of things. Is that becoming tolerant or intolerant of a certain product like lactose? That's going to change it to something else? Come on, Jackson. That's not going to change it to anything else. Still a human.
Okay, gentlemen, I appreciate the engagement there on that question. Next question comes in from Sean Mock. I put it up on screen for you. This one is for you, Kent. So Sean asks, a question for Kent. Do different rocks and sediment have different density? How might it affect geologic sorting? And he says, thanks.
Well, it's very obvious that all kinds of minerals and elements and rocks have different density. Certain minerals or certain things are much lighter. Different types of wood have different density. Some wood floats and some sinks. So there are rocks like lava that it can float on top of water. So yeah, the density is something you would study in earth science called different density, and the Mohs hardness scale from 1 to 10 is another thing that might enter into the factor. How hard is it? How dense is it? How tightly packed are the molecules? What's it made out of? Would copper, and if you had, that's how they separate metals all the time. They dig up ores and heat them. Just the melting process makes them float at different levels. They keep scraping off the dross because gold goes to the bottom. Keep melting it, and the density will separate the gold. So yeah, I think everybody knows that people that study this would say, sure, density would affect greatly the geologic, sort things into layers. But you might get a section of strata, and then another week later, the flood is coming back again a different direction, and you may get more on top of that. So it might not always be the most dense on the bottom. There may be categories in there where you get dense, lighter, and then starts over again because it happened a couple weeks later during the flood. I'll watch the video when I get to heaven.
All right, I appreciate that, Kent. Jackson, was there a quick response you wanted to make before the next question?
Well, the explanation for why denser materials would be found above less dense sounds like just a rescue device to me, but that's all I have to add.
Kent, I'm not sure if you got all of that, but if you wanted a final word, I think he was saying that, Jackson, to reiterate, are you saying that Dr. Hovind's explanation is a rescue device?
For why dense material would be above less dense material, yes.
Why dense material?
I'm just not understanding his verbiage at all. You're mumbling, Jackson. Pronounce your words clearly and loudly. I cannot understand you.
All right, let's move to the next one.
Okay, I have one thing to say on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You talk about density. These guys want us to believe every speck of material in the universe was in a dot smaller than a period on a page. You talk about density. Jackson, I'll give you $1,000 if you can squeeze a gallon of milk into a dot the size of a period on a page. You get all the scientists in the world. They can't squeeze a gallon of milk into a dot that size. But yet they teach just bold-faced liars that the whole universe was in a dot that size. You talk about dense and hot. All the energy in the world had to be in that dot. All the energy in the universe. What's the total heat of all the stars? All that was in that dot. That theory is so stupid, I can't find words for it. I mean, absolutely insane to believe such a dumb thing like that. You need help. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Sure, Jackson, were you going to say something?
Yeah. Well, I could compress a gallon of milk down to the size of a dot if I had a black hole handy, but I don't.
I didn't hear.
You said if you had a black hole, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jackson, you're saying if you had a black hole ready and available, you could condense milk down to a dot smaller than a period on a page. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, now hold on, Jackson. Matter attracts other matter. Gravity is directly proportional to how much mass there is. The more massive a planet is, the stronger its gravity is. You have to have matter, to create gravity. And gravity is what's sucking all these things into your black hole, is what they're saying. So matter had to exist before the gravity, but the gravity can't pull the matter together unless the matter exists. You got, which is it? Is it, you have to have matter, time, space, and matter, and energy all come into existence simultaneously. Well, my Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. I don't see a problem with an infinite, all-wise, all-powerful God creating those things. And I don't mind bowing my knee and praising him. I go out and look at the stars here and say, God, wow, you're amazing. What do you guys say when you look at the stars? Wow, you all fit in a dot. Okay, you believe what you want.
All right, I appreciate
it. I think there very well could be a God, but if there is one, I think he used more naturalistic processes.
That's a retarded God compared to the one I worship. My God did it right first time.
Maybe so.
All right. Well, let me, as I got a few more minutes on the Q&A here, I just want to get through these super chats. So this one comes in from, let me see, get it up on screen. I'm losing these. Oh, here we go. So this question comes in from SWE, and it's coming up on screen right now. Lynn Margulis had a hard time getting endosymbiosis accepted until evidence for the phenomenon mounted. Now it is consensus, so evidence does matter. This might be pertaining to something you guys were discussing during the debate. Does it ring a bell? Is there anything you guys wanted to add, or?
Yeah, I'll add something to it. If you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, well, evidently chloroplasts and mitochondria did used to be independent organisms until they formed into a symbiotic relationship with cells in eukaryotes. So that's all I have to say.
Dr. Hovind, anything you wanted to add?
Well, someone can believe, I mean, my engine works really well in my car. Does that mean they merged together millions of years ago and the car learned how to adapt the engine? Sure. The cell works amazingly well. I'm assuming they're talking about endosymbiosis, things that are working together. Yes, that's designed to do that. I think the engine is designed to fit on the transmission, and the two are designed to fit on the motor mounts and transmission mounts into your car. So I think it's all designed for that. So the nucleus is designed to work inside the cell wall, and to transmit information and to split in half and between either meiosis or mitosis. I think it's obvious there's an incredible smart designer behind all this. I don't have a problem with that. So the evidence, I think, is overwhelming, and it ought to be accepted. There must be a designer. If I told you you had to explain how this ink pen came to be, but you cannot use man as your answer, you're stumped. I eliminated the only logical answer at the beginning by saying you can't use man. These things don't happen by themselves. And a cell is a quadrillion times more complex than an ink pen. I think it's obvious there was a designer. And Jackson says he believes there might have been one. Okay, it's certainly not the God of the Bible that he believes in, because God said he did it perfectly. At the end of his creation, it was perfect. See, in your religion, Jackson, struggle for life and death and suffering is how we get ahead. The weaker, inferior species have to die. In my religion, God made a perfect world and man messed it up. In your religion, man is getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter, and we're the God of the universe. I think that's it's not going to fare well for you, Judgment Day.
All right, I appreciate that response from the both of you, Jackson and Kent. Since that was a question for both of you, I got one last question here, then we're going to call it a night. Before I get to this next question, though, I want to thank anybody in the chat who has supported this debate. There were a lot of super chats, super stickers that came in, not with questions, just with comments. So I appreciate that support. Also, if I didn't get to your question, I apologize. But we are going on 2 hours and we're going to have to wrap it up here. So here's the last question. This one comes in from Chris Peacock. I've put it up on screen. And this one is specifically for Kent. So Chris asks you, the global flood stories are thousands of years old. How did 8 people populate the world fast enough to write these flood stories?
I have a lot of slides on that question. I'm trying to find on my seminar part 1. But I'll give a verbal answer first, so it doesn't take too long to find it. I got 45,000 slides, so it kind of would help if you'd ask the questions in the right order, because I've already got the answers. Anyway, this chart here we use in our ministry. The Bible says very clearly that before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old. Get the glare off of it there. Okay. So before the flood came, the people lived to be 900. After the flood, Noah and his family, those people were still living to be 600 years old. And then dropped off to 400. How many kids could you have in 400 years? A lot. Yeah. One every 9 months and 20 minutes. And so the population would have had huge families. For one thing, they got the whole world to supply their foods. They're not fighting over land. There's no competition. And I think if you look at the stats of the world population I've got all that right here somewhere. The population of, here it is, look at that. Okay, slide number 1037. Okay, Alt DV 103. Population of the earth right here. Last weekend, the world's population topped 6 billion. This is 1999. 1985, the world population was 5 billion. In 1800, the world population was 1 billion. Even the biology textbooks will show you. Population of humans in 1810 was 1 billion. Okay. You can Google UN population prospects 2004. So the population has grown from 1 billion to almost 8 billion in a little over 100 years. The population growth curve shows us clearly man has only been here for a few thousand years. They're all showing this going back to at the time of Christ, 2,000 years ago. Most people, most population statistics will say there was probably a quarter of a billion people on the planet. 250 million was the world population. Here they have at the time of Columbus 500 million, 500 million for the whole world. So to go from 8 people to 7 billion people in 4,400 years is absolutely not a problem.
All right, I appreciate that, Ken. I appreciate the visuals, always helpful. Jackson, I'll hand it over to you. To be fair, is there anything you wanted to add? Any final points you wanted to make on that question?
Yeah, notice around the 1800s on those graphs that shoots up exponentially. That's because of the advent of modern medicine and the Industrial Revolution and a myriad of other things that led to more babies surviving, childbirth, more food being available without having to hunt it down. So before that, the population stayed fairly steady, if you look even by his graph.
Well, there's no question the rise in population in the last 200 years has been from a wide variety of things. Improved medicine, improved food supply, machinery. I mean, one farmer can now plant enough wheat to feed thousands of people, whereas 200 years ago, when you got to walk with your horse and your plow, you couldn't do that. So I think modern machinery has been wonderful to increase food production. So there's no question. But the point is a different point he was making. Yes, you can get the whole population today from 8 people in 4,400 years. Yes, you can.
All right, I appreciate that, Ken. And to be fair to you, Jackson, there's one final question that came in for you specifically. Then we're going to end it right after this. So this one's for you. Most questions I know were for Kent, but here we go. So this question comes in from Shamunian. I appreciate it, Sam. His question is, Jackson, what are your thoughts on apostolic fathers, church fathers, such as Origen against Celsus, that taught the flood and creation account are allegorical rather than literal?
Well, I think that's what I would subscribe to, that the flood is an allegorical story. I mean, I have no problem with people believing in God, or I have no problem with people believing that the flood is literally true, but I just think it's unnecessary. Most Christians don't hold that belief. So that's all I have to say.
And Kent, what are your thoughts on church fathers that would take the creation account and the flood as more allegorical rather than literal?
I think they need to get saved. Is the crucifixion of Christ allegorical? Where do you stop with this? Oh, that's an allegory. Which part? How do you know which parts of the Bible are true? What about the Bible teaches about the future? It says a lot about that in the book of Daniel and Revelation. I mean, they try to eliminate what they don't like of the Bible by calling it an allegory. Who gets to judge that? Who decides? The Bible claims that God had Noah build a boat, and Jesus believed in Noah and the flood and talked about that. All through the Bible, he's referenced many, many times. It's not just the flood story. So really, when someone says that, they're calling the whole Bible, they're calling Jesus a liar. They're calling the Apostle Paul a liar because he believed in Noah and the flood. So I think that's a slippery slope I don't want to go down. I think much simpler to say, wow, the Bible's true. God made it all. There was a flood, destroyed it all. The story is literally, scientifically accurate as written. I believe that.
All right, I appreciate it. Great final responses and a great Q&A. Again, to the audience, thank you so much for your questions, your comments, and your support. This was an awesome debate. Time has flown by. We've got, almost 2 hours on the clock. So as we always do, final words, final thoughts. Again, Dr. Hovind, Jackson, thank you so much for doing this and giving us your time for this important debate. Jackson, we'll start with you. Final thoughts, final words, and thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to say I had fun doing it, and I look forward to the next debate, and to continue doing this. I enjoy doing it.
All right, I appreciate it, Jackson. Over to you, Dr. Hovind. Thanks for doing this.
Well, the Bible says, whosoever believeth in him shall not perish. John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. Whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. God wants you to be saved and have everlasting life. The God who made this world made it for a purpose, destroyed it because of their sin in the days of Noah. He's going to destroy it again in the near future coming here. And he wants everybody who believes on him to be saved. If you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus Christ, you can be saved. 53 years ago, I prayed and said, Lord, would you please save me? I believe you died for me. Man believeth with the heart, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I'd like to see everybody listening give their heart to the Lord and get saved, because no evil is going to dwell with God. If your sins aren't washed away by the blood of Christ, you're not going to heaven. I'm a sinner. I don't deserve to go, but mine are gone because Jesus paid for them. And you're going to be dead for a long time. I would encourage everybody that's watching this to think about it. No matter how long you live, you're going to be dead longer than that. And all you get in this life is a little bitty dash between two dates. What are you going to do with your dash? Jackson seems to want to use his time to go around spreading doubt about God's word. Okay, that's your choice, Jackson. That's a really seriously dumb choice, in my opinion. I want to go around spreading confidence. Man, God's word is true. Give your heart to the Lord. All right, thank you for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you, Kent. Great final words. Thanks again, Jackson. And thank you to the audience for tuning in. God bless. And Standing for Truth is out. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie. And tonight we have Dr. Kent Hovind and Jackson Roe with us here, who will be debating the important topic, does geology support creation or evolution? Gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate.
Thank you.
Awesome. This should be fun. And before we get into it, though, to the audience, we will be having an audience Q&A. And so please make sure you are tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss your questions. So tonight's going to be pretty formal, as we are going to be having opening statements. Jackson will be kicking us off with his opening statement, roughly 10 to 12 minutes. Then we're going to have some rebuttals, about 8 minutes, and then just a free-flowing discussion, focusing on one topic at a time and keeping it as equally timed as possible. Then we're going to have 5-minute closings. And then again, that's where we get you guys in the audience involved. So make sure you're tagging me with your questions. Before we get into it, though, as we always do, let's break the ice a little bit. Jackson, Dr. Dino, you both have been here a number of times before, so you don't really need an introduction, but why don't we do one anyways? Jackson, how are you? What's going on over at your channel, and how you been?
I'm doing good. I figured out how to upload videos, download videos and re-upload them, so my video quality is a little better now on my channel. But also I'm dressed for the debate, as you can see. Got my Hawaiian shirt on. So
you're dressed to impress, Jackson. Yeah. You look good.
So that's all, really. Just I'm excited for it.
All right, I appreciate it, Jackson. Good to have you again. And Dr. Hovind, good to have you as well. How you been? What's going on over at Dow? And a little bit about yourself.
Well, doing great. God's good. Some of his kids drive me crazy, but my throat's about gone from talking too much. Had a wonderful wedding here today. We have visitors come from all over the place. Come see our dinosaur adventureland in Alabama. We've had, I forget how many, 211 baptized now. And Jackson's going to be our next convert. Going to get him baptized here, and after we get him saved. So appreciate you doing this for me, Jackson.
Amen. Amen. I appreciate that, Dr. Hovind. And anybody in the audience, just a reminder, between our both channels, we are just a couple subscribers away from hitting 20,000 subscribers. So please make sure to hit that subscribe button and share around this content, as the truth and, of course, critical thinking is so important. So we're going to hand it now to Jackson. Jackson, the floor is yours. You are muted, so just make sure you unmute yourself and you've got roughly 12 minutes. So go
All right,
ahead.
let me share my screen. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah, whenever you're ready to share your screen, let me know, and we can do so.
You guys hear me?
Yes, I don't see it's sharing just yet though. Just make
Yeah, it's
sure
frozen a little bit. It'll come up here in a second. My
No
computer's having some issues.
No worries. There was just a slight echo, Jackson. So while you guys are having your back and forth, if I am, muting you, for example, as Dr. Hovind's talking, it's nothing against you. I'm just doing my best to make sure that the audio is coming in smooth. So no worries.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever your screen share is up and ready to go, I will put it up on screen. If it's frozen, that's fine. I'll give a couple reminders to everybody because next week we'll have Dr. Hovind back here with us. Actually, we put out a challenge video the other day. We uploaded it on my channel, Matt's channel, and Dr. Hovind's channel, and I've been getting swamped with emails. So we've got debates for you probably up until the rapture. Okay, so next week we've got pre-tribulation versus post-tribulation rapture, Dr. Hovind versus Andrew Sluter, Pastor Andrew Sluter. So that should be a ton of fun. And Jackson, the other debater of tonight, will be back here in a few weeks as well, debating the Cambrian explosion, best explained by creation or evolution. Professor David McQueen, retired from ICR, will be debating Jackson Roe. So again, if you're not subscribed, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. Jackson, I still don't see your screen share coming up, my good man.
Yeah, it's still frozen. Let's give it a minute. So it took 30 minutes for my computer to come up at all tonight. So hopefully that's not how long it takes.
Now, are you having any other issues with your computer other than kind of the screen share?
No, it's just screen share right now. It's not working.
Okay. And you gave your computer a good kind of restart and reboot before you started the debate?
Yeah, I did. So wait just a minute. Sorry about this.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It happens. As Dr. Hovind says, according to evolution, things are supposed to get better on their own. So I don't know. Maybe your computer's accumulated a few deleterious mutations.
Maybe.
Sometimes when that happens to me, Jackson, if I leave the studio and then make my way back in, sometimes that refreshes it.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Unless you feel like it'll.
Hang on a second.
Because I know when that's frozen.
Hold on. Yeah.
Well, as you're figuring that out, I see a ton of questions already coming in from the audience, guys. So I appreciate it. Just make sure you're tagging me with your questions. Again, the format, we're going to have roughly 12-minute opening statements, 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, a free-flowing organic discussion, a closing statement, and then an audience Q&A. So I appreciate you guys tagging me with your questions. I see them coming in already. We'll get underway as soon as Jackson here
figures out his computer.
Screen share. Is this the same computer you usually use, Jackson?
Yeah, it is. So I don't know what the deal is today.
Did you want to click Leave Studio? Exit your browser?
It's doing something.
It's evolving.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as you do that, let me know. I'll be able to see it come across on the screen. So until then, we'll do this. And I appreciate your patience, everybody in the audience. Once I see your screen share pop up, we'll be back.
Okay. Are we still on screen?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're still here. We're still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now the whole thing's frozen. Can you still see my shirt?
Yeah, Jackson, we can see you.
Okay.
We can see you. Oh, Dr. Hovind, I'm sorry. I think you're on mute.
Yeah. Ahead, would it help if I go first? I mean,
yeah,
really?
maybe that's a good idea.
Great.
Okay. Okay, let's have Dr. Hovind go first. And Jackson, again, I'd recommend leave the studio real quick. Okay, so at the bottom right-hand corner, click Leave Studio, exit your browser, okay, and then restart it. Make your way back in. That'll refresh the system. So as you're doing that, make sure you're listening to Kent's opening statement from your phone. And we're going to have Dr. Hovind start in 3, 2, 1.
Well, thank you for having me on here, Donnie. Good to be back. The debate tonight, does geology support creation or evolution? Well, first, let's define some words. Geo means earth. Ology means the study of. Does the study of the earth support the idea of creation or evolution? And the word evolution is pretty tricky. It's got 6 different meanings: cosmic evolution, chemical evolution, stellar evolution, organic evolution, microevolution, and macroevolution. I think we all agree that variations happen within the same kind. You know, there's lots of different varieties of dogs. That's considered microevolution. It's a bad name for it. Sorry about my voice here. But anything above that's a pure religious belief. And I covered that in video number 4 of my seminar series. People can get the whole thing for $50, 18 hours on science in the Bible. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3, knowing this first, there shall come in the last days scoffers. There are people who scoff at the Bible, like Jackson says. He claims he's an atheist. And the Bible says they'll be walking after their own lust and saying, where's the promise of his coming? Since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were. It's an important phrase here. Peter prophesied that at the end of time, people would say, things are happening now the way they've always been happening for long periods of time. Now they're saying billions of years. For this, they willingly are ignorant of. The people who scoff at the Bible are willingly ignorant of 3 things. Number 1, that by the word of God, the heavens were of old. God spoke with his word and created the heavens, and heaven is plural. And the earth standing out of the water and in the water. How can the earth be out of the water and in the water? We'll cover that in a minute. The second thing they're ignorant of is how the world was overflowed with water and perished. That would be Noah's flood. So the scoffers are ignorant of how God made the heavens. They don't know what it was like originally, and how the earth was in the water and out of the water. We'll talk about that. And they're ignorant of the flood that overflowed and destroyed the world. And the third thing they're ignorant of is the coming judgment of God. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to admit God even exists. Okay, so the scoffers are ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment. I take the position that the Bible dates add up to about 6,000 years ago for the creation. If you add them up from Genesis, get over here, you can see it. Genesis chapter 5 gives the dates before the flood came, and Genesis 11 gives the dates after the flood came. We've got the names, and then we get down to Joseph. We got secular history from him, being one of the leaders in Egypt. So it comes to about 4000 BC for the creation. But what happened? A guy named James Hutton, back in the 1700s or early 1800s, estimated the earth was much older than a few thousand years. Up until this time, nearly everybody taught the earth is 6,000 years old. That's what the Bible said, and that's what all the evidence seemed to point to. Well, Hutton didn't like that. He was a Scottish scientist and said, oh no, the earth is much older than that. And he said the processes that happen today is the same process that's always been going on. Long, slow, gradual processes. Like he would look at the sediment building up in the river and say, well, if it's building up 6 inches a year and the sediment is 10,000 feet thick, then it must be X number of years old. So they tried to use that uniformitarianism doctrine to tell the age of the earth. Of course, that negates any catastrophe. We'll do a bunch of sedimentation in a hurry. But James Hutton's book had a very strong influence on a guy named Charles Lyell, an English geologist who hated the Bible, hated Christianity. Charles Lyell made up the idea of principles of geology, that the layers are forming slowly over millions of years. I'll ask Jackson tonight, I'll ask anybody listening, how can the layers be different ages at all? Where are the top, they say the top layer is younger. Okay, where's it coming from? Outer space? Every speck of dirt on the planet would be the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. So my contention is there is no such thing as a geologic column. It does not exist anywhere. All of the layers are probably from the flood of Noah, rapid deposition. But Lyell made up this idea. He was the lawyer, hated the Bible. He wrote a book about it, 1830, Principles of Geology. Well, 3 books, volume 1, 2, 3. He said, men of superior talent who thought for themselves and were not blinded by authority, He was mocking the Bible. He had to be kind of careful back in the 1830s to do that, but he did gently and carefully try to mock the Bible. He kept calling it ancient doctrines, and he said, oh, you rest on scriptural authority. He said, I would say, I rest on science. And they try to do that. They try to make a dichotomy, like you can't rest on the Bible and science. I will contend that the Bible is scientifically accurate. There is no scientific evidence against anything in the Bible. The Bible says they bring forth after their kind. That's all that's ever happened. Dogs produce dogs and cows produce cows. No exceptions. None. He said, religion as well as sound philosophy had suffered by mixing sacred writings with physical science. I taught physical science for 15 years. I love physical science, and I've got no problem. It blends perfectly with what the Bible says. So they talk about those, we talk about the disordered state of Earth's crust. The crust of the Earth, and I've been to all 50 states and 60, how many countries, a bunch of countries, and there's no question there's many layers. Been to Grand Canyon, been to a lot of the major canyons in the world. There's no question the Earth has layers. And there's no question the Earth's crust is a disaster. It's all jumbled up. How did it happen? Well, I think it's the flood. Bible, let's see, get to Lyell. Charles Lyell invented what we call today the geologic column, and it looks like Jackson wants to defend the position that that is true. I will say the geologic column does not exist any place in the world. No place. It's true the Earth has layers. They're all the same age, all of them. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No, all the same. They made up the names. Charles Lyell did this. Charles Lyell, Cretaceous, Jurassic, and all that. They talk about during the Carboniferous period. There's no such thing as a Carboniferous period. All the layers are the same age. They made a movie, Jurassic Park. There's no such thing as a Jurassic period. During the Scopes monkey trial, 1925, they said the lowest layers are obviously the oldest. Stop right there. The lawyer should have said, objection. How can you possibly prove that? Is the bottom card on your deck of cards that you're shuffling the oldest? No. This geologic column does not exist anywhere. It's a fact the Earth has layers. That's not a question. Evolutionist says the layers form slowly over millions of years. The Bible-believing Christian says, no, the layers are all from the flood in the Noah's time. And those who believe in evolution, so they're always trying to erase that line and make the fact part of their theory, part of the fact, and it's not. Their interpretation is not true. It's not part of the fact for sure. Geologic column is the Bible for the evolutionists. The only place you'll ever find it is in the textbooks. It does not exist. This textbook admitted it. The author probably got fired. Is that if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. What an admission. If they didn't fire him, I don't know. They talk about change through time in the geologic column. If it was in one place, like they teach about it, it would be 100 miles thick. There is no geologic column. There's a lot of layers to the Earth. Article about the young Earth creationists claim geologic column does not exist. It's shown the entire column exists in North Dakota. No, all the layers exist in that order in North Dakota. They predicted, they say in their geologic column, you have a layer of, Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, be limestone and sedimentary rock and stuff like that. You may find that in if you shuffle a deck of cards, you might accidentally get 3 hearts in a row. Yeah? So, doesn't prove anything. This is the Minnetonka limestone. Hypersaline waters. Wow. High salt waters. What do you think? Well, I think during the flood, there would be all kinds of catastrophes happening on the crust of the Earth. Let's see. Onshore to shelf of deep water, and the different things they find as they drill down through the crust. I lived in East Texas where they drill all the time. Used to talk to guys in the oil field about the holes that they drill, what do they come up with. There's no question the Earth has layers. No question. It is not true that they're different ages. Index fossils. What they did, they dated the layers by the types of fossils they contain. They tell the people the layers of the Grand Canyon, I've been there many times, those layers are different ages. Guys, if the layers are different ages, why are there no erosion marks between the layers? I mean, if that layer sat there for 5 million years waiting for the next one, isn't it going to rain once in a while in 5 million years? The erosion marks between the layers are nearly non-existent. If you shake up a jar of sand, gravel, clay, mud, water, it'll settle into layers for you every time. We do it here with a little sand thing. I thought I had one here on my desk, but I got a couple of them around here. You turn it over, and it automatically sorts into layers. Little sand art toy. And you can make all kinds of weird designs. The crust of the earth looks very similar, like it was shaken up by a flood. During the flood of Noah, the tide from the moon is going to continue pulling on, the moon's gravity is going to pull on our water and make a bump called the high tide. We're spinning around once a day, in spite of what the flat earthers say. We are round and we are spinning. Okay, so the tide would change every 6 hours from high to low tide, except the moon is also moving. So it ends up 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes between high tide and low tide. So this tidal bulge, it comes up and down an average of about 5 feet. Well, I'm in Lenox, Alabama, 31 degrees above the equator. And so at this latitude, the earth is spinning around once a day, like every latitude. So you can figure, do the trigonometry on it, sine, cosine, tangent. I taught that for a year. You'll find out that the earth is spinning around at this latitude at about, let me get it up here. Okay, 886 miles an hour. We're moving toward the east right here, right now. That means that tidal bump has to be kept under the moon by being dragged the same speed the earth is turning. Well, if we're turning 886 miles an hour and that tidal bump is being dragged to stay under the bump by moon's gravity, the water has to go 886 miles an hour to keep the bump full. That doesn't mean the whole ocean is, but the parts of it are keeping that bump full, raising it up and down. And so you're going to get what's called a turbidity current, going to cause all kinds of sedimentation, just like the little sand dart toy does. Flume stratification experiments. You get all kinds of different layers forming very rapidly. That would roll the rocks back and forth like a rock tumbler and explain why gravel is rounded. I live in the middle of a gravel pit. Someone donated to us 140 acres of trillions of rounded rocks. They were tumbled back and forth in a rock tumbler called Noah's flood. So I think the layers of the earth would have been formed very rapidly during the rising and lowering of the tide. Noah was in the ark for 880 tidal changes. 880 times. The water came up, down, in, out. I think it'd make all these layers in minutes. So my contention is this geologic column does not exist. The Bible says they will delight in lies. And it's a lie. American Journal of Science years ago said the intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. This was done in the 1830s. They said, how old is this layer? Well, what kind of fossils are in it? And they would date the rock layer by the fossils. Then you say, how old is this fossil? They say, well, where did you find it? I found it in this layer. So they date the fossils, they date the layers by the fossils and the fossils by the layers. Circular reasoning. The geologist has never bothered to think of a good reply, feeling the explanations are not worth the trouble, as long as the work brings results. Encyclopedia Britannica, many years ago, 70 years ago, it cannot be denied from a strictly philosophical standpoint. Geologists are arguing in a circle. Succession of organisms has been determined by a study of the remains, would be the fossils, and the age of the rocks determined by the organisms they contain. They probably lost their job over that one too. But yes, the layers are dated by the fossils they contain, and the fossils are dated by the layers they are found in. Ever since William Smith, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they occur. Apart from very modern examples, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. They do not date the fossils with radioactive decay. They date them by geologic position, which is an obvious logical fallacy. Radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the geologic column had not been erected first. There's no way simply to look at a fossil and say how old it is unless you know the age of the rocks it comes from. Niles Eldridge, when I debated him, said that. If we date the rocks by the fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about patterns of evolutionary change? The rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. O'Rourke said, circularity is circular reasoning. It's inherent. The charge of circular reasoning can be answered several ways. It can be ignored. You say, oh, it's not your job. You're not a geologist, therefore we don't care what you say. If I say, look, guys, you're dating the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks, they'll say, where's your degree from? What difference does that make? What color shirt are you wearing? What difference does that make? Do they date the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks? Yes, they do. It cannot be denied by calling down the law of evolution. It's, oh, we know it happened. You don't know it happened. It can be admitted as a common practice or it can be avoided. So how do you handle the charge of circular reasoning? Ignore it, deny it, admit it, or avoid it. They know this is a problem. Jackson, if you keep studying this, you'll know too. There is no such thing as a geologic column. Let's see.
1 minute.
This guy said the lowest layers are obviously the older. This is from the Scopes monkey trial. Hold it. The lowest layers are obviously the old. No, they're not. Moving water deposits multiple layers simultaneously with the current. It'll put many layers down. There's a video you can watch online called Experiments in Stratification. Some French guy did this and showed it. While they poured sediments into moving water, it'd make 10 or 15 layers at the same time, sideways, not vertically. So a fossil up here could actually be older than a fossil found down here. This geologic column, all these layers, there's limestone, quite a few places in the geologic column. How do you know the difference between 100 million year old Jurassic limestone and 600 million year old Cambrian limestone? Only one way, by the index fossils. So I'll stand by my position. The Bible is true. The flood of Noah probably created nearly all the layers that we see and nearly all the fossils that we see. Fossils don't form today in any significant number. Animals die by the millions. They don't fossilize. I think the flood of Noah is the only logical explanation for why we have the layers to the earth, why we have the giant erosion canyons, why we have fossils at all. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate that opening statement, Dr. Hovind, clear, concise, and I appreciate the visuals. Also to the chat, I appreciate you tagging me with your questions. Also, thank you for the super chats and super stickers. We're going to have a solid audience Q&A. Jackson, we are now going to hand it over to you for your opening statement, and I'm glad to see that your computer is working. Everything is good because I see your screen is ready to share.
All right, let's hope it doesn't freeze up again.
You're good to go.
All right, you seeing it?
Good to go. Yes.
All right. This definitely exists. You can say it's 6,000 years old, but I think it's pretty objectively true that the geologic column exists. Now, he touched on the Williston Basin in North Dakota. That's obviously the one in North Dakota that you see there. But there are a lot more. And this map is from 1989. They still call Russia the USSR, as you can see. So there are a lot more known now. Here's the Williston Basin. It goes Precambrian, Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Permian, Carboniferous, or Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Tertiary. The full column is here. It's also here in the Ganymede Basin of Libya. Donnie, can you still see me? Just making sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything's working good.
Okay. The only thing that's missing here is the Permian layer. So other than that, this is the complete geologic column in Libya. These are two sections of the Bonaparte Basin in Australia. It goes up from the Permian through the Tertiary. So almost a complete column there as well. This is the Tarim Basin from Precambrian up to Triassic, almost a complete column. It's pretty amazing coincidence that all these layers are in order by accident, as I think Kent was saying earlier. The Jiju Basin, or G Basin, something. This is the Beaufort Sea Basin. Goes from Devonian up to Tertiary. Here's the Moesian Platform, two sections of it. This goes from the Precambrian to the Permian right here. In the upper section, you can see of the chart, it goes up to the Cretaceous. So there's full column there as well. Here's a section. Kent Hovind, I was watching a video. He once said that no more than 3 layers can be found in sequential order. I don't know if he still holds that belief, but here's 4. Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, all in the Yukon Basin. This is the Farah Basin in Afghanistan, the full geologic column from Precambrian to Tertiary. Everything's there. Now, let's see. No, I'm not done yet with this section. Here's some of the fauna of the Cambrian period and the Burgess Shale. You never find these animals out of place out of the Cambrian except for different species of trilobites up until the Permian. Everything else is endemic to the Cambrian. And why is that? Here's a list of species of fish found in Devonian formations. No modern fish, just placoderms, acanthodians, things like that. This is how the rock layers are actually dated. Sometimes index fossils are used, very often index fossils are used, but more often, to get absolute dates, you use these mass spectrometers to determine radiometric dates. It's not just somebody dyes a rock and if it turns blue, it's this old. It's a really complicated, precise process. You can tell from this equipment. They measure daughter element and parent element, and from that you can tell the age of the rock. You can even cross-reference it with other isotopes and other radioactive dating methods. Here it is correlated with carbon-14 and tree rings, and it matches perfectly. Let's see what else I got. This is the frogfish. You might be wondering why I'm talking about that in the geologic column. Well, if they were all formed at once, you would think that these frogfish, which live in the shallows like this one, and the abyss like this one, live in every habitat. You would think you'd find one in the Cambrian rock, one that gets swept up and buried during the flood, but you never do. These things are so slow. I actually used to have a pet one when I was a kid in a saltwater aquarium. They actually got eaten by a starfish. That's how slow they are. True story. So why aren't we finding these in Cambrian, Precambrian layers? And not all fossils form in water. This dinosaur formed in a volcanic ash flow, which can't be explained by Noah's flood. Now here are 3 fossil formations, early fossil formations. Can you still see me, Donnie? Just making sure again.
Yes, it's all coming in smoothly.
All right, good. These are the Ediacaran Hills in Australia, a Precambrian formation. The Maoshan Formation in China, Cambrian Formation. And the Burgess Shale again, Cambrian Formation in Canada, probably not too far from you, Donnie. Anyone can go and fossil hunt in these locations, except maybe the Chinese one, I don't know. But why don't you find shark teeth in these layers? They're marine layers. Their shark teeth are dense, they're hard, they fossilize easy, and they sink to the bottom. They would sink to the bottom in hydrologic sorting, or the 2,000 years before the flood, when the oceans existed in some form. So sharks shed tens of thousands in their lifetimes. There are a couple billion sharks in the world. Why don't we find one of these in the Cambrian, or the Silurian, Ordovician, any of those? Same goes for these skate eggs. I've actually found these in Gulf Shores, Alabama, probably not too far from where Ken is. In fact, I know not too far from where he is. Same thing for dead fish. Why didn't the fish die in the Cambrian layer and get buried during the flood? Why didn't one get swept in during the flood? There are no tuna fossils in the Cambrian or Ordovician or any of that. We'll get to some of this stuff later, I think. Here's more sections of geologic column that I found that are newer than that 1989 chart. This is the Ungadir Basin or something. It goes from Precambrian up until the Triassic. So a good chunk of the column is here. West coast of India has 4 sections there. Germany has a complete column there. Denmark has an almost complete column there. And the Burkina Basin here is missing the Permian, but other than that, it's totally complete. I think it's a real coincidence that all of these exist like this. Another one in Pakistan. Now, I can't mention the Williston Basin. I'll go into that a little bit. Here are 3 sections of it. If it'll come up, hang on a second. All right, here it is. 3 sections of it in North Dakota, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. Here's where oil can be found in it. That's why they know these layers. Another cross section. So it's 15 feet deep, 15,000 feet deep, rather. It'd be pretty shallow if it was 15 feet. Well design, 9 to 10,000 feet down. Here's the bore drilling tools, whatever they're called. Oil well. It says they drilled 10,500 feet down to the oil or gas, whatever it is they're drilling out there. 205 gallons per minute. Here's the Gandamese Basin in Libya and the location of where the wells are, or at least it was as of 2009. I imagine they're not working right now after 2011. What happened there? And we can tell each layer is old by looking at stable isotopes of its atmospheric content. Here's, give it a second to come up. It says fluctuations in Precambrian oxygen. This is when oxygen was first starting to appear, so it was sporadic. It's determined by chromium isotopes. Then there was a pulse of oxygen in the late Cambrian associated with life. And then sulfur isotopes show the decrease in oxygen in the Ordovician period. And I'm skipping a couple up to Carboniferous, where the oxygen level was very high. That's why you find large arthropods on land like the 8-foot millipede and a 3-foot wingspan dragonfly. Insects that large or arthropods on land can't survive that way because their breathing system is inefficient. That's also why you find a lot of coal in the Carboniferous strata. A lot of plant matter was alive at the time. A lot of it got fossilized or coalified. And that's why you find it mostly in the Carboniferous. A little bit into the Permian too. We'll get to some of this stuff later. Now here's a map of Alabama. I thought this would be interesting to look up. This is actually where Kent Hovind is sitting right now. This is the Paleozoic.
You got a couple minutes, Jackson.
All right. This is the Paleozoic, Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. That's where Kent and his audience are sitting right now. You have a good section of the strata right below you. But here's a map of Alabama. You can see Cenozoic at the bottom, Mesozoic in the middle, and Paleozoic at the top. It's been shifted from plate tectonics. If you push Cenozoic up, Mesozoic up, and to cover the Paleozoic, you have the complete column there. So yeah, to reiterate, that is, yeah, the geologic column definitely exists, and you can prove that it's old. The bottom layers are older. So with that, I'll hand it back to Kent.
All right. I appreciate that opening statement, Jackson. I also appreciate the visuals. That was just on time, it looks like. So what we're going to do is hand it over to Dr. Hovind. Dr. Hovind, you have an 8-minute response, 8-minute rebuttal whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Well, I think he clearly demonstrated my point. These layers are dated by the fossils they contain, and the fossils are dated by the layers they're found in. This is from a geologic column picture from a typical textbook, and I taught earth science for 15 years. Notice it has limestone, shale, sandstone, shale, sandstone, limestone, conglomerate, a mixture. Sandstone, limestone, shale, limestone, sandstone. There's only 3 or 4 basic types of rock: sandstone, limestone, and shale. Now, there's limestone found quite a few places in here. How do you tell the difference between 100-million-year-old Jurassic limestone and 600-million-year-old Cambrian limestone? If I just took a piece of limestone to any university in the world and said, how old is it? Could they tell me? Well, they would right away ask the question, where did you find it? And so they want to date this limestone by the geologic column, which is already circular reasoning. And then they would look to see if there's any fossils in it. They look for index fossils. That's how the layers are actually dated. What you showed clearly, Jackson, was quite a few places in the world where they find the layers in the order that they put them in the textbook. I bet we could shuffle enough decks of cards. We could get them in, so we end up with, hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades in just a couple places. You might even get all 4 aces together in a certain order. If you keep shuffling the cards, it's just random shuffling. This geologic column that you talk about and that you seem to believe in very strongly does not exist. Here we have limestone, limestone, limestone. Look at any textbook. Quite a few of the layers are limestone. Red wall limestone, mauve limestone. How do you tell the difference? It's limestone. So this is simply not true. The index fossils, well, it's true. Clams, petrified clams like this one here, and sea-dwelling creatures. Quite a few different sea-dwelling creatures are found in the bottom layers when you drill holes or when you dig down, like our gravel pits here. They say clams are found at the bottom, therefore clams evolved first. I say, guys, no. Clams are found at the bottom because they're already at the bottom when the flood starts. They're the first ones to drown, to be buried. If there was turbulent, water moving back and forth, up and down like Noah's flood would do, you would get layers of mud deposited and sloshing back and forth rapidly. If the water came up 200 feet with a tide here during the flood when the earth is covered in water, you would get special tides that instead of going up and down 5 feet like they do now, they'd go up and down 200 feet because they're not interrupted. You get a harmonic tide. Now the water's rushing in and out, and it's going to make a layer of mud 50 feet thick in 10 seconds. This guy said trilobite fossils make good index fossils. If a trilobite's found in a rock layer, it probably formed 500 to 600 million years ago. Well, that's dating the fossils by the rocks and the rocks by the fossils, circular reasoning. Somebody found a human shoe print where the guy had stepped on and smashed a trilobite. How can that be? Trilobite found in Cambrian rock with a human footprint on it. They'll say, one guy said maybe aliens visited the planet and stepped on a trilobite. Some of the trilobites are found that are huge. I think it's very simple. Before the flood came, God made a perfect world. Trilobite eyes are the most complicated eye in the world ever. The eye of a trilobite, there's nothing more complex in all the different types of eyes in the world. That's one of the first creatures to evolve. And birds are found on top of the geologic column, mainly on top, because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. Of course they're found on top. They can fly around until they run out of gas. And when they do die, they float. They have hollow bones, hollow feathers. So the trilobite, quite a few trilobite types have been found, various layers. My contention is they all came from Noah's flood. There might be some trilobites still alive. There certainly are isopods that are similar to that. Up in Alaska, a friend of mine sent me, he said, Hovind, we got them up here all the time. We get them in our drilling equipment for the oil well. He sent me a jar of them. Graptolites, index fossils for 410 million year old rock. Really? New York State rock. Earth Magazine. Well, they found graptolites still alive in the South Pacific. Therefore, they could be found in any rock layer, couldn't they? There's no such thing as a geologic column. There's no such thing as a Devonian period. It's a lie. There are no different ages to these layers. If the top layer is younger, I asked the question, I've never had an evolutionist answer it. Jackson, you can be the first. If the top layer is younger, like you say, where is it coming from? Outer space? If you simply are shuffling existing material and moving it from here to here and calling it younger now, it's still the same age. It was over here before. If I shuffle a deck of cards, it does not change the age of each card. So my contention is the geologic column does not exist. The layers all formed rapidly, which is why there are so many trees petrified standing up, running through all these layers. Right here, slide number 248. Alt-DV 248. They say these layers are different ages. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that. Petrified trees that are standing up, connecting all the layers, are a very common fossil. How do you get petrified trees standing, running through these layers? There's me at the one in Yellowstone, petrified forest, standing up. It doesn't take long for wood to petrify. You can do it in the laboratory probably in 30 minutes. But petrified trees are called polystrata fossils running through many strata. And yet you guys continue to teach the lie that the layers are different ages. Up in North Alabama, I'm in South Alabama, they find petrified trees running through several different seams of coal. Well, during the flood, the water coming up from the harmonic tide would knock all the trees down as it came rushing in to fill that bump and bury them in layers that would turn to coal. There's 11 consecutive layers of coal in several places in the world. How do you get a petrified tree standing up, coming right out of one seam of coal, going into the next seam of coal? You can do the math and look at it and say, well, we got all kinds of trees going through these layers. Let's look at all the samples. Petrified standing trees. I've got sample H goes through the Mary Lee Formation of coal. Sample A goes down through the Blue Creek Formation, which you say are millions of years different in age. But A and H also are in the center layer. I mean, a kindergarten law student could say, Your Honor, I think the Mary Lee and the Blue Creek formed within a few weeks or months of each other, just like Noah's flood would do. There are 27 consecutive layers of trees petrified at in Yellowstone, called Specimen Ridge. Many of them extend through many layers. They didn't grow there. The root system is gone. Here's the 30-foot petrified tree in Tennessee. The bottom's in a layer of coal. The top is in a totally separate layer of coal. One tree. And you want me to believe these layers are different ages? I am sorry, Jackson. You have been lied to. You've been brainwashed, and you swallowed it. I'm here to help. We'll get you converted. The layers are all the same age. All one big flood. Quit believing that stupid evolution religion. Canada. I said I got a minute left. Up in Canada, there's all kinds of petrified trees running through all these layers. They're common fossils. I'm sorry, it's just simply not true. I apologize for my throat here and the coughing. But go ahead, Jackson, take it away.
All right, I appreciate that, Dr. Hovind. That was your 8-minute rebuttal. Jackson, we will hand it over to you now, and you have up to 8 minutes as well. Whatever you don't use, as always, we can just throw into the audience Q&A. So go ahead. You are on mute, Jackson. Make sure you unmute yourself, and I can share your screen as well if you want.
Is it all right if I share my screen again?
Yeah, you're shared. You're shared.
Yeah. All right. Polystrate trees. Let's see. Most of the time, these trees are found in the Carboniferous period. They're not really going through multiple layers, as you contend. This is firmly in the Carboniferous. They're often associated with ancient peat bogs. That's how they often form. They're also associated with volcanic ash flows and local floods sometimes, yes. If you ever find one going through this layer, the Permian-Triassic boundary, then that would be a major find. Or this, the KT boundary, the Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary, that would be a major find also. Now, you say, how do you know how old the limestone is? Well, you can't radiometrically date limestone. You have to date the igneous rock between it. Let's see. Now, where do the rock layers come from? There's a thing called the rock cycle, and seafloor spreading, volcanism. So that would be my answer as to where the new rock material comes from. Some of it is shifted around, but oftentimes the igneous rock is coming up from the mantle, and seafloor spreading is doing more of that also. Let's see. The trilobite eye, you mentioned trilobite eyes. I'll get to that in a second. First, let me explain radiometric dating. You often use that candle analogy. You didn't this time, but they use this equation, the algebra equation. This is the number of uranium atoms now, top one. Second line, this is the number of uranium atoms originally. They know that because it's equal to the sum of the uranium and lead atoms measured now. So they're working backwards. If you have two parts of an algebra equation, you can determine the third part. They're also measuring two isotopes of uranium here. Uranium-235 to lead-207 and uranium-238 to lead-206. So if those two ages cross-reference each other, that's a pretty good indication that the age is correct. And plus, you can use other radiometric dating methods on top of that. Now, the trilobite eye, I guess I should stop sharing the screen now for a second. Let's see. The trilobite eye is not the most complex eye ever devised. That would be probably the octopus eye. The first trilobite eyes, the red-lectured trilobites, they had fairly simple eyes compared to later trilobites, which, like during the Permian, their eyes were on stalks. They had many more lenses for their eyes. And why are birds found on top? You mentioned that because they outflew the flood. Well, why aren't pterosaurs found on top? They have light bones. They could fly. I mean, there were feathered dinosaurs that could fly. That were like Archaeopteryx. Why is Archaeopteryx not found at the top? Let's see. Fossil formation today, we've argued about that before, and I still say yes, fossils do form today. There are still volcanoes erupting. There are still local floods happening. That's how fossils form. And dogs produce dogs. That's another common line you use. What would you say Hesperocyon is? It's an early canine, technically, but it's very cat-like. It was near the canine feliform division a couple tens of millions of years ago. I forget when. But it looks nothing like a dog. It looks almost like a cat. So you say these kinds are well defined, and they're not all the time. Same for like vegetables today. Like corn today looks nothing like what it originally came from. So is that still the same kind, or has it changed kinds? I guess your answer would be it hasn't, but it certainly looks like it has. Now, the trilobite in the shoe, I've never seen that, but I saw one of your videos posted the other day of Precambrian bird tracks, and I looked into it, and those prints are actually from the late Triassic. The Nature article clearly says late Triassic in the upper part, right in the smack dab in the middle, and they attribute it to Coelosaurian theropods, which did exist at that time. If it was really Precambrian, that would be a problem, but late Triassic, not so much. So with that, I think that's probably good for now. Donnie, you can take it back.
All right, I appreciate that rebuttal, Jackson. That gives us a few minutes that we can throw into the audience Q&A as well, since we have a ton of questions. So what we are doing now is moving into the open discussion, because that concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. Gentlemen, we are going to hand it over to you. And since Jackson actually just finished with his rebuttal, why don't we hand it over to Dr. Hovind to kind of kick us off here in this discussion?
Well, sure. Jackson, you mentioned a rock cycle, where rocks are weathered down and, and volcanic activity, melts them and come up as igneous rock, etc. Aren't all the particles still the same age? Shuffling a deck of cards does not change the age of the card. How can any speck of dirt on this planet be a different age than any other speck of dirt on this planet, other than coming from outer space? You want to make a whole layer like Grand Canyon from outer space? Well, anyway, simple question. How do you claim the layers can be different ages? They all have to be the same age. Tell me why.
Well, the igneous layers come up through the mantle, so that's new rock. When it solidifies and crystallizes, mineralizes, whatever, it's new rock. That's why one of the reasons they don't date sedimentary rock, because oftentimes it's just weathered down and moved around, but not always. But that's not the main reason they don't date sedimentary rock. So that's pretty much what I have to say about that.
I would agree. I've toured and climbed on many volcanoes and studied them actively. Volcanoes shoot out lava, which hardens into a different type of igneous rock. I understand. But the stuff that it melted down in the ground was already there. If the Big Bang theory is true, which I'm sure you believe, the explosion created all the matter in the universe at the same time. Every speck of dirt in the universe is the same age. You cannot have different age for these layers. Or if I said this, it was changed from over here to over here, moved to a new position, like shuffling the cards, it doesn't change the age of the card. I don't know how you can't see it. The geologic column that you believe in and what the debate is about tonight does not exist. They may find them in the order that Charles Lyell said they came in. You may find that randomly a few places around the world. Well, first, why isn't it that way every place around the world? And it's not in that order every place. So, and it's just a random shuffling of already existing material. I think Peter in the Bible was right. The scoffers are willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. The flood formed all those layers, Jackson. Nearly all of them. May get local floods now, formed a few, but generally 99.9% of all the layers in the earth were formed at one time in Noah's flood. And that's why the petrified tree standing up is not a problem at all for a creationist. He's not bound to bow down to a dumb theory like evolution.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, all the matter in the universe did come out in the same point, technically, but not in its present form. It started out as energy that turned to hydrogen, and then stars fused higher elements up to iron. And from there, supernova created the heavier elements. I mean, some elements are so heavy that they only last for a half-life of a fraction of a second from supernovas, and they just decay out of existence. But Yeah, there is a geologic column. I've shown you that. It does definitely exist. And why isn't it found in that order everywhere? It's because of plate tectonics being shifting things around over time and erosion. So you do have a lot of areas where this column is nearly complete or totally complete. And the odds of all of these being coincidental I think, are astronomical. So I'll hand it back to you.
Well, I agree. The odds of it happening at all is astronomical. But again, sedimentary rock, being melted down in a volcano and coming out again as igneous rock is still the same age. Shuffling it around didn't change the age of it. You're claiming that the top layer is younger than the bottom layer. Where's it coming from? Are you saying it's being changed? It's being changed around? Well, then it's still the same age.
Well, you got to remember the crust of the Earth is just this tiny little layer. When it goes back into the ground through subduction or whatever, it's the stuff that's coming up is most likely not what's going down. It's new material altogether. So it's
the crust of the Earth compared to the size of the Earth is about like a piece of paper compared to this globe. Right. The crust of the Earth is, say, 40, 50, 60 miles thick. Well, you do the scale math on that, it's about like a piece of paper laying on this globe. I understand. So most of the Earth inside is still a hot molten rock in there. And I think the layers on top, during the flood of Noah, it would be broken up, shuffled around, moved around. They're all the same age, and it's demonstrated by the trees that are standing up, connecting them all. It can't be more clear. These layers did not form millions of years apart. They were all deposited quickly. We go to experiments in stratification in Colorado Springs. They've got a big tank where they do research on this. The Navy has a tank to do studies on if they're going to park their submarine in a canyon. Is the canyon going to be there next year? They have to know the contour of the bottom of the ocean. So they study stratification. In that video that he made years ago, back in the 80s, I think, the French guy on there said he shows clearly multiple layers forming rapidly, and they form sideways, not vertically, horizontally. Just watch the video. I'm sorry for my throat. Go ahead.
Oftentimes they do form sideways, yeah.
Okay.
But at different times. It doesn't mean they all formed at once. And what was the other thing he said? I'm drawing a blank. Reiterate that for me.
I've forgotten. I slept since then. Every speck of dirt in the universe, the moon, Saturn, Jupiter, all of them would be the same age if it all came from a big bang.
Well, no, everything. It wouldn't.
Is it being created? Well, is it being created out of nothing from someplace?
All the matter was there, but it wasn't in its present form. There's a fusion. New elements can be produced from existing elements.
Are you telling me when they date a rock, they're only dating when it was formed into that current configuration? Be careful.
They're dating when it was, yes.
Okay.
When it was formed. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I cannot. My throat is hurting too bad. Okay, now, you mentioned constantly radioactive dating. None of the radiometric dating techniques, uranium-208, lead-208, uranium dating, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, none of those were invented until about the 1950s. Way before that,
they weren't effective until the 1950s.
Okay, 1830, they started teaching the layers are different ages. How did they date the layers in 1830 before there ever was a carbon dating or potassium, argon, or rubidium, strontium dating? How did they date the layers before the radiometric dating?
They used relative dating methods. Like
top layers,
VARBs, etc.
Right. People listen carefully to what he's saying. Relative dating. Top layer must be younger than the layer under it. Back to my point. A flood of Noah shaking up all those layers. You shake up the layers, and they're going to shake up the sediment with water, and it's going to automatically sort into layers. You can do it with a jar of dirt from your backyard, Jackson. Get some water and put some dirt and sand, gravel, clay in there. We do it here every day when we take tours. Shake it up and set it down. It settles into layers in less than 1 minute.
Sure, that'll work, but that's
Oh, yeah.
not necessarily how the layers of the Earth formed.
That's my contention, that it's more logical to say that's how they form. There are several different theories. You have a theory of how they form, so do I. Why do I have to pay for your theory to be taught in the schools? Yours is that's not science. You couldn't prove it happened.
Well, that's not up to me, but there are denser layers above lighter layers in the geologic column. There are igneous layers all in between. There are aeolian deposits all in between, forming air. So it doesn't make any sense that the whole column could have been formed in one event.
Well, I think the flood lasted for a year. And just like I mentioned, the tide going up and down 880 times during that flood. Noah was in the ark for a year. The tide was probably actually going up and down for about 9 months. You take 9 months times 12 hours in a day, or 16 hours in a day, 24 hours in a day, and then divide it by 6 hours in the tidal change, how much it would be. There's 880 to 1,000 tidal changes. The water's going up, down, in, out. That's where the layers came from. 1 year flood of Noah. I'd say nearly all of them. Now we get layers deposited around here once in a while in a rainstorm. It takes the gravel from here and moves it over to here. But that's minuscule compared to what we see on the big scale of the Earth. 1,000-foot thick layer. Grand Canyon, 5,000-6,000 feet deep. All stratified. Yeah.
Well, again, that can't explain a lot of the layers when laid down by water. So igneous layers are one of them. Aeolian deposits. A lot of the evaporite deposits can't form rapidly like that. Shale even takes calm, shallow seas to form most of the time. So, I mean, it's just going against all the geology to say this all formed at once.
I think you find a lot of geologists who believe the flood formed all the layers. There's many groups of scientists, highly trained scientists, who will say, look, the geologic column does not exist. The layers exist. That's not the question. But are they different ages? And the answer is no. They're all the same age. You can call the folks at ICR, Institute for Creation Research, who have PhDs in their field of geology from accredited universities, who say the layers had to all form at the same time. But anyway, the title of the debate tonight is, does the geologic column support creation or evolution? I would say there is no geologic column, but the stratas, the layers that we see in the earth, support the idea of a worldwide flood. And the Bible says the scoffers at the end of time would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. That's you, Jackson.
All right. Well, I just showed you 20 locations where the geologic column is. I mean, you can say it's all the same age.
Okay,
say they're all the same age.
Okay, Jackson, let's take 10,000 decks of cards and get 10,000 people to all shuffle them. Would I be able to go through those and find where it's spades, clubs, diamonds, hearts in that order? Well, sure, probably happened a bunch of times in different people shuffling the cards. Can I find the sandstone, limestone, shale in that order? Yeah. Maybe next door it's a different order. Well, during flood, turbulence, all kinds of strange things happen with water flow. And just the moon pulling the water up and down, keeping it full at the same speed the Earth is turning, at this latitude, 886 miles an hour, up in Canada slower, but that would form layers sideways. They don't form this way. They form sideways when the water's moving. I'll fix my voice and do a whole video on that just for you sometime. Are we okay? Yeah. Okay.
Well, again,
anyway, Donnie, I thought Donnie had Q&A time, but unless you got more to stay on that.
I was gonna jump in there. Why don't we hand it there, Jackson, if you wanted to respond to that real quick, maybe a couple more minutes of this, and then we're gonna do some quick closings and then get through as many of these questions as we can. So, Jackson, go ahead. However you wanted to respond.
All right. Well, the column does objectively exist in this order in many places around the globe. So, I mean, I'm not sure how you can argue against this. You can say they're all the same age all you want. I don't care. But how you can just deny that they're even in that order, I don't understand. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, if you want to do a quick response there, Dr. Hovind, then we'll go into some closing statements.
Well, like I mentioned, if you shake up a jar that has mud and water in it, it'll automatically separate the particles based upon their size, based upon hydrologic sorting. So if we shake up a jar of mud with water, it'll sort into this. There'll be layers of sand, silt, and then clay always at the top. We do it every day when people come tour Dinosaur Adventureland. Are the layers the same age? Yeah. They were all in the jar at the same time. How can the top layer be younger? Is it coming from outer space? If it's just shuffled from here to here, it's still the same age. You're just not getting it. But okay, that's all I can say on the topic.
All right. So what we're going to do here then, gentlemen, is go into just some short, let's say up to 5-minute closing statements. And then we are going to get through a few audience questions, and we will wrap this up at the 1.5 hour mark. So, Dr. Hovind, you did start with your opening statement, so we can hand it over to you. If you'd like your 5-minute closing statement, we'll give Jackson his 5 minutes, then we'll do some audience questions.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. In the book of Matthew in the Bible, chapter 19, Jesus said, "Have you not read? He which made them at the beginning made them male and female," talking about Adam and Eve. Similar story in Mark chapter 10. The Bible clearly teaches the creation of Adam was the beginning. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. What Jackson is teaching and what the atheists and evolutionists are teaching is this is not true. Jesus was lying. And you're welcome to believe that. But I just want to point out for the record, Your Honor, they're calling Jesus a liar, and they're calling the Bible a lie. Bible says by one man sin entered into the world. We have sin on this planet, people doing wicked things because of Adam. The evolution theory says, oh, it's man, death brought man into the world. Lots of death, billions of things had to die so the improved species can survive and take over. And so gradually this amoeba slowly turned into something 2-celled, 3-celled, 4-celled, and finally became a human. And death of the inferiors and unfit drives the entire process. Where the Bible says God made a perfect world and man wrecked it. You guys think death brings man into the world. I think man brought death into the world. And Adam was the first man, and Eve's the mother of all living. So the Bible clearly says nothing died until Adam sinned. And the Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. And all humans would be interfertile. Adam was 130 when his son was born, according to Genesis 5. That boy was 105, and his son was 90. You can add up the dates, as I've done many times in my chart, and talk about the Bible dates clearly add up to about 4,000 years before Christ, or 6,000 years ago. I'm not one of those guys that tries to put an exact date on it. I'd give it plus or minus a small amount of time, but not millions of years. So the Bible dates add up to 6,000. Your position is clearly calling Jesus a liar and saying there was death before sin. The geologic column, I will stand by my position, does not exist any place in the world. It's a matter of shaking up existing material, redepositing it based on the density of the material or based upon the particle size that determines how fast it can sink. With animals, they're sorted based upon their intelligence. Clams are at the bottom because clams aren't too smart, compared to birds that are at the top because birds are a little smarter. They avoid a flood. So I think any sorting of the fossils would be determined by Noah's flood, not by evolution of them one evolving into another. We've never seen any animal or plant produce a baby other than its same kind. And then they're going to argue, what is a kind? Well, a 4-year-old can tell you a dog and a wolf are the same kind of animal, and a 4-year-old can tell you a dog and a banana are not the same. So I think in 99.99% of the cases, a 4-year-old could answer the question, is this the same kind or not? But the atheists and evolutionists love to get off on that rabbit trail because they know they're trapped. Do you believe, I would ask the simple question, do you believe a banana and a whale are related and have a common ancestor? Yes or no? Answer that later on. Okay, go ahead.
All right, perfect. I appreciate that, Dr. Hovind. And now we're going to hand it over to Jackson Roe. You have up to 5 minutes for your concluding statement as well. And on your first word, I'll start the timer. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm not here to call Jesus a liar. He may have existed. In my opinion, I don't know. If he was the Son of God, then I guess I'll find out someday. But Christians can believe in evolution, accept evolution, and accept the Earth is not 6,000 years old. Plenty of them do. Now, as for clams being stupid, that's why they're on the bottom of the geologic column. I think that's a simplistic answer. Because my pet frogfish was pretty stupid, and why is it not on the bottom of the ocean? So, like I said in the beginning of my opening statement, and kinds being well defined, they're not. I was watching a video you made a day ago where you called all lizards one kind. So, what is that, class or order now? It's all a single kind instead of genus or family. So, I think we're very confused about what kinds are. I think baraminology is very jumbled, to say the least. But I had fun debating Kent. I always do. I have fun with every debate, win or lose, tie. Doesn't matter to me. I'll do it again, and I enjoy it. So that's all I have to say. So thanks for tuning in.
All right, I appreciate that concluding statement there, Jackson. Gentlemen, thank you for a cordial, respectful debate. I appreciate it. Very easygoing. Looks like Dr. Hovind just dropped out. Could be an accident there, so that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll wait for him to rejoin for some audience questions. And here we go. Glad to have you back, Dr. Hovind.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Well, again, thank you so much for a cordial debate, easygoing debate. And Dr. Hovind, I appreciate you sticking with us. I understand, your throat's a little sore tonight, so I appreciate that. God bless you. And why don't we just get into some of these questions? As we always do here on Standing for Truth, whoever the question is for, in order that we can move along smoothly, we'll make sure that person gets the last word. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning. And I appreciate you guys tagging me in the chat. We do have 250 people live watching, so that's very helpful that I don't miss your questions. So first one comes in from Surf Panther. He says, question for Jackson Roe, and I've got it up on screen for you, Jackson. He says, how do evolutionists think T-Rex soft tissue survived 65 million years ago?
Kind of formed it. Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, I just unmuted
Okay.
you, though, if you wanted to maybe restart your answer. No
The
problem.
explanation in the paper is iron formed chains of kind of preserving the some microscopic soft tissue, kind of like formaldehyde works. So we're not finding like whole bones. We're finding like microscopic amounts. If this happened 4,000 years ago, we should be finding total unfossilized dinosaur bones. And if you can find that, a totally unfossilized dinosaur skeleton, then I'll say, yeah, there's something wrong here. But if there's a good explanation for a tiny amount of soft tissue, then I'll say, I don't think we need to rewrite the whole age of the Earth. So that's my answer for that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that answer, Jackson. Dr. Hovind, anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, yeah, they did rewrite the age of the Earth back in the 1830s, unnecessarily. Before that time, most people thought the Earth was a few thousand years old. Now, to find T-Rex material that is unfossilized and say it was encapsulated by iron, tell you what, get some hamburger, put it in an iron container, and leave it out on your sidewalk for 1,000 years, 10,000, 20, 2 million. It'll rot. I'm sorry. The answers they've given for the unfossilized dinosaur bone are ludicrous on their face. If they wish to believe that, that's fine, but that's not scientifically provable. How could you prove such a thing? I think the fact that we find so many animals fully articulate, all the bones are still together, still connected, like they died drowning like Noah's flood. I showed a bunch of those the other night on my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. So I think the answers that they've tried to give to the unfossilized soft tissue issue is ludicrous. I think in a court of law, they'd be laughed out of a court of law. You mean iron encapsulated that and kept that soft tissue? And it wasn't just microscopic particles. There was a lot of soft tissue found. But I'll leave that to the folks at ICR to handle that, or Answers in Genesis. They've got people who have written long papers on that topic.
I appreciate that response there, Kent. And Jackson, question was for you originally, so go ahead. You get the last word.
Well, they actually did that experiment with iron particles in a container, and they left it for a year, and they left the control a year without any iron in it. The control rotted, and the experimental with the iron in it didn't rot. So it works like formaldehyde. So the concept was proven by that. So that's all I really have to say about that.
All right. Well, I appreciate that response. Next question comes in from Cool Jesus. This one is for Kent. Question is, and I've got it up on screen. He says, can you ask Kent why there are no pterosaurs in the upper layers? He said that birds could fly above the floodwaters. What about the pterosaurs?
If you'll watch my creation seminar part 3, where I talk about dinosaurs in general, how they've always lived with man, and some may still be alive. There have been many reported sightings of smaller pterosaurs in the last 100 years, still alive. So if we find one still alive, nothing matters in the fossil record. Nobody's ever found human and chicken footprints in the same rock strata. Would that prove humans and chickens did not live together? No, we got chickens right here in our dinosaur adventureland, 35 different varieties of them. So I lost his question there. So can you put that back up, Donnie? I got off track.
Yeah, no problem. So the question was, Cool Jesus, can you ask Kent why there are no pterosaurs in the upper layers?
Well, first, I'm not sure that there aren't. Okay, how would you know that there aren't? If a person found one and tried to publish a paper on it in an atheistic journal or a journal that supports the evolution theory, it wouldn't get published. How many articles are there against communism in North Korea being published in the local paper? None. So I think evolution is a carefully protected religion, and any articles that would go against it simply won't get published in major science journals. And then they say, see, they don't publish. Well, because it's like North Korea is probably the best example. We have a similar thing here when it comes to protecting evolution and who gets to write published articles in peer-reviewed journals. So I don't think we could prove that they haven't been found. If they haven't been published in a accredited journal or peer-reviewed journal, that still wouldn't mean anything because of the great protection of the evolution religion, where they cover each other's backside.
All right, I appreciate that response, Kent, and I appreciate the question from Cool Jesus. Jackson, anything you wanted to add to that question?
Yeah, there's a legend called the Ropin of a living pterosaur, but it seems to have magical powers and can glow in the dark. So I'm not sure how credible that one is. And there's some fake photos allegedly from the Civil War of pterosaurs, but again, they turned out to be fake. So I don't think pterosaurs are alive today. But if they were, they wouldn't be covered up, I don't think. I mean, they didn't cover up the coelacanth when it was discovered. And, that was thought to be extinct for 100, 200 some odd million years. So I think that's it's a conspiracy is a bit much, but that's all I really have to say.
All right. Thank you, Jackson. And Kent, you get the last word on that one.
I know. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so here's a question that comes in for the both of you, Jackson and Kent. So this question is from Bob Hope. I appreciate the question there, Bob. So I've got it up on screen. He says, standing for truth, can you please ask both of your guests if they believe there is a difference between evolution and Darwin's theory of evolution, so universal common ancestry, and which one is the least credible? I guess since Kent started last time, Jackson, did you want to start this time?
Sure. Well, there are different forms like Lamarckism, which has been totally disproven, Lamarckism. There's original Darwinism, which Darwin got a lot wrong. He got a bunch right, but he got a lot wrong. So neo-Darwinism is the more modern form that we know today, pretty much. There's a little bit of variation with that, but yeah, it's hand it over to Kent.
All right. Thank you, Jackson. Dr. Dino, over to you.
Well, yeah, that's why in my seminar, I start off by pointing out this word evolution is a slippery word. It has 6 different meanings. Cosmic evolution is the origin of time, space, matter. That's purely imagination. Then you'd have to have chemical evolution. If the Big Bang happened and produced hydrogen, how do you get uranium and platinum and lead and all these other elements? You can't fuse past iron. It doesn't happen. It's imagination. You'd have to have organic evolution. Somewhere along the line, this non-living material's got to come alive. Organic evolution has never been made. And if they did in the laboratory, take a bunch of chemicals and produce life in the lab, that would prove it takes intelligent life to create intelligence to create life. That's all it would prove. Then you have what's called macroevolution, where an animal changes to a different kind of animal. That's never been seen. You can't even imagine it. Then you have microevolution, variations within the kind. That happens. So you have to define the word evolution. Somebody says, do you believe in evolution? I say, well, I think dogs and wolves have a common ancestor. I don't think dogs and pine trees do. The scientific, and science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. That's what the word means, seer, to know. What do we know? We know cows make cows and dogs make dogs. We know that. We do not know that cows and bananas have a common ancestor. You can believe that. That's a religion. Can't get them to admit it. I found my section on part 3 about dinosaurs still living, and pterosaurs in particular, about the giant bat. When they show natives in different parts of the world, they say, oh yeah, that's the different name for it, where they live. But I don't think there's many dinosaurs left. I think people have killed most of them. But I think there could be a few still around. From the creation viewpoint, they always lived with man. Man killed off most of them, calling them dragons or some other name. And there could be a couple stragglers still around. To me, not a big deal.
All right, I appreciate that response from the both of you, Kent and Jackson. So this one came in the form of a super chat, SNYWE. I appreciate the question in super chat. I put it up on screen. We can read it together here. It looks like kind of a technical question. So what do you make, this one's for you, Dr. Hovind. What do you make of the fact that the Archean era is with dead ancient Archean organisms entrapped in chert, which is a chemical precipitate with tiny interlocking grains?
Well, I think the question is invalid. There's no such thing as an Archean era. All of the layers of the rock are the same age. That's been my contention all evening. So the premise is like asking me, why are elephants orange? They're not orange, okay? There is no Archean era. And as far as the particulars about being entrapped in chert or something, I don't know. I'd have to see the details on that, but it wouldn't matter. The flood would cause all kinds of things to be entrapped in all kinds of different sediments and even in volcanic eruptions. They can entrap things in the lava flow if it's not hot enough to vaporize it or totally annihilate it. You can get specimens trapped in ash flows. That's quite common when ash flows for fossils to be formed if they're not too hot and not enough chemical in there to dissolve it completely. So I think there is no Archean era. I'll stand by that.
All right, I appreciate the super chat and I appreciate the answer there, Kent. Anything you wanted to add to that, Jackson?
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about here. I've never heard of this, but I have heard of ancient colonies of bacteria living on the seafloor that are potentially a couple million years old. So also what Kent said last about nothing fuses above iron, that's true, but supernova create things much higher than iron. Heavy elements, like I was saying, that don't even exist for more than a millisecond before decaying because there's so many neutrons. But anyway, that's all.
All right, thank you, Jackson. Dr. Hovind, did you want a quick final word on that one?
Well, yeah, his answer that supernovas did it. You got a chicken and an egg problem here. You have to have the material to make the star, and you got to have the star to make the material. It's a chicken and an egg problem. I think they avoid it. They don't even see it. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it, Kent. So this one comes in from Mike Corleone. I appreciate the question. Mike, this one is for you, Jackson. He says, for Jackson Roe, if you find a fish in a layer that is suspected to be Cambrian, wouldn't you just change the name of the layer? And make sure you unmute yourself, Jackson.
Well, no. You can go to the Burgess Shale in Canada, the Cambrian Formation. Everyone knows about it. You can go to the Mao Shinshan Shales in China. If you find a fish there, it's going to be public. You can prove that it came from there. And they found primitive chordates like Picaya and Hycuictis, but nothing higher than like a jawed fish, not a bony fish. But if they did find that would be pretty incredible, and it would stir some things up. So that's my answer.
All right, thank you, Jackson. Anything you wanted to add to that, Kent?
Well, this brings up my point at the beginning. There's no such thing as a Cambrian layer. If you find a fossil, you're going to name the layer by the fossil found in it. This is a classic example of what I said earlier. This is circular reasoning. The layers are dated by the fossils are dated by the layers. It is insanity to believe such a thing.
All right, I appreciate it. Kent, Jackson, quick final word. Question was for you.
I don't really have much to add except for something Kent said earlier about you have a chicken and egg problem with the stars. Stars are made of hydrogen and helium, so you don't really have a chicken and an egg problem here. You don't need heavy elements to make stars. That's all I have to say.
All right. We're going to have to wind it down with these last one or two questions. We are coming at the 1.5 hour mark, and I want to respect the time of the debater. So this one is from Sean Mock. This one comes in for you now, Dr. Hovind. We've had a great mix of questions, actually, for the both of you, Jackson and Kent. So this one, I got it up on screen. He says, question for Dr. Hovind. Were all the layers created from the global flood?
I would say nearly all of them. I mean, we get small flooding around here, and where I'm living in a gravel pit, where when they mine the stuff out, dump it through the sorters, and pour it down the hillside, you can get layers again. Certainly, some layers in local areas are being deposited. I could make one right now. But the vast majority of the layers of the earth were created during Noah's flood, when the water's going up and down, just the tide going up and down, in and out, undisturbed, a harmonic tide, you can Google that, would make layers thousands of feet of stratification, which is what we see in the world. In Noah was in the ark, 880 tidal changes. So I would stand by it that nearly all of the layers of the earth today formed during that flood, containing trillions of dead things. They drowned in the flood. I challenge you to show me a place where fossils are forming today in any significant numbers. It's not a problem finding fossils. How do fossils form? They have to be buried quickly. Noah's flood would answer that so easily.
Well, thank you for that answer there, Kent, and thank you for the question there, Sean. Jackson, go ahead. How would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, what was the question again? We put that back up. The flood. I remember.
Sean Mock was asking, were all the layers or most of the layers formed from the flood?
A lot of the layers are formed by floods, but some of the layers can't be formed in water, or some of the layers can't be formed in a rapid type of environment like shale, or alien deposits aren't formed by water at all. And evaporite deposits form slowly through accumulation of material from evaporation, obviously. But so you can't explain all of the layers of the earth in one event. So that's my answer.
All right. Final word there, Kent?
Well, that's what I said, too. I said you can't explain all of them, but nearly all of them formed in one big event, Noah's flood.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I appreciate the engaging Q&A. Question from Honesty Angel. She's asking, where's my Hawaiian shirt? So I apologize. I guess I didn't get the memo. I feel left out, gentlemen. You guys look good. So we're going to have to wind it down here with this last super chat question. This one comes in from Jungle Jargon, $5 super chat. I appreciate the support, Jungle. He says, Jackson, where did the energy come from? Question mark. To make hydrogen? Question mark.
Well, it's a good question. The true answer is we don't know. It could have been a god. It could have been some natural process. I'm open to either one if the evidence comes out. With the James Webb telescope going up, maybe we'll find some answers that we don't know before. So that's all I have to say.
All right, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind. Anything you wanted to add?
Well, yeah. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Did it in 6 days, like he said. No reason to change any theology on that. So hydrogen, the evolutionists want to think all of the matter in the universe was in a dot smaller than a period. I challenge you to squeeze a cup of coffee into a dot smaller than a period. You want to put the hydrogen-filled blimp in there? You couldn't get a gallon of milk into a dot. The theory is so stupid that everything fit in a dot. I don't know how a person with one brain cell could believe such a thing. I think they've been duped and deceived. I think it's dumb. But go ahead.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, Kent. Go ahead, Jackson. Go ahead.
Black holes condense massive amounts of matter into a singularity. There's one black hole with 40 billion solar masses in it, 40 billion suns, the size of a period on a page. Unless you don't believe in black holes, I don't know. But black holes
Can you-
do
can
that.
you-
There's a singularity.
Can you show me one of these black holes? I'd like one for my science center here. Bring one
Well,
down to me. I'll pay you
They've been directly imaged with radio telescopes, and they've been observed with gravitational microlensing.
Where did the gravity come from to condense this material? I'd like to see evidence of 40 million suns, square whatever number you gave, squeezed in a period. But I don't think that's true at all. But they're saying the whole universe, everything. Your whole body came from that dot, Jackson. Do you really believe that?
Well, obviously, my body didn't come in its present form. The matter from it did, but yeah.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. You made for a great debate, very cordial, easy to moderate. So I appreciate it. Time flies by as always. It's an hour and a half. We are going to call it here. Again, thank you so much, Jackson and Kent, for giving us your time for tonight's important debate. Does geology support creation or evolution? I want to hand it to you guys, Jackson and Dr. Dino, for some final words before we shut it down. Why don't we start with you, Jackson? Final words, final thoughts, and thanks again for being here.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, guys, for debating again. This is our third debate. I think it's been our best one. The one I've enjoyed this one the most out of all three, I think. I hope we have more debates, Kent. I enjoy talking to you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's really all I have to say. Thanks for being here.
I appreciate it, Jackson. I appreciate it. Dr. Dino, final words, final thoughts, and thanks again for giving us your time.
Well, the Bible says, don't boast yourself about tomorrow. We don't know we're going to be alive tomorrow. The way the world's going, you can die tonight. I'd like to ask everybody the simple question. If you died today, where would you go? In Jackson's worldview, you go back to molecules and nothing. There's nothing more than the physical in his worldview. I believe there's not only a physical man, a body, I think there's a spirit. I think animals or plants have a body only. Animals have a body and a consciousness of life. And man has a body, a consciousness of life, and a consciousness of God. All things were created by Jesus, and he is worthy to receive the praise for everything he has done. And so I gave my life to him 53 years ago. I said, Lord, I'm a sinner. I'd like you to forgive me and save me. And boy, he did. And he's been living inside of me, trying to make something out of me since then. I give him a hard time once in a while. But I'd like to see him get in you, Jackson. You need to receive Jesus Christ as your Savior before you die. You're in Arkansas. I've been there hundreds of times. You have some idiot drivers in Arkansas. Dumb. You could be killed tonight, tomorrow. Give your heart to the Lord, man. You don't know when it's going to happen. Anyway, thanks so much. Thank you.
Amen. I appreciate it. Well said, Dr. Hovind. Jackson, thank you as well for your concluding statements. That concludes the Hovind versus Roe debate trilogy. So maybe one day Matt and I will string them all together and make it into a premiere. So anyways, Dr. Dino and Jackson, God bless the both of you. God bless the audience. Thank you for tuning in, and Standing for Truth is out.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hit that like button. It really does help. And subscribe if you enjoyed the content and want to see more and find more of us on our new website. This is Matt Man. Until next time.